Hey, Chet, what's that poster up there with a picture on it? What's it say? Keep your mouth shut. The enemy is everywhere. And look, that fella under the table, that's Hitler, isn't it?
Come on, Lemmy, don't lag behind.
Well, what's Hitler got to do with this place?
Lemmy, come on.
Hey, Chum, got a match?
Hey, what was that?
We've got a match for my fag. I've got 5 minutes for a spit in a drawer.
Sorry, mate. I'm right out of matches.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll get one from Tom. You going to work here?
Maybe. I'm not sure yet.
Oh, you didn't give up a good job just because of the war, did you? Because if you did, you would have mugged.
Oh? Why?
Oh, because it'll all be over by Christmas, that's why. You work on aircraft before?
Not the kind you're making.
Not a bad life, really. Foreman's a bit of an...
Is he?
Anyway, there's one thing to be said for working here. If you get any spare time, you can knock yourself up a lighter on the side.
Then where's yours?
Lemmy, come on. What are you hanging back here for?
I'm sorry, Jet. I couldn't just walk away from him. He thinks he's back in the 1940s, working in an aircraft factory. That's what they all must think. And all the time they're making spheres for the perishing Martians.
What place is this?
This is the main control room. It's in constant touch with Arcus Solus. If there's any news to be had about Rogers and his crew, it will come from here.
Oh, I see.
Now, remember, both you and Mr. Barnett are new personnel. You were picked up from Earth and you landed here only a couple of days ago.
Uh-huh.
You are condition-resisting types. I'm showing you over the place. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Then let's go in.
Oh, hello there, Bill. Thought you were out on the Murray.
I was. I was called over to HQ and told to bring these gentlemen over here and show them a few things. They're newly up from Earth and haven't quite got used to the idea yet.
Oh, welcome to the fold, gentlemen. You have my deepest condolences. Where did they pick you up?
The crew of the Sphere, you mean, that brought us from Earth?
Who else?
From London.
London? It's not the habit of the Spheres to drop down on populated districts.
Oh, not London exactly. Hampstead Heath.
I should have thought that even that would have been a little too crowded.
Well, it was late at night, and it was foggy.
And they weren't the only ones.
I know. There were 4 newcomers landed in Lacasolus this morning. I was talking to them a few minutes ago.
Talking to them? Were they called Rogers and Grimshaw?
That's right. Good subjects, too, by all accounts. 3 of them grade 3 types, capable of being put into the deepest sleep.
Oh, no.
Would you care to see them?
Where can I see them?
Well, when the screen warms up, they'll stay on it. They're undergoing their initial training, learning to obey orders by remote control.
There they are. That's Frank.
In a few days, they'll be coming to work here. By then, they'll be used to my voice and to doing exactly as I tell them. Rogers, stand up.
Oh, blimey, Jet. Look at him. He's doing it.
Can you hear me, Rogers?
I can hear you.
Are you prepared to take my orders and to act on them?
Orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Very good. Sit down, Rogers. Now, Grimshaw.
I can hear you.
Turn it off.
What are your orders?
Turn it off, do you hear? I'll tell you, turn it off!
What are you getting so excited about?
Do you think it's funny parading Frank and Grimshaw around like that, like I was Whittaker exhibits in a circus?
Mr. Barnett.
You knew Whittaker?
We'd heard of him. Mr. Webster told us about him. Where is Frank? How far away from here is he?
Too far for you to get at, Mr. Morgan. You can give up all hope of trying to rescue him.
What makes you think I want to?
You can't fool me. I know that neither Rogers nor any of the men with him came to this planet in a Martian sphere.
What? How do you know?
Not 15 minutes before you came in here, a warning that men from Earth had landed on the planet 2 weeks ago was put over the intercommunication system. Apparently, 2 of them took a sphere from Larcus Solus. The other is still out on the Argia Desert somewhere, and a search for him has already begun. Apparently, they know about the proposed invasion of Earth at the next opposition. Don't you, gentlemen?
Well, the cat's out the bag now, isn't it?
No, Sam. What you say is true. But you are an Earthman yourself, and so am I.
I was once.
You still are, Sam. In spite of the time you've been up here, you still are.
I am a Martian. It is my duty to report the fact that 2 of the Earthmen are here.
You mean nobody knows we are here but you?
Yes, that is
Look,
so.
Sam, you'd like to go back to Earth, wouldn't you?
I came here in 1896. What would be the point? When I left Earth 75 years ago, I was 35 years old. You know what would happen to me the moment I left this planet. I have no wish to die yet.
But if we don't get back to Earth, they'll know nothing about the invasion. And how are they going to defend themselves?
It is not intended that they should know of the invasion or how to defend themselves. And you cannot be allowed to return to tell them.
No, you traitor.
Webster, take these men to the living quarters. I'll report their presence here to Larcus Solus immediately.
No, Sam, wait. They've promised to take me back to Earth with them.
You? What do you want with Earth? You who came here in 1910.
I didn't. It was 1956, and I wasn't old. Look at me. Am I old? I could still spend a few more years on Earth, couldn't I? Couldn't I?
Don't make me laugh. You'd pay to nothing the moment you put foot on the place. You're not conditioned for Earth, you know. You're not a Whittaker.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Morgan. I did come here in 1956.
Oh, shut up and get out. And take these Earthmen with you. I have a report to make.
Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
No, Sam, don't. Don't tell them.
Okay, Lemmy, now.
Right, no. All right, Lemmy. Now, go on, yes, mate. Go on. Oh, what have you done? We'll be the dickens to pay.
Never mind. If you want to get back to Earth, help us get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, Lemmy, that's enough.
Hey?
If anybody could get that gear to work now, it'd be a genius.
Right, mate. Now what?
Now back to the sphere.
I'm right with you, boy. Come on, Mr. Webster. If you want to get back to Earth, this is your last chance.
Now, come on, Lemmy, before that controller recovers and gives the alarm.
Jet, wait! Webster!
What about him?
He's fainted or something,
Hey?
mate.
Hold on, I'll be right with you. Now, what's wrong?
Oh, look at him.
Go on. Leave me and go on.
What happened to you, Webster?
I got hurt in the fight.
Why didn't you say so?
I didn't want to hold you up. Now, do as I say. Go on.
Put his arm around your shoulder, Lemmy.
Right.
We haven't far to go now.
Right.
Come on, quick as you can. The airlock's just along that corridor. Put on your mask, Lemmy. You'll need it when we get outside.
Right.
There they are. Hey, stop.
Oh, blimey, they're here.
Wait. Stay where you are.
Come on, Lemmy, inside. Quick, and carefully. That's it.
Wait, Mr. Morgan. Wait.
I'm sorry, chum. We got a train to catch.
Doc, give me a hand, will you? Webster's hurt.
Okay, Jet. Mitch, right with you, Doc.
Okay, Lemmy. We've got it. Good.
Take it easy, Mitch. All right. Lay him on the floor.
Gotta get out of here, Doc, and quick. They've already got a search party out after us.
What about Frank and Grimshaw?
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about them now, Doc.
I see.
Take a look at Webster to see
Right.
what you can do for him.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll get the ship underway.
Well, come on, Levy. What are you hanging around outside for?
Them blokes who was following us, they're coming through the airlock.
Then come on before they get over here and grab you.
But they don't want to grab us, Mitch. They want to come with us.
What? Did you hear that, Jet?
Yes, I heard it. Harding, take the ship up. Raise it 12 feet and hold it there.
12 feet? And what about the door? Don't you intend to close the door?
No, Lemmy, I want to talk to those men down there. All right, Harding, that'll do.
Take us with you, Captain. Take us back to Earth.
How many of you?
Just the four of us, that's all.
How long have you been on this planet?
15 years, since 1956.
You as well? Isn't there anybody on this part of Mars who came here any other year?
You must believe us. We want to go home. We're young, all of us. We've a long life ahead of us, even down on Earth.
Don't do it yet. It's a trick to get us to return to ground level.
All right, I'll take you, but one at a time. Now, 3 of you go back 100 yards. You'll climb aboard in order, as I tell you.
Now, take it easy, Jet. 4 of them could be too much for us.
I can't leave them, Mitch. Harding.
What are your orders?
No, Jet. Wait.
What is it, Doc?
Come over here. Look at Webster.
What's the matter?
Come over here and see. Grief. Yeah. He's dead. Must have received a hard knock during that fight.
But he's old. So very old.
From looking at him, I'd say nearly 100.
But he swore he was young. Said he'd been up here only since 1956.
He wanted to get back to Earth so desperately he lied.
But he knew that if he did, his age would catch up on him.
Well, maybe he thought he'd have just one more glimpse of Earth before he died. Well, Jet, how about those men out there? Are they the same?
Harding,
What are your orders?
close that door. Head for polar base at maximum speed.
No, Captain Morgan, don't leave us. Take us back to Earth.
We hated leaving those men behind, but what could we do? Our one thought now was to get back to polar base, the springboard for our long journey back to Earth. The distance to base was covered in less than 2 hours, and it was with a sigh of relief that we sighted the Discovery, standing upright on the ice, ready to take off. Half an hour later, we had left the sphere, were in the flagship, and almost ready to fire the motors. And, up to now at any rate, there was no sign of any machine in pursuit of us.
Televiewer, stern view on.
Now listen carefully, all of you. I've ordered Dobson and Harding to take the sphere into free orbit and join the fleet. I'll then have Davis take over 2 suits from number 4 and tell Dobson and Harding to transfer to number 5.
You mean you intend to take them back to Earth?
Why not? The firing of the freighter motors is automatically controlled from here. Once we're underway, they'll have no choice but to come along with us. Now, let's get off.
You all right down there, Paddy?
Yes, sir.
I'm quite comfortable, thank you.
All right, stand by for firing. In 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, contact!
Okay, Jet. Discovery in correct position and traveling in free orbit.
Right. Now, we'll have to wait an hour before our position is favorable to fire the motors and head for Earth. Let Paddy out. Now, as soon as you're settled in your own ship, Paddy, give me a call.
I will, sir.
Can you see the sphere, Doc?
Yes, Jet. It's alongside number 6. There, see it?
Yes. 9 ships we set out with, and only 4 are returning.
And with Dobson and Harding to man one of them, perhaps only 3.
Our trip can hardly have been called a success. 13 men lost, 2 ships wrecked, and 3 abandoned for want of crews to man them.
Jet, for Pete's sake, look. Martian spheres, a whole fleet. What? Yes.
Where, Doc?
Almost directly below us. Dozens of them.
Paddy now drifting across to number 3. Hey, listen. There's that music. They're here.
They aim to stop us, Jet. Put us all to sleep.
How far and fast can those spheres travel?
According to that flying Dr. Jet, not very far.
Then we'll try to outpace them. Let me know as soon as Paddy's entered his ship.
He's just reached the airlock now.
We'll call up the ships, Mitch. Have them stand by for takeoff.
Right.
So it will be only 3 ships after all.
Hello, Space Fleet. Discovery calling. Stand by for takeoff. Repeat, stand by for takeoff.
Number 3 to flagship, standing by. Number 4 to flagship, standing by.
Oh, blimey, they're giving out with a vengeance this time.
Whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Fight it.
Order, Mitch.
Okay.
And stand by. Position.
3 degrees. 2 degrees.
Firing imminent.
1 degree.
Contact!
Lemmy, the 2 freighters, are they with us?
Yes, Jet. All motors fired simultaneously.
Oh, good for them. But Dobson and Harding's sphere haven't moved.
I didn't expect it to, Mitch. By now, they're obeying other orders than ours.
And the spheres are making no attempt to pursue us. We're going to make it. We're going home.
We established contact with Control a week after takeoff. And as we suffered no interference or jamming from Mars, we were able to tell them the whole story of our landing, of the loss of most of our ships, and half our men. The main object of our trip, the exploration of Mars, was virtually unaccomplished. Our only achievement, a few measly specimens of Martian soil picked up in the area around Polar Base when we first landed. But the reason for our premature return had been achieved: to warn the Earth of the proposed Martian invasion during the next close opposition. At first, our story was not believed, but as we passed more and more details of our incredible adventures back to Earth, the truth slowly began to sink in.
Hello, Space Fleet Control calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Control. Barnett here.
It's requested that full details of the construction of the Martian spheres be passed to Control, together with all known methods of operating same as soon as possible.
Oh, blimey, mate. We only flew in them things. We didn't take them apart.
Sorry, Lemmy, I don't write these orders, only pass them on.
Our depleted fleet, consisting of only the flagship and a freighter on either side, limped home on its long journey to overtake the Earth, which we hoped to do some 6 months after leaving the hostile planet. We were constantly at the radio, telling Control everything we could remember, of the people we had met who had originally come from Earth, of the pyramid in the canal, of the great pyramid city in the Lacus Solis. Nothing was left out, and most of it retold over and over again. At last, after 6 months and 2 weeks' flight through space, the ships were turned over, and we prepared to make the moon landing.
Hello, Space Fleet. Your call received. Course X723, track E. Platform is now cleared and ready for touchdown. And good luck.
Thank you, Control. Landing imminent. Doc, gyro.
Contact.
Mode image.
Okay.
And stand by for firing.
Height, 10,000.
Position, Lemmy?
Hang on.
9,000.
Well, we made it. That's something. I only wish it was good news we was bringing home.
8,000.
And when we do land, I expect we'll go straight into the interrogation room and stay there. We'll be lucky to get home in a month of Saturdays.
7,000.
Stand by, Doc.
Okay.
Lemmy?
Yes, mate. All right on my end. Freighter's turned over an information.
6,000. 5,000.
Contact!
Well, gentlemen, that's it. We made it safely.
And let's hope the next ship to land here is not a Martian one. And so man's first trip to Mars was over. But it marked only the beginning of man's dealings with that fiery planet. The invasion of Earth did indeed begin 2 years later, 13 years before it was intended. No doubt after their plans had become known, the Martians thought it best to strike immediately, and the first ships of the Martian invasion fleet landed in Asia on September 23rd, 1973. But that's another story.
In episode 20 of Journey into Space, the last of the present series, you heard Andrew Foulds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Cassapa. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. The sound control and special effects were by Brian Willey and Joe Young. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC.
All Summer in a Day by Ray Bradbury. Ready? Ready? Now? Soon. Do the scientists really know? Will it happen today? Will it? Look, look. See for yourself. The children pressed to each other like so many roses, so many weeds, intermixed, peering out for a look at the hidden sun. It rained. It had been raining for 7 years, thousands upon thousands of days, compounded and filled from one end to the other with rain, with the drum and gush of water, with the sweet crystal fall of showers, and the concussion of storms so heavy they were tidal waves come over the islands. 1,000 forests had been crushed under the rain and grown up 1,000 times to be crushed again. And this was the way life was forever on the planet Venus, and this was the schoolroom of the children of the rocket men and women who had come to a raining world to set up civilization and live out their lives. "It's stopping! It's stopping! Yes! Yes!" Margot stood apart from them, from these children who could never remember a time when there wasn't rain and rain and rain. They were all 9 years old, and if there had been a day 7 years ago when the sun came out for an hour and showed its face to the stunned world, they could not recall. Sometimes at night she heard them stir in remembrance, and she knew they were dreaming and remembering gold or a yellow crayon or a coin large enough to buy the world with. She knew they thought they remembered a warmness, like a blushing in the face, in the body, in the arms and legs and trembling hands. But then they always awoke to the tatting drum, the endless shaking down of clear bead necklaces upon the roof, the walk, the gardens, the forests, and their dreams were gone. All day yesterday they had read in class about the sun, about how like a lemon it was, and how hot, and they had written small stories or essays or poems about it. I think the sun is a flower that blooms for just 1 hour. That was Margot's poem, read in a quiet voice in the still classroom, while the rain was falling outside. "Ah, you didn't write that," protested one of the boys. "I did," said Margot. "I did." "William," said the teacher. But that was yesterday. Now the rain was slackening, and the children were crushed in the great thick windows. "Where's teacher? She'll be back. She'd better hurry, we'll miss it." They turned on themselves like a feverish wheel, all tumbling spokes. Margot stood alone. She was a very frail girl, who looked as if she had been lost in the rain for years, and the rain had washed out the blue from her eyes and the red from her mouth and the yellow from her hair. She was an old photograph, dusted from an album, whitened away, and if she spoke at all, her voice would be a ghost. Now she stood, separate, staring at the rain and the loud, wet world beyond the huge glass. "What are you looking at?" said William. Margot said nothing. "Speak when you're spoken to." He gave her a shove, but she did not move. Rather, she let herself be moved only by him and nothing else. They edged away from her. They would not look at her. She felt them go away. And this was because she would play no games with them in the echoing tunnels of the underground city. If they tagged her and ran, she stood blinking after them and did not follow. When the class sang songs about happiness and life and games, her lips barely moved. Only when they sang about the sun and the summer did her lips move as she watched the drenched windows. And then, of course, the biggest crime of all was that she had come here only 5 years ago from Earth, and she remembered the sun, and the way the sun was and the sky was when she was 4 in Ohio. And they had been on Venus all their lives, and they had been only 2 years old when last the sun came out, and had long since forgotten the color and heat of it and the way it really was. But Margot remembered. "It's like a penny," she said once, eyes closed. "No, it's not," the children cried. "It's like a fire," she said, "in the stove." "You're lying, you don't remember," cried the children. But she remembered, and stood quietly apart from all of them, and watched the patterning windows. And once, a month ago, she had refused to shower in the school shower rooms, had clutched her hands to her ears and over her head, screaming the water mustn't touch her head. So after that, dimly, she sensed it. She was different, and they knew her difference and kept away. There was talk that her father and mother were taking her back to Earth next year. It seemed vital to her that they do so, though it would mean the loss of thousands of dollars to her family. And so the children hated her for all these reasons of big and little consequence. They hated her pale snow face, her waiting silence, her thinness, and her possible future. "Get away!" The boy gave her another push. "What are you waiting for?" Then, for the first time, she turned and looked at him, and what she was waiting for was in her eyes. "Well, don't wait around here," cried the boy savagely. "You won't see nothing." Her lips moved. "Nothing!" he cried. "It was all a joke, wasn't it?" He turned to the other children. "Nothing's happening today, is it?" They all blinked at him and then, understanding, laughed and shook their heads. "Nothing, nothing." "Oh, but," Margot whispered, her eyes helpless, "but this is the day the scientists predict. They say they know. The sun—" "All a joke," said the boy, and seized her roughly. "Hey, everyone, let's put her in the closet before teacher comes." "No," said Margot, falling back. They surged about her, caught her up and bore her, protesting, and then pleading, and then crying, back into a tunnel, a room, a closet, where they slammed and locked the door. They stood looking at the door, and saw it tremble from her beating and throwing herself against it. They heard her muffled cries. Then, smiling, they turned and went out and back down the tunnel, just as the teacher arrived. "Ready, children?" She glanced at her watch. "Yes," said everyone. "Are we all here?" "Yes." The rain slackened still more. They crowded to the huge door. The rain stopped. The silence was so immense and unbelievable that you felt your ears had been stuffed, or you had lost your hearing altogether. The children put their hands to their ears. They stood apart. The door slid back, and the smell of the silent, waiting world came into them. The sun came out. It was the color of flaming bronze, and it was very large, and the sky around it was a blazing blue tile color, and the jungle burned with sunlight as the children, released from their spell, rushed out, yelling, into the springtime. "Now don't go too far," called the teacher after them. "You've only 2 hours, you know. You wouldn't want to get caught out." But they were running and turning their faces up to the sky and feeling the sun on their cheeks like a warm iron. "Oh, it's better than the sun lamps, isn't it? Much, much better." They stopped running and stood in the great jungle that covered Venus, that grew and never stopped growing, tumultuously even as you watched it. It was a nest of octopi, clustering up great arms of flesh-like weed, wavering, flowering in this brief spring. It was the color of rubber and ash, this jungle, from the many years without sun. It was the color of stones and white cheeses and ink, and it was the color of the moon. The children lay out, laughing, on the jungle mattress, and heard it sigh and squeak under them, resilient and alive. They ran among the trees, they slipped and fell, they pushed each other, they played hide-and-seek and tag, but most of all, they squinted at the sun until tears ran down their faces. They put their hands up to that yellowness and that amazing blueness, and they breathed of the fresh, fresh air, and listened to the silence. They looked at everything and savored everything. Then, wildly, like animals escaped from their caves, they ran and ran in shouting circles. They ran for an hour and did not stop running. And then, in the midst of their running, one of the girls wailed. Everyone stopped. "Oh, look, look," she said, trembling. They came slowly to look at her opened palm. In the center of it, cupped and huge, was a single raindrop. She began to cry, looking at it. They glanced quietly at the sky. A few cold drops fell on their noses and their cheeks and their mouths. The sun faded behind a stir of mist. A wind blew cool around them. They turned and started to walk back toward the underground house, their hands at their sides, their smiles vanishing away. A boom of thunder startled them, and like leaves before a new hurricane, they tumbled upon each other and ran. Lightning struck 10 miles away, 5 miles away, a mile, a half-mile. The sky darkened into midnight in a flash. They stood in the doorway of the underground for a moment, until it was raining hard. Then they closed the door and heard the gigantic sound of the rain falling in tons and avalanches everywhere and forever. "Will it be 7 more years?" "Yes, 7. Then one of them gave a little cry. "Margot!" "What?" "She's still in the closet where we locked her." "Margot?" They stood as if someone had driven them like so many stakes into the floor. They looked at each other and then looked away. They glanced out at the world that was raining now and raining steadily. They could not meet each other's glances. "Margot," one of the girls said. "Well?" No one moved. "Go on," whispered the girl. They walked slowly down the hall in the sound of cold rain. They turned through the doorway to the room in the sound of the storm and thunder, lightning on their faces, blue and terrible. They walked over to the closet door slowly and stood by it. Behind the closet door was only silence. They unlocked the door even more slowly and let Margot out. That was all summer in a day. The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury. Out there in the cold water, far from land, we waited every night for the coming of the fog, and it came, and we oiled the brass machinery and lit the fog light up in the stone tower. Feeling like two birds in the grey sky, MacDunn and I sent the light touching out, red, then white, then red again, to eye the lonely ships. And if they did not see our light, then there was always our voice, the great deep cry of our foghorn shuddering through the rags of mist to startle the gulls away like decks of scattered cards and make the waves turn high and foam. "It's a lonely life, but you're used to it now, aren't you?" asked MacDunn. "Yes," I said. "You're a good talker, thank the Lord." "Well, it's your turn on land tomorrow," he said, smiling, "to dance the ladies and drink gin." "What do you think, MacDunn, when I leave you out here alone?" "On the mysteries of the sea." MacDunn lit his pipe. It was 7:15 of a cold November evening, the heat on, the light switching its tail in 200 directions, the foghorn bumbling in the high throat of the tower. There wasn't a town for 100 miles down the coast, just a road which came lonely through dead country to the sea, with few cars on it, a stretch of 2 miles of cold water out to our rock, and rare few ships. "The mysteries of the sea," said MacDunn thoughtfully. "You know the ocean's the biggest damned snowflake ever. It rolls and swells 1,000 shapes and colours, no two alike. Strange. One night, years ago, I was here alone when all of the fish of the sea surfaced out there. Something made them swim in and lie in the bay, sort of trembling and staring up at the tower light, going red, white across them, so I could see their funny eyes. I turned cold. They were like a big peacock's tail moving out there until midnight. Then, without so much as a sound, they slipped away. The million of them was gone. I kind of think maybe, in some sort of way, they came all those miles to worship. Strange. But think how the tower must look to them, standing 70 feet above the water, the god light flashing out from it, and the tower declaring itself with a monster voice. They never came back, those fish, but don't you think for a while they thought they were in the presence? I shivered. I looked out at the long grey lawn of the sea stretching away into nothing and nowhere. "Oh, the sea's full." MacDunn puffed his pipe nervously, blinking. He had been nervous all day and hadn't said why. "Come on, I got something special I've been saving up to tell you." We ascended the 80 steps, talking and taking our time. At the top, MacDunn switched off the room lights so there'd be no reflection in the plate glass. The foghorn was blowing steadily, once every 15 seconds. "Sounds like an animal, don't it?" MacDunn nodded to himself. a big, lonely animal crying in the night, sitting here on the edge of 10 billion years, calling out to the deeps, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And the deeps do answer. Yes, they do. About this time of year, he said, studying the murk and fog, something comes to visit the lighthouse. I've put off telling you because you might think I'm daft. Tonight's the night it comes. Just sit down there. If you want, tomorrow you can pack your duffel and take the motorboat into land and get your car parked there at the dinghy pier on the Cape and drive on back to some little inland town and keep your lights burning nights. I won't question or blame you. It's happened 3 years now, and this is the only time anyone's been here with me to verify it. You wait and watch. Half an hour passed, with only a few whispers between us. One day, many years ago, a man walked along and stood in the sound of the ocean on a cold, sunless shore and said, We need a voice to call across the water, to warn ships. I'll make one. I'll make a voice like all of time and all of the fog that ever was. I'll make a voice that is like an empty bed beside you all night long, and like an empty house when you open the door, and like trees in autumn with no leaves. A sound like the birds flying south, crying, and a sound like November wind and the sea on the hard, cold shore. I'll make me a sound and an apparatus, and they'll call it a foghorn, and whoever hears it will know the sadness of eternity and the briefness of life. The foghorn blew. I made up that story, said MacDonne quietly, to try to explain why this thing keeps coming back to the lighthouse every year. But, I said, Sst, said MacDonne. There! He nodded out to the deeps. Something was swimming toward the lighthouse tower. And then, from the surface of the cold sea came a head, a large head, dark-coloured with immense eyes, and then a neck, and then, not a body, but more neck, and more. The head rose a full 40 feet above the water on a slender and beautiful dark neck. Only then did the body, like a little island of black coral and shells and crayfish, drip up from the subterranean. There was a flicker of tail. In all, from head to tip of tail, I estimated the monster at 90 or 100 feet. Steady, boy, steady, whispered MacDonne. It's impossible, I said. No, Johnny, we're impossible. It's like it always was 10 million years ago. It hasn't changed. It's us and the land that have changed, become impossible. Us. It swam slowly and with a great dark majesty out in the icy waters, far away. The fog came and went about it, momentarily erasing its shape. One of the monster eyes caught and held and flashed back our immense light, red, white, like a disk held high and sending a message in primeval code. It was as silent as the fog through which it swam. It's a dinosaur of some sort. I crouched down, holding to the stair rail. Yes, one of the tribe. But they died out. No, only hid away in the deeps. Deep, deep down in the deepest deeps. Isn't that a word now, Johnny? A real word. It says so much. The deeps. The foghorn blew, and the monster answered. A cry came across 1,000,000 years of water and mist, a cry so anguished and alone that it shuddered in my head and my body. The foghorn blew. The monster roared again. The foghorn blew. The monster opened its great toothed mouth, and the sound that came from it was the sound of the foghorn itself. lonely and vast and far away. The sound of isolation, a viewless sea, a cold night, apartness. That was the sound. "No," whispered MacDunn. "Do you know why it comes here?" I nodded. "Perhaps it's 1,000,000 years old, this one creature. Think of it, waiting 1,000,000 years. Could you wait that long? Maybe it's the last of its kind. I sort of think that's true." I saw it all. I knew it all. The 1,000,000 years of waiting alone, for someone to come back who never came back, while the skies cleared of reptile birds, the swamps dried on the continental lands, the sloths and saber-tooths had their day and sank in tar pits, and men ran like white ants upon the hills. The foghorn blew. The monster was only 100 yards off now, it and the foghorn crying at each other. As the lights hit them, the monster's eyes were fire and ice, fire and ice. "That's life for you," said MacDunn. "Someone always waiting for someone who never comes home. Always someone loving something more than that thing loves them. And after a while you want to destroy whatever that thing is, so it can't hurt you no more." The monster was rushing at the lighthouse. The foghorn blew. "Let's see what happens," said MacDunn. He switched the foghorn off. The ensuing minute of silence was so intense that we could hear our hearts pounding in the last area of the tower, could hear the slow greased turn of the light. The monster stopped and froze. Its great lantern eyes blinked. Its mouth gaped. It gave a sort of rumble, like a volcano. It twitched its head this way and that, as if to seek the sounds now dwindled off into the fog. It peered at the lighthouse. It rumbled again. Then its eyes caught fire. It reared up, threshed the water, and rushed at the tower, its eyes filled with angry torment. "MacDunn," I cried, "switch on the horn!" MacDunn fumbled with the switch, but even as he flicked it on, the monster was rearing up. I had a glimpse of its gigantic paws, fish-skin glittering in webs between the finger-like projections, clawing at the tower. The huge eye on the right side of its anguished head glittered before me like a cauldron into which I might drop, screaming. The tower shook. The foghorn cried, the monster cried. It seized the tower and gnashed at the glass, which shattered in upon us. MacDunn seized my arm. "Downstairs!" We reached the bottom as the tower buckled down toward us. We ducked under the stairs into the small stone cellar. There were 1,000 concussions as the rocks rained down. The foghorn stopped abruptly. The monster crashed upon the tower. The tower fell. We knelt together, MacDunn and I, holding tight, while our world exploded. Then it was over, and there was nothing but darkness and the wash of the sea on the raw stones. That and the other sound. "Listen," said MacDunn quietly. "Listen." First a great vacuumed sucking of air, and then the lament, the bewilderment, the loneliness of the great monster folded over and upon us. The monster gasped and cried. The tower was gone. The light was gone. The thing that had called to it across 1,000,000 years was gone. And the monster was opening its mouth and sending out great sounds. The sounds of a foghorn, again and again. And ships far at sea, not finding the light, not seeing anything, but passing and hearing late that night, must have thought, "There it is, the lonely sound, the lonesome bay horn. All's well, we've rounded the cape." And so it went for the rest of that night. The sun was hot and yellow the next afternoon when the rescuers came out to dig us from our stoned-under cellar. "It fell apart, is all," said Mr. MacDunn gravely. "We had a few bad knocks from the waves, and it just crumbled." He pinched my arm. The next year they built a new lighthouse, but by that time I had a job in the little town and a wife and a good, small, warm house that glowed yellow on autumn nights, the doors locked, the chimney puffing smoke. As for MacDunn, he was master of the new lighthouse, built to his own specifications out of steel-reinforced concrete. "Just in case," he said. The monster? It never came back. I sat in my car, listening. I couldn't see the lighthouse or the light standing out in Lonesome Bay. I could only hear the horn, the horn, the horn. It sounded like the monster calling. I sat there, wishing there was something I could say. That was The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury, read by Sean Barrett.
Ray Bradbury's short stories are produced by Matt Thompson and are a Rocket House production for BBC Radio.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
Margaret Leary is 10 years old and likes to play in the vacant lot on long summer days. She and her friends like to play pirates and bank robbers and cowboys. One summer afternoon, Margaret was playing in the lot and discovered there was something buried deep in the ground. And it was still alive. Ray Bradbury's The Screaming Woman.
My name is Margaret Leary, and I'm in the 5th grade at Central School. I haven't any brothers or sisters, but I've got a nice father and mother, except they don't pay much attention to me. Anyway, we never thought we'd have much to do with a murdered woman. Or almost. When you're living on a street like we live on, you don't think awful things are going to happen, like shooting or stabbing or burying people under the ground, practically in your own backyard. You just go on buttering your toast or baking a cake. But I gotta tell you how it happened. It was noon on a steamy hot Saturday in the middle of July, and Mama came out the back door.
Margaret, here's $1. Go to the store and get us some peppermint ice cream.
Really?
Yes, Daddy's home for lunch, so we'll have a treat. And bring back the change.
I took the shortcut through the empty lot behind our house. It was a big lot with weeds and holes and broken glass and stuff. And on my way back from the store, I was hurrying along so the ice cream wouldn't melt, when all of a sudden, it happened. My gosh, what's that? It's coming from the ground. Oh my gosh, there's a woman buried down there. A woman under the ground. Oh my gosh. Lady, I'll be right back. I'll get you out.
Don't stand there with the ice cream dripping.
But, Mama!
Put it in the icebox.
Listen, Mama, there's a screaming woman in the empty lot.
And wash your hands. They're filthy.
She was screaming and screaming.
Of course she was. Wash your hands and hurry to the table.
Listen to me. We gotta dig her out. She's buried under tons and tons of dirt, and if we don't dig her out, she'll choke up and die.
I'm certain she can wait until after lunch.
Mama, don't you believe me?
Of course, dear. When you've finished your hands, take this plate of meat to your father in the dining room.
Yes, ma'am. But I don't even know who she is. And we gotta help her before it's too late.
Good heavens, look at this ice cream. What did you do? Just stand out there in the sun and let it melt?
I told you there's this woman in there.
Oh, go on. Scoot in there with the plate.
I'm going. Hi, Dad. There's a screaming woman in the empty lot.
I never knew a woman who didn't.
I mean, for real.
You look serious.
We've got to get picks and shovels and dig, like for an Egyptian mummy.
I don't feel like an archaeologist, Margaret. Maybe when it gets a little cooler outside, like in October, we'll go and dig that mummy up.
But we can't wait that long.
Pass the mustard, please.
Dad, you just gotta come out after lunch and help me.
Mm-hmm.
Dad.
Margaret, turn the radio on.
Dad, I'll give you all the money in my piggy bank.
No, so it's a business proposition, is it? How much do you pay an hour for digging?
I got it $5 whole. It took me a year to save. You can have it all if you come out and help me.
Margaret, you're serious about that money, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, you know, you really make your old dad feel like a piker.
A piker?
You want me to play with you, and you're willing to pay me for my time. Oh, I don't give you enough time, do I? Tell you what, after lunch I'll come out and listen to your screaming woman, free of charge. How's that?
Will you really?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I said. But you have to promise me something.
What?
You eat your lunch first, and then I'll come out.
I promise.
Okay.
Temperature here at WJAM is a warm 97 degrees.
Young lady, slow down. You're gulping your food.
But...
You heard your mother.
But the screaming woman. We gotta hurry.
I intend to sit here quietly and judiciously, giving my attention first to my steak, then to my potatoes and my salad, and of course then to my ice cream. And after that to a long drink of iced coffee, if you don't mind. I may be a good hour at it. And another thing, young lady, if you mention this screaming, what is it, one more time at this table during lunch, I won't go out with you to hear her recital. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Now eat slowly.
Speaking of screaming, Charlie and Helen Nesbitt had another fight last night.
Well, that's nothing new. They're always fighting.
If you ask me, Charlie's no good. Or her either.
I don't know. I think she's all right.
You're just prejudiced.
Prejudice?
Well, you did almost marry her.
That again. I was only engaged to her for 6 weeks.
Well, at least you had sense enough to break it off.
Oh, you know, Helen, always stage-struck. Wanting to be a movie star, longing for Hollywood. I just couldn't see a marriage like that working. It was kind of sweet, though. Sweet and very kind.
And what did it get her? A big brute like Charlie.
He's got a temper, all right. Remember when Helen had the lead in her high school play? Pretty as a picture. She wrote the songs for it herself. That was the summer she wrote that song for me.
Huh.
Don't laugh. It was a catchy song.
You never told me about that.
Well, it was between Helen and me. Besides, I forgot all about it until now. How did that song go?
Dad!
All right, I'm eating. Finish your potato.
Finally, after the slowest meal in the history of eating, I took Dad out to the empty lot, where it was still hot and covered with old bottles and newspapers.
Now, where's this screaming woman?
We forgot the shovels.
We'll get them later, after I hear her.
She's over here, under these rocks. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Shh, wait.
Margaret.
Hey there! Screaming woman!
Honey, I suggest you get in out of the sun and lie down for a while.
But she was here! I heard her screaming and screaming. See, here's where the ground's been dug up. Hey, you down there! Can you hear me?
Margaret, this is the place Mr. Kelly dug up yesterday to bury that big sack of trash. We watched him, remember?
But during the night, someone else used Mr. Kelly's hole to bury a woman in, and then covered it all up.
Well, I'm going in out of the sun and take a nice, cool shower.
You won't help me dig?
Mr. Kelly might not like us digging up his trash. Oh, it's too hot to stay here anyway. And don't get dirty.
Darn, he's gone. There! She's screaming again. Maybe she was just tired and now she's all rested. Dad, she's screaming again. Come here, she's
Margaret!
Screaming. Dad, she's screaming just like before.
I know. Now, come on, you're going inside.
But, Dad!
I think you'd better get upstairs and lie down for a while. You'll feel better in an hour or so.
But...
Move! All right, now hop in bed.
But, Daddy, we can't let her die. She's all buried like that man in the story by Edgar Allan Poe. And think how awful it is to be down there screaming, and no one's paying any attention to you.
You're going to lie there the rest of the afternoon and take it easy, and you're not to leave the house, understand? Now, close your eyes.
Oh, Daddy, I wish you'd believe me. Maybe I could yell out the window about the screaming woman and someone would hear me. No, they'd just be like Mom and Dad and not pay any attention. There's just one thing to do. I've got to climb out the window, get some shovels from the garage, and dig her out myself. But I've got to hurry. I can't dig any faster. It's too hot. I gotta rest. I didn't know digging was such hard work.
Hiya, Margaret.
Hi, Dippy.
What are you doing?
Digging.
For what?
There's a screaming lady in the ground, and I'm digging for her.
I don't hear no screaming.
Just sit down and wait a while, and you'll hear her scream. You could even help me dig while you're listening.
I don't dig unless I hear her scream.
There! Did you hear it?
Hey, that's good, Margaret. Do it again.
Do what again?
The scream.
The scream?
Yeah, go on, do it. Here, look it. Do it again and I'll give you my favorite marble, my brown Aggie. Hot dog. Can you teach me to do it?
I don't.
Did you get the Throw Your Voice book from that magic company in Texas? You got one of those tin ventriloquist things in your mouth?
That's right, Dippy. And if you help me dig, I'll show it to you later.
It's a deal. Give me a shovel. Boy, you think she was right under your feet. What do you call her?
Who?
The screaming woman. You must have a name for her.
Oh, sure. Her name's Wilma Schreiger, and she's rich, and she's 96 years old, and was buried by a man named Spike, who was a counterfeiter.
Wow.
And there's a box of treasure buried with her, and I'm a grave robber come to dig her up.
Can I be a grave robber, too?
Sure.
Hey, just pretend she's a Princess Almond Ramen, and she's a mummy covered with diamonds and rubies.
Okay, just keep digging.
Hey, I just got an idea.
Dippy, where are you going?
I'm going to get a piece of cardboard and make a sign that says Slumberland Cemetery and stick it in the ground and bury some birds and beetles and stuff here.
No, Dippy.
It's more fun that way. I know where I can get a dead cat, too.
Dippy, keep digging, please.
Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll go home and cool off.
You can't.
Says who?
Dippy, there's something I need to tell you.
What?
There really is a woman buried down here.
Sure there is, Maggie.
You don't believe me either.
Tell me how you throw your voice and I'll keep digging.
I can't tell you because I'm not doing it.
Okay, see you around.
Look, I'll stand way over here, see? And you stay there and listen. See?
Hey, there really is a woman buried down there.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Let's dig.
Now you're talking.
I wonder who she is.
I don't know.
I wonder if it's Mrs. Nelson or Mrs. Turner or Mrs. Bradley. I wonder how she got down there.
Keep digging.
I bet she rewards us for digging her up.
Sure. At least a quarter apiece.
More than that. I bet it's $1. I read a book on magic once, and there was this Hindu guy with no clothes on who got down in a grave and slept there 60 days and nights and didn't eat anything. Say, what if it's just a radio buried down there and we did all this for nothing?
Well, a radio's nice. We could keep it.
Hey, you kids, what do you think you're doing?
Mr. Kelly, you scared the daylights out
Now,
of
I'll
me.
tell you what I want you to do. I want you to take those shovels and put that dirt right back where you got it. You understand?
But, Mr. Kelly, there's a screaming woman down there.
A screaming woman? Well, I don't hear anything.
Well, just listen.
Don't hear a thing. Now, go on, fill it up. Get on home before I give you my boot.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on now. Hurry up. I'll be watching you from my window.
He's the one. Huh? He murdered Mrs. Kelly and buried her here in a box. But she woke up after he buried her.
Yeah, he stood right here while she screamed and said he didn't hear her. He lied to us.
There's only one thing to do.
What?
We've got to call the police and have them come arrest Mr. Kelly. Come on. Keep down, Dippy.
I don't like hiding in these bushes. What if Mr. Kelly catches us?
He won't. Look, here comes the police.
Get down! I can't see!
Shh.
Yes?
Mr. Kelly?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Is Mrs. Kelly at home?
Yes, she is.
May we see her, sir?
Of course.
Yes, what is it?
I beg your pardon, folks. We had a report that you were buried out in an empty lot, Mrs. Kelly.
What?
It sounded like a child made the call, but we had to be certain. Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's those blasted kids. If I ever catch them, I'll...
Maggie, let's get out of here! Run!
What do we do now?
I gotta go home. Boy, we're really in trouble now. We'll get a licking for this.
But what about the screaming woman?
To heck with her. We don't dare go back to that empty lot again. Mr. Kelly will be waiting for us for sure. He'll lambaste the heck out of us. Hey, I just remembered something.
What?
Isn't old man Kelly sort of deaf? Don't he wear a hearing aid sometimes?
Oh, my gosh. No wonder he didn't hear a thing.
Boy, we sure got into a lot of trouble over your dumb ventriloquist voice. I gotta go. Bye.
Dippy! Dippy! Darn. Now what do I do? The police are after me now for lying to them. And my dad's probably looking for me by now, too. There's only one last thing to do. I've got to go from house to house and knock on every door and ring every bell and see if there are any ladies missing. It might take me all day, but I gotta do it. Boy, I'm pooped. 15 doors so far, and no luck. I wonder if Helen Nesbitt's home. The one Dad almost married.
Yes?
Mr. Nesbitt.
Oh, it's you, Margaret.
Yes, good afternoon.
What can I do for you?
Well, I came to see Mrs. Nesbitt.
Oh?
May I?
Well, she's not here right now. She's gone to the store.
I'll wait. Can I come in?
Hey, wait a minute.
Boy, it sure is nice and cool in here. Can I sit down? Nice chair.
Listen, kid, I don't think you better wait.
How come?
Well, my wife won't be back.
Oh?
Not today, that is.
I thought you said she went to the store.
Well, she did, but she's going on from there to visit her mother. She won't be back for a couple of days, maybe a week or two.
That's a shame.
Why's that?
I wanted to tell her something.
What?
I wanted to tell her there's a woman buried over in the empty lot, screaming under tons and tons of dirt. Are you all right, Mr. Nesbitt?
Well, yes, of course. Well, I'll be sure and tell Helen when she comes home. She'll be glad to hear it.
Thanks. It's a real woman, you know.
How do you know that?
I heard her.
You heard her?
That's right, screaming.
How do you know it isn't a mandrake root?
What's that?
Well, it's kind of a plant, kid. They scream.
They do?
Yeah, I read it once. How do you know it isn't a mandrake?
I never thought of that.
Well, you better start thinking. Did you say anything about this to anyone?
Sure. I told lots of people.
Anybody doing anything about it?
No. Nobody believes me.
Of course they don't. You're just a kid, aren't you?
I'm going back now and dig her out.
Wait.
I gotta go.
Oh, stick around.
Thanks, but I gotta get back.
Hey, you know how to play cards, kid?
I can play blackjack.
Hey, good. We'll have a game.
I gotta go dig.
Plenty of time for that. Anyway, maybe my wife will be home before long. You can wait for her while we play cards.
You think she'll be home, huh?
Well, sure, kid. Say, that voice in the ground, is it very strong?
No, it gets weaker all the time.
Sit down, Margaret. Let's play that game of blackjack. It's more fun than playing Screaming Woman.
I gotta go.
Well, stick around. My wife will be home in 10 minutes. Let's play. You deal first. Well, your luck's holding. You win again.
It's late. I gotta go now.
A few more minutes, kid. My wife will come home any time now. Your deal. Well, it's getting dark. I guess you can go now. Guess you'll have to see my wife some other time, huh?
Sure, Mr. Nesbit.
So long, kid.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry I took so long, but Mr. Nesbit insists that I stay and play cards. I kept thinking maybe you'd really come back like you said, but I guess he was just wasting time until he quit screaming. Are you still there? Maybe if I get down and put my ear on the ground, I could hear you better. Lady! Mrs. Nesbit, can you hear me? I'll hold my breath so I can hear better.
I loved you. I loved you well.
Singing? She's singing. All those hours down under the ground in that box must have made her sort of crazy. Mrs. Nesbit, you'll be okay. All you need is some food and some air, and you'll be fine. Hang on, I'll get some help. Dad will help. I know he will. He used to love her once. He said he did.
So, there you are.
Dad, you got it!
You're going to get a licking. I told you not to leave your room.
She's not screaming anymore.
I told you not to talk about her.
She's singing now.
Singing? Why are you telling me these lies?
Dad, she's out there and she'll be dead soon if you don't listen to me. She's out there singing. It's a little song like, I loved you fair, I loved you well.
What did you say?
I said, I loved you fair, I loved you well.
Where did you hear that song?
I told you out in the empty lot just now.
That's Helen's song, the one she wrote years ago for me. You can't know it. Nobody knew it except Helen and me. I never sang it to anyone, not you or anyone.
I know!
Margaret, we have to hurry. Now show me exactly where it was.
I was so happy I wanted to cry. My dad ran out to the empty lot and started digging, and lots of other people came and helped him.
No, dig over here. Get some more shovels. We need more people digging here.
Everything turned out fine, except for Mr. Nesbit.
Dig.
But most important, the screaming woman isn't screaming anymore. Hey, Dippy!
Yeah?
We found the screaming woman!
No kidding!
Yeah, everything's fine! Hey, wanna go dig for treasure?
Sure!
I'll meet you in the empty lot in 5 minutes.
That's when there's a monkey's uncle.
See you there!
The Screaming Woman was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Rachel Jacobs, Beverly Rowland, Neil Barth, Mark Alston, Bryce Chamberlain, Coleman Creel, and Oscar Rowland. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This is Paul Frees speaking.
I think we've all noticed that cats and dogs are made very nervous by the wind. They look around and wonder where in hell it came from. And I think we human beings have the same feelings at times, especially when we're young. I remember lying in my bed when I was 5 or 6 and hearing the wind roar and whisper around the house. Like ghosts, I thought, like ghosts. So that memory stayed with me, plus the sound of the train far out in the country being blown in by the wind. So when I got into my 20s, it was quite natural that I would summon up the wind and put it into one of my stories.
Okay, honey, I've got it.
The wind began to whisper.
Hello?
And the wind began to roll.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello? Herb?
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Is your wife home, Herb?
Sure, Phyllis is here. What?
Damn!
What's up?
I wanted you to come over tonight.
Alan, we're having company.
I thought you said your wife was going away. Isn't she going away?
That's next week. She'll be in Ohio for about 9 days. Her mother's sick.
Oh. Next week.
Yeah. Look, Alan, I'll come over then, okay?
Yeah, sure, Herb, sure.
Look, I wish I could come, but, well, you know how it is, company and all. Phyllis would kill me.
I just wish you could come over tonight.
What is it, Alan? Is it the wind again?
Oh,
It's a clear night. There's not much wind.
There's enough. Comes in the window and blows the curtains a little bit. Just enough to tell me
Tell you what?
whatever it is the winds keep on whispering about. Except it's not really a whisper. It's more of a... Well, I don't know.
Look, Alan, why don't you come and spend the night here?
I've been standing in the door for the past hour, Herb. I can see it building up in the west. There's some clouds there, and I saw one of them.
What? Saw one of them what?
I don't know, kind of rip apart. There's a wind coming, all right.
Well, you just take a nice sleeping tablet, and call me anytime you want to call. Later this evening, if you want.
Anytime?
Hell, what's a friend for?
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you what to do. Sit down and get some writing done this evening.
Maybe.
Not maybe, do it. Get another chapter done on your next travel book. Occupy your mind with something other than this obsession.
What do you mean, obsession?
Herb, you still on the phone?
This-
Who is it?
This preoccupation of yours, the Himalayas, the Valley of the Winds, storms and hurricanes and God knows what.
I might do that. Maybe I will.
Herb!
Alan.
It's okay. Thanks for listening.
Oh, thanks, hell. Get off the line now, you. My wife's calling me to dinner.
There you are. And don't blame me if it's cold. I called.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, was it him?
Who?
Who? Who is always ringing up, morning, noon, and night? Alan, of course. Alan and his damn winds.
Honey.
Winds that blow up and winds that blow down. Winds that blow hot and winds that blow cold.
Now, Phyllis, listen. He did have a time in the Himalayas.
For heaven's sake, Herb. You don't really believe all that nonsense about what happened in that valley, do you?
That makes a good story.
Sure. What's the matter with men? Climbing around, climbing up things. Why do men climb mountains and scare themselves?
It was snowing.
It was snowing.
Was it really?
And raining.
Raining.
And hailing.
And hailing.
And blowing.
Blowing all at once in that valley. Alan's told me 12 times. He was pretty high up. Clouds and all.
The valley made a noise.
The valley made a noise.
Oh, I bet it did.
Like a lot of winds.
Like a lot of winds, instead of just one.
Winds from all over the world.
He shouldn't have gone there and looked in the first place. You go poking around, and first thing you know, you get ideas. All kinds of crazy, cranky, spooky ideas. The winds are getting angry because you have intruded into their secret hidden world. So angry that they start to follow you. Wherever you go, there they are, just behind you. The winds.
Phyllis, don't joke. He's my best friend.
For pity's sake, it's all so silly.
Well, say what you like, but he's been through a lot. That storm in Bombay later, and the typhoon off New Guinea 2 months after that.
I have no sympathy for a man who continually runs into windstorms and hurricanes and then gets a persecution complex because of it.
And that's hardly fair. What about that time in Cornwall?
Remember that old saying, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good? Sounds like Alan's found just about every ill wind in the world. Don't answer it.
Well, maybe it's important.
It's only Alan. Again.
Sure as hell hope he's okay.
If you want to know about winds, don't rely on the geographers or the meteorologists. If you want to know about winds, consult the writers, the poets, and the prophets. Shakespeare knew about winds. Churlish chiding of the winter's wind. Rough winds that shake the darling buds of May.
throw the earth into the sea or swell the curled waters. And the Bible, too, is full of rushing mighty winds. They have sown the wind, says the prophet, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Which is perhaps what I did when I entered that secret, sacred place among the mountains. Poets write of winds that are like a whetted knife, a torrent of darkness, or a monarch gone mad. Surely all these writers glimpsed what I saw. No. What I heard in that valley in the Himalayas. All these literary references. Each one on its own is no more than the slightest leaf-stirring breeze, the merest puff of wind that catches at a gate and makes the unoiled hinges whine. But taken together, from Shelley's Ode to the West Wind to that ancient nursery rhyme about a cradle rocking in the treetops, when the wind blows, well, then they might fill a book or form a tempest. I met a traveler years ago by the shores of the Gulf Sea. A hot wind suddenly whipped salt and sand into our eyes and nostrils, and he turned to me with a strange, haunted look. The substance of the winds, he said, is too thin for human eyes. The written language is too difficult for human minds, and their spoken language mostly too faint for human ears. Not for my ears, though. I can hear their language. Maybe not alone. There was another poet. God knows who, can't remember the name. But I remember what he wrote. Still as they run, they look behind. They hear a voice in every wind. Had he heard them, these voices? Did he hear what I have heard, or what I hear now? What's the point of writing all this down? Nobody's going to believe me. All that stuff in the past. Now this latest thing. 6 weeks ago, I hear the wind laughing and whispering around the corners of my house. Out here. Just for an hour or so. Not very long. Not very loud. Then it went away. I thought I had it licked. I thought it had given up following and trying to get me. But it was just waiting. It came back the next night. It slammed the shutters and kicked sparks out of the chimney. It came back 5 nights in a row. A little stronger each time. When I opened the front door, it came in at me and tried to pull me out. But it wasn't strong enough. Tonight, it is. Damn.
I told you, don't answer it.
I can't let it ring.
Herb? Herb?
Oh, hello, Alan.
I called earlier. You didn't answer. I thought the phones were out.
No, Alan, it's just that...
No, it doesn't matter. Herb, it's here. It got here.
You're too near the phone. Back up a little.
Listen. You gotta listen.
I'm listening.
I stood in the open door and waited for it. I saw it coming down the highway, shaking all the trees one by one, until it shook the trees just outside the house.
My God, it's him again, isn't it? I can smell his paranoia from here. It must be carried on the wind.
Did you hear me, Herb? The wind dived down towards the door, but I slammed it in its face.
Glad to hear you're feeling better.
I'm not better. What's wrong with you?
He won't be better until he's in a booby hatch.
Is your wife listening?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I know I sound like a fool.
You sound just fine, which is great. So, what do you say I ring you a little later, huh?
Herb? Herb!
Okay, buddy. Bye.
It seems to me some schmuck round here is whistling in the wind.
Winds of the world. Berg, Lara, Brickfielder, Luran, Chinook, Snow Eater from the Pacific, across Rocky Mountains, melts, foot of snow in minutes. Teja winds. Ice cap blizzards. Caraburan winds. Levante and Mistral. Pamparo. Chilling polar air gusting across Argentina, bringing violent thunderstorms. See also hurricanes. Hunting, Unyari, Hoopa, hurricanes. Yes, hurricanes and typhoons. Severe tropical storms, yes. Characterized by winds of hurricane force, 64 knots or more. Tropical cyclones have caused many deaths and huge loss of property. Yes, that's what it is. It's a killer out there. Now, the biggest, damnedest prehistoric killer that ever hunted prey. A big, sniffling hound trying to smell me out. Find me. It's trying to get in the windows. But it won't. I had them reinforced. Put new hinges on the doors and bolts. Listen to it out there. No need to worry. Nothing to fear. It's a strong house, this. Strong! They built them strong in the old days. Please bring me home. Please. I feel so alone.
I'll leave you to wipe the dishes. I'm going to get changed. The Stoddards will be here soon.
Sure, honey.
And put some beer in the icebox.
Must ring him. Poor bastard. Come on. Answer, will you?
Yeah?
Alan, I'm on my own. I can talk now. I mean, listen. Do you want to get it off your chest? You'll sleep better.
Sleep? I will sleep tonight. You won't let me.
The wind, you mean?
The house is all lighted up, bright. The wind followed me from room to room, looking through all the windows. Then I switched them on. Oh!
What's wrong?
It just snatched off the front screen door.
Alan, listen to me. I wish you'd come over here and spend the night.
I can't. God, I can't leave the house. I can't do anything. I know this wind. It's big, and it's clever. The wind likes to play games. Likes to taunt me. It's taking its time with me. It's got all night. No!
What? Alan, what?
Oh! The lights have gone out! The power line just went down. Oh, are you there, Herb?
I'm here.
The wind didn't like all that light in the house, so it tore the power lines down. The telephone will probably go next. Oh, it's a real party! Me and the wind! I tell you!
Got any candles?
No. It just blew them out.
A flashlight, then. You must have a flashlight.
Yeah, I guess so. Somewhere. Just a second.
Alan? Christ, what's going on? Alan? Alan?
I'm back. There was a draft creeping in under the door. It's okay. I blocked it off. Oh, I'm glad you didn't come out, Herb. I wouldn't want you in this mess.
What now?
What are the living room windows? There's a regular gale in the house now, knocking the pictures off the walls. You hear it, Herb? Do you hear it?
I hear it.
It wants me alive. It doesn't dare knock the house down in one fell blow. That'd kill me. It wants me alive so it can pull me apart, finger by finger.
Alan, the doorbell.
It wants what's inside me. My mind. My brain. It wants my life power. My psychic force. My ego.
The door, Herb. Will you get the door?
It wants intellect.
I have to hang up, Alan. Company.
What? What'd you say?
Call me back in about an hour. Okay, Alan?
Hi there, Ron. Viv.
Phyllis, you look like $1 million.
Which is probably exactly the amount he's going to lose at cards tonight.
Come on. Hi there, guys. How you doing, old man?
Oh, fine. What's it like out tonight?
Nice, not very chilly. Stars. Why?
Nothing.
This thing, out there and here, it's a great cloud of vapors. Winds from all over the world. Natural catastrophes. Here. Hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, and typhoons. Meghna Estuary near Chittagong, 1876. 7,800 square kilometers flooded. 100,000 people drowned. Haiphong, Vietnam, 1881. 300,000 drowned. Japan, 1934. Moroto typhoon destroys 45,000 houses, kills 3,000 persons. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, 1930. 8,000 killed, 12,000 injured. Galveston, Texas, USA, 1960. 6,000 deaths, $20 million damage. It's all the same wind. That's right. Destroy the evidence. Tear it apart. Rip it to shreds. And blow it away. Something, God knows what, a long time ago gave you a start in the direction of life. I don't know how it happened, but I know what you are. You're part of all those storms I escaped. You followed me from the Himalayas because you didn't want me to know about the Valley of the Winds, where you gather and plan your destruction. I figured it out. I know all your feeding grounds. I know where you are born and where parts of you expire. And that is why you hate me. Me and my books that tell people how to defeat you. You don't want me preaching anymore, do you? You want to incorporate me in your huge body to give you knowledge, to be on your side. Flashlight.
Your deal, Viv?
Oh, sorry, yeah. It's him.
Oh, good God, not again.
Hello?
What's it like at your house?
What do you mean, what's it like?
Has the company come?
Well, hell, yes, it has.
Talking and playing cards?
Christ, yes, but what that's got to do with...
Smoking your usual 10-cent cigar?
God damn it, yes, but...
Oh, I wish I could be there. I wish I didn't know the things I know. I wish a lot of things.
Are you all right, Alan?
Oh, so far, so good. I'm locked in the kitchen now. Part of the front wall of the house blew in, but I planned my retreat. When the kitchen door gives, I'm heading for the cellar. If I'm lucky, I may hold out there until morning. Oh, they'll have to tear the whole damned house down to get to me. I got a shovel, too. I may dig deeper.
What's that? That sound.
Those are the voices of 12,000 killed by a typhoon, 7,000 killed by a hurricane, 3,000 buried by a cyclone. That's what the wind is. It's a lot of people dead. The wind killed them, took their minds to give itself intelligence, took all their voices and made them into one voice. All those millions of people killed in the past 10,000 years, tortured and run from continent to continent on the backs and in the bellies of monsoons and whirlwinds. Oh, Oh, Christ! What a poem you could write about it! That's how the wind gets more intelligent each year. It adds to itself body by body, life by life.
Alan,
death
if
by
you
death.
want me to come out there now, I will. I should have come earlier.
No. I wouldn't think of it. Oh, this is a grudge fight. I wouldn't do to have you in it now. I better hang up. Kitchen door looks bad. I have to get in the cellar.
Call me back later?
Yeah, maybe. If I'm lucky. I don't think I'll make it. I slipped away and escaped so many times. But I think it has me now. Yeah. I hope I haven't bothered you too much, Herb.
You haven't bothered anyone, damn it. Call me back.
Yeah, I'll try.
How's Alan? Is he sober?
As you know full well, he's never taken a drink in his life. I should have gone out there hours ago.
But he's called every night for 6 weeks, and you've been out there at least 10 nights to stay with him. You were there just 2 nights ago, for God's sake, and nothing was wrong.
Well, he might hurt himself. He needs help.
It sure sounds like it.
Perhaps you ought to consider a sanatorium.
That's right. Put the booby in the booby hatch and throw the key away.
Phyllis, he's my friend.
You can't always be running after him.
Let's have some coffee. Then I'll call him back, tell him I'll be over first thing in the morning.
Oh, I'll drink to that.
Yeah, dear. That's weird. Something's wrong.
Operator, how may I help you?
I've just dialed the number, 310-278-9102, but I can't seem to get through.
I will try the number for you.
Come on.
I'm sorry, sir. The lines are down in that district. When the lines are repaired, we'll put your call through.
Telephone lines are down. I'm not waiting any longer.
Herb, where are you going?
Oh, Lord.
Well, what the hell are you putting your coat on for? It's past midnight.
Oh, Lord.
Herb!
I've got to get out there. Listen.
Who could that be?
I'll be damned. I'd know that laugh anywhere. It's Alan. He came on over in his car after all. But thank God he made it. Didn't think he'd get through the night, let alone get here.
But there are other voices, too.
Strange.
Herb, don't open the door.
Well?
Alan? You out there? Come on, where are you, Alan? Come on now. Began to whisper. Oh, my God.
It's not all maybe, you know. On the top of Cairngorm in Scotland, the highest wind speed was measured at 177.2 miles per hour. And that was just before the wind blew the measuring instrument away. In the wind, the part of Herb was played by Vincent Marcello, Alan by Stuart Milligan, and Phyllis by Lisa Ross. The operator was played by Carolyn Strong. Ron by Gerard McDermott, and Viv by Carolyn Jones. The Wind was played by David Brooks. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Wind was written by me, Ray Bradbury. Brian Sibley turned my story into the play, and that was directed in London by Adrian Bean. I'm Ray Bradbury, and I'll be back next week with another bizarre tale. This one is about a ventriloquist and a missing woman. Join me next week for And So Died Ryabushinska.
Sam Parkhill did not see the blue sand ships looming up behind him. He was not aware of the inhabitants of the ships. Dark blue images, masked men with silvery faces and blue stars for eyes, men with carved golden ears, men with tinfoil cheeks and ruby-studded lips. Men following him. Martian men. Ray Bradbury's The Off-Season.
And span. Hey, Emmy! Honey?
Yeah?
Turn on the sign, would you?
The sign? What for?
Just do it.
There.
Ain't that beautiful? Sam's Hot Dogs. You know, it wasn't easy to get that neon up here in one piece, all the way from Earth.
Yeah, I know, Sam.
Gee, if the boys from the 4th Expedition could see me now, huh? All these years later, I finally got my dream place.
Yeah, whatever happened to them? Captain Wilder?
Yeah,
and Spender?
Spender? That nut. He was going to save the planet. He killed a lot of good men. And Wilder, last I heard, he was off to Jupiter.
Yeah?
He's probably retired by now. If he hasn't been killed in some fool expedition. Too bad they aren't here today to see me. 20 years later. Hey, Emmy, look at this. I got something I want to show you.
Looks like junk.
It is not junk. It's glass and pottery. I thought I'd line both sides of the walkway with it. I've been collecting it up in the hills, huh? There's still lots of old Martian cities up there, you know.
Don't they call that looting?
Emmy. Here, do some sweeping while I arrange this stuff. Yes, sir. First man on Mars with a hot dog stand. Best onions and chili on 2 worlds. And what a location, huh? Right where 2 main highways come together.
2 dead highways.
Well, not for long, Emmy. When they start that mining project over there, trucks from the Earth settlement will be passing by here 24 hours a day.
Oh, sure.
Why, we might even have to put in some gas pumps. And pretty soon there'll be thousands of work rockets coming from Earth with 10,000 hungry customers.
I'll believe it when I see it.
They'll be here. Now, there. Finished. Yeah? How do you like it?
Oh, that broken glass looks like an accident waiting to happen to me.
Well, I like it. And so will our customers. I tell you, this time next year, we'll be rich. Thousands and thousands of hungry people, and all mine.
Sam?
Huh?
Here's your first customer.
You again? What are you doing here?
I've come to speak to you.
I told you not to come near here. You could catch the disease. You could die.
I have had the earth disease.
Oh, why do you come down here to bother me? Go back to the hills. Where you belong, huh? Go on.
I have come for an important reason.
I don't care. I don't like Martians. I told you that this morning. How come I've been here 20 years and never seen a Martian? And all of a sudden you show up twice in one day. Leave me alone, can't you?
The days of the Earthmen on Mars are over.
Who says?
Earth is doomed. This very night.
Listen, you. Don't talk to me about Earth. I'm from Earth, New York City. I don't need you telling me what's happening on Earth. Pretty soon there'll be 10,000 men coming from Earth to work on this planet. And sooner or later, they've all got to pass by this hot dog stand. And most of them will stop in at least once or twice to have a bite to eat. And I'll be ready for them. And nobody, not even no Martian, is going to get in my way. You see this? It's a gun. After you left this morning, I got it out. I unloaded it.
Sam, be careful with that.
You will not listen? Then let me show you this. I have brought this for you.
Drop it. I don't know what it is, but drop it. Now get on your way.
It is important that you know.
You don't think I'll use this, huh?
Sam, don't. Oh, Sam.
Now, go on, get, huh? Next time I won't shoot at the ground.
Tonight, watch the sky.
The sky, Sam?
Ah, he's nuts. Hey, look what he dropped.
Scroll with some kind of picture writing.
Martian scribbles. I can't read it. It's nothing. Forget it. Let's shut the sign off and go inside for a while. It wouldn't hurt to lock the doors either. Come on.
Sam! Getting dark. What are you doing out there?
Sweeping. The wind's blowing sand all over my clean walkways.
Who cares? There's no customers.
Well, there will be. You'll see. It may be quiet now, but...
Sam, listen.
What? I don't hear...
Look. Out there, look.
Emmy. Emmy!
Here they come.
They look like sand ships. But they can't be.
They look like it to me.
But they were all confiscated, sold to museums, sent back to Earth. I'm the only one in this whole territory who's got one and who knows how to run it.
Not anymore.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Why?
They're attacking. Those are Martian sand ships, Emmy. And I took a shot at one of those Martians this morning. Have you forgotten? Come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Into town. Come on, get in the truck. Come on. Come on. Start, damn you. Start.
Oh, look at them. They're beautiful, bright blue sails.
Start. Start. No, it's no use. I've flooded it now.
There must be a dozen of those ships.
Quick, get out of the truck. The sand ship. Come on, come on. Get in, get in.
And let you drive me in a sand ship? No, thank you.
There's no time to argue. I've been using this ship the last few weeks to transport supplies. I can do it.
Don't get us killed in this thing.
Ah, there's nothing to it, really. I'll just let the sail out. Ah, there.
What happens now?
We should be moving. The anchor. I forgot to pull a sand anchor. Here. There. Now we're really moving. Sure. Isn't this great? I told you I could handle it. I showed them. Look at them, Emmy. We're leaving them in our dust.
Ah, they could have stopped you if they'd wanted. They just didn't try.
Oh, come off it. I outran them. They just weren't quick enough, that's all.
Weren't they? They're getting closer. Look.
Don't worry. I've learned a few tricks with this thing. All I gotta do is
Go back.
What? Who said that?
Go back. Turn this ship around. Sam. Look behind you.
Huh? Who are you? What are you doing on my ship? Get off!
This isn't your ship. It's as old as our world. It sailed the sand seas 10,000 years ago, when the seas were whispered away and the docks were empty.
You're not real. You're some sort of vision or ghost.
Turn around and go back to the crossroads. We have need to talk with you.
No! You're trying to trick me. Now get off my ship.
You must return at once.
I mean it! Jump off or I'll shoot you.
Don't.
I'll count to 3, then I'm pulling the trigger.
I won't hurt you. Neither will the others.
1.
Listen to me. Sam, listen to the girl.
2.
We only want to talk. Sam!
3.
We need to...
Did you see that? She's gone. She just turned into smoke. This is crazy. Emmy? Emmy, listen to me.
There's nothing to hear, Sam.
We'll be in town soon. Then we'll be safe. Then they'll see. I'll show them. They can't harass me and get away with it. I'll show them. I'll show everybody.
Go ahead. Show us, Sam.
Hey, here comes one of their old cities. A few bullets will fix all those crystal towers. Ha! Hey, ha! Hey, how's that, huh? Did you see that? Huh? No more city. Oops, I missed one. There. Emmy, look. They're closing in. The ships are cutting me off. I can't stop them. They've outnumbered me.
Stop the ship, Sam.
Oh, it's no use. Oh, I'm stopping. Oh, yeah, I'll put out the anchor. Emmy, you must be 100 of them. 100 of them. Don't say anything. I'll handle it. I didn't do anything. It was all a mistake. I'm an honest man. Just ask anybody. I just wanted to build the best little hot dog stand you ever saw, right back on the highway. The only hot dog stand on Mars. With the best hot dogs you ever tasted. You know, with chili and onions and maybe some orange juice. Look, don't hurt me. Hey, here's my gun. Right here. You can have it. There. I give up.
Pick up your gun.
What?
Your gun. Pick it up. Put it away.
Oh, sure.
Now, turn your ship around and go back to your stand. We will not harm you.
You won't?
You ran away before we could explain. Please, return to the crossroads with us. Come.
Sure, we'll come back. You betcha. Hemmy? Hemmy, did you hear that? They aren't going to hurt us. They just want to talk. Come on, we're going back.
Sure, Sam, whatever you say.
Well, this is it. Sorry we don't have room for all of you inside, but...
Prepare yourselves. Prepare the viands. Prepare the foods and wines. For tonight is indeed a great night.
I don't understand.
Prepare your place of food. And take this.
What is it?
Sam, that looks like what the other Martian tried to give us this morning. The scroll has the same picture writing.
It is a deed to all of the territory from the Silver Mountains to the Blue Hills, from the Dead Salt Sea to the distant valleys of moonstones and emeralds.
For me? Mine?
Yours.
All of it?
100,000 miles of territory.
Do you hear that, Emmy? He's giving me all the land, as far as we can see. But why? Why are you giving me all this?
That's not all. Here, take these.
Look at this. 6 more scrolls. More land. I must own half of Mars. Emmy, did you hear me?
I heard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Tonight is the night. You must prepare. Be ready.
Oh, I will be. What is it, a surprise? Are the Earth rockets coming earlier than I thought? You must know something I don't, eh? Thousands of men coming to work and eat. And me with the only hot dog stand on the busiest highway next to the busiest mine on Mars.
We leave you now. Prepare. The land is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you again. Come back sometime when you're good and hungry. It'll be on the house. Emmy, come on. We gotta get busy. All the hot dogs boiled, the buns warm, the chili cooking. We've got a big night ahead of us. Come on. Yeah, that's all the onions. Oh, boy, am I happy, huh? I'm so happy I'm crying. Or maybe it's just the onions.
Yeah.
No, it's my lucky day, all right. Hey, how are those hot dogs coming, huh?
Enough to feed an army.
Oh, just think. That Martian set a surprise tonight. I was surprised enough when they gave me all their land. Can you believe it? Gee. I hope we've got enough napkins. I wasn't expecting all this business quite so soon. If the rockets show up tonight, there'll be 10,000 people on the highway by morning. Tonight of all nights, we'll be flooded. Just think of the money we'll make. Listen, you better start peeling some potatoes. I don't want to run low on French fries. Boy, what a night. Hey, wait. Forget the potatoes for a minute, huh? Let's run out and check the sky and see if those rockets are coming, huh? Come on.
All right.
Oh, boy. It's a beautiful night out here. Smell that breeze. It almost reminds me of the sagebrush we smelled on that trip to Arizona one time. You see anything?
No rockets. Look at Earth tonight.
Good old Earth. Good old, wonderful Earth. Send me you're hungry and you're starved. Here's Sam Parkhill. His hot dogs all boiled, his chili cooking, everything neat as a pin. Come on, Earth. Send me your rockets.
Come on, it's getting chilly out here.
Yeah. I guess we should finish up inside. The rockets. You hear them? The Martians were right. Tonight is the night.
No, Sam, not the rockets. Look.
What is it?
It's Earth.
Oh, it can't be. It can't be Earth.
You mean it couldn't be Earth? It's caught fire.
No.
It's burning.
It's not Earth. It's not possible. It's not.
Well, switch on more lights. Turn up the music. Open the doors. There'll be another batch of customers along in about 1,000,000 years or so. Oh, great place for a hot dog stand. Yes, sir.
No. No.
Let you in on a little secret, Sam. Looks like this is going to be an off season.
Our next story, Skeleton, is an example of the way I react to some real encounters with real people. I went to my doctor one day when I was 22 years old, and I had a sore throat. And I said, it sure feels funny in there. The doctor took his flashlight and probed around and looked at my throat, and he says, oh, there's nothing wrong. Take 2 aspirins, go home, and forget it. And it looks a little red, but you're okay. I said, yeah, but feel my neck here, a little gristle, a little fat, a little muscle, whatever. I've never felt anything like that. He says, you haven't paid attention to your own body. You've got all sorts of peculiar things in your body you've never even noticed, like the medulla oblongata on the back of your skull, the original fissures from the top of your head when you were born. The skull is in fragmented in many ways and grows together over a period of weeks. You have floating ribs. You have your elbows. You have kneecaps. You've never really felt your skeleton. You go home and feel it, huh? So I left my doctor. I went out the street feeling my elbows and my medulla oblongata. And I said, my God, I never thought of it before. I have this gothic thing inside me, this strange intruder, a skeleton, huh? Once that hit me, 3 hours later, the short story was written. And I had a heck of a lot of fun with it, and I hope you will enjoy it as much as I did when I wrote it. So here it is, Skeleton.
Harris, come in, come in. What can I do for you this time, huh? Oh, sit down, man.
Well, it's the same thing, Doctor. Aches and pains, you know.
Where are they, these aches and pains?
Everywhere, really. They seem to be right in my bones.
In your bones, huh? Right. My dear Harris, you've been curried with the finest tooth combs and bacteria brushes known to science.
I know that.
You're just nervous. Let me see your fingers. Too many cigarettes. And your eyes? Not enough sleep. Go to bed earlier, stop smoking, and that'll be $30, please.
Well, thanks for nothing, Doctor.
What more do you want, man? You're a hypochondriac. That's $50 now.
Oh. But why should my bones ache so?
Have you ever had a sore muscle and kept fussing away at it, rubbing it? It gets worse, doesn't it? Then you leave it alone, and the pain vanishes. Leave yourself alone. Take that trip to Phoenix you've been planning. It would do you good to travel. Now get out of here and send in someone who's really sick.
Black coffee?
Thanks. Say, you got a phone directory?
Sure. Over there, help yourself.
Bone specialist. Bone specialists.
Can I get you anything else?
No thanks. Just a guy who knows what he's talking about. That's what I need. Wait a minute. Munigant. M. Munigant. 3 blocks down, 1 block over. Oh, I phone first. No. I'll go straight over there.
Mr. Harris? Is that what you said your name was?
Yes.
How can I help you? What brings you to me?
My damn fool doctor. He hasn't any idea what's wrong with me.
But you feel that there is something wrong. With your bones, presumably.
I don't see what else it can be. I have the most terrible aches and pains all the time. I feel it must be my skeleton. It protests. Does that make sense? There's something wrong somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I've seen cases like yours before.
You have?
Indeed. Man is usually unaware of his bones, but occasionally there occurs an imbalance. An unsympathetic coordination between soul, flesh, and skeleton. And that's where I step in. Do you take my meaning?
I think so.
May I show you a few x-rays? Just as an example. The skeleton. Perhaps you haven't considered your skeleton before. Look. The long, the short, the large, the small bones, the cranium, the spinal cord, the pelvis. All this is deep inside you, clothed in flesh, to be sure. But it can become troublesome sometimes.
Troublesome?
It sounds very much as if your skeleton has become a trouble to you.
It certainly is. But can you do anything about it?
Do you wish your bones to be treated?
That all depends.
On what?
On what's involved. And there's the cost, too.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about the financial aspects. We can come to some arrangement. But I can't help you unless you are in the proper mood. For the treatment to work, the patient has to want help very badly. Otherwise, there's little I can do.
Would it take long?
That also depends on your cooperation.
Well,
shall I try?
Okay, why not?
If you just come over here and lie down.
Here?
Yes. That's perfect. Just perfect. Open wide. Now you just feel a little pressure on your jawbones. Here. Wider. Now, a little wider. You almost bit my nose off. No use. Absolutely no use, my dear sir. Now is definitely not the time.
You sound disappointed.
Oh, but I am, my dear sir. On your account, of course.
So, what can I do?
I would advise you to go away and think about it. When you feel you can cooperate with me, then maybe something can be done.
Okay, what do I owe you?
$10 should cover it this time, my dear sir. I did very little. And meanwhile, here is a sketch for you to take home with you.
It's very detailed, isn't it?
Oh, very. It will serve to acquaint you with your body. You must become more aware of yourself. You must be on guard. A skeleton is a strange, unwieldy thing to have inside you.
No, I never thought of it that way before.
Oh, but you should, my dear sir. Now, good day to you. Would you care for a breadstick?
A breadstick?
Why, yes. I find I chew them all day long. Delicious. So nice and hard and salty. And crunchy. I find it keeps me, in practice. Don't you know? Have one. Do.
Well, thanks.
Now, good day to you. Good day, Mr. Harris. And I do hope to see you again in due course.
Well, yeah. Maybe so. Maybe so.
Are you still brooding, my sweet? I wish you wouldn't.
I can't help it. It hurts.
What hurts?
Every bone in my body.
Oh, my dear.
Clarice, your kneecap. Is it supposed to do that?
Supposed to do what?
Is it supposed to run around on top of your knee that way?
So it does. I never noticed.
I'm glad yours slithers, too. I was beginning to worry.
About what?
My ribs don't go all the way down either. They stop here, and I found some confounded ones that dangle in midair.
Of course they do, silly. And those funny short ones are just floating ribs.
I hope they don't float around too much. Thanks for worrying about me.
Oh, any time, my darling.
Did you realize the nose bone grows down only this far? From there on, a lot of gristly tissue fills out the rest.
Of course it does, darling. Don't be so silly. Look, I'm going back down to my bridge game. The girls are waiting for me.
Off you go. Oh, God almighty. Why did I never realize it? All those years I've been walking around with a skeleton inside me. A skeleton. Gouge-eyed, skull-faced, shake-fingered. One of those rattling things that sway from neck chains in abandoned web closets. Or found on the desert all along and scattered like dice. God, and it's inside me.
Darling, why don't you come down and meet the lady?
Sure, I'll be with you in a moment. When I stand up, it's a skeleton that supports me. With every step I take, I realize just how dependent I am upon this alien thing inside me. Darling! I'm coming! Oh, brace up, can't you? I'll take that trip to Phoenix. I'll go Friday. A new business, a whole new career. Maybe Doc Burley's right after all. It'll take my mind off things. Yes. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming.
My dear, what is wrong with you? Why did you go rushing off like that?
Have they all gone?
Oh, sure they have, but...
I threw up.
Oh, I thought you had.
It was their teeth all smiling at me.
Well, of course they were smiling at you.
Oh, don't you see? It's part of their skeleton showing through.
What are you doing now?
Cutting my fingernails. That's my skeleton, too.
Oh, my darling. Fingernails are not bone.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. If you aren't the darndest hypochondriac...
I'm okay. I've decided. I'm going to Phoenix Friday.
To see Mr. Crelton? Do you think he'll lend us the money?
I think he will. Then we can build a kiln and set up shop for ourselves.
Oh, you certainly have plenty of talent, darling. Harris Ceramics, I can see it now.
Oh, Clarice. If only I weren't so...
Oh, come on. What's wrong? Tell Mama.
Nothing. It's just something inside me. Maybe it's something I ate. A skeleton. Except that it isn't mine, is it? It's a law unto itself. It's a slick, clean structure of efficient organization. Where's the mirror? Just sometimes I can see the skull grinning at me from behind my flesh. Let go. Let go of me. Stop squeezing me. My head aches with you.
Observe the flawless, snow-white perfection of the skull.
Let my insides be. Stay away from my heart.
Then observe the tiny bones of the skull's nose before that monstrous nasal cartilage begins.
Look at my body. So plump. So...
Consider the skeleton. Slender, svelte, economical of line and contour, like exquisitely carved oriental ivory.
And my eyes, protuberant, ordinary.
Be so kind as to note the eye sockets of the skull, so deep and rounded, somber, quiet pools, all-knowing, eternal. Compare the skeleton.
Compare. Wait a minute. If you've got me, I've got you. I can make you do anything I want, and you can't prevent it. It's a 50-50 fight. Even Steven. And we'll fight it out, we two. Even if I didn't have you, I could still think. No, let me go. Let me be. Leave my brain alone.
I'll have the chicken, please. Cream potatoes, and yes, cauliflower with cheese sauce.
Hi, Harris. Say, have you lost weight?
Yeah, a couple of pounds, maybe.
Think you can starve me, make me lose weight, peel the flesh off. Leave nothing but skin on the bone.
Oh, and a dessert, please. That one there with all the cream.
Don't know how, eating the way you do. Are you really going to eat all that?
I sure am.
Well, you won't suffer from calcium deficiency anyway.
How do you mean?
All that cheese and cream and milk. Good bone food, that. Even if it is bad for your heart.
God, is that what you're doing? Well, I'll eat for one of us, my lad, but not for both.
Harris, what's wrong, man? Your lunch. You've left your lunch behind.
150 pounds. Do you see how I've changed?
For the better. You were always a little plump for your height, darling. I like your face. It's so much nicer. The line of it is so firm and strong now.
They're not my lines. They're his, damn him. You mean to say you like him better than you like me?
Him who? Who are you talking about? And what are you eating?
Malt tablets.
But, darling, you really don't have to regain the weight for me.
You don't understand.
No, I don't understand. Come on, lie down. Put your head on my lap. That's better. You know, I've watched you lately. I'm so worried about you. You look so hunted. Maybe you should see a psychiatrist.
I've seen a bone specialist.
Then surely he told you. You and your skeleton are one and the same. One nation, indivisible. United you stand, divided you fall. You're in a vicious circle. The more you worry, the more your bones stick out. And then the more you worry. After all, who picked this fight?
I guess I did.
Well, then, you rest now. Rest and forget.
Perhaps I should go back to M. Munigant, the bone specialist, you know.
Perhaps you should.
M. Munigant.
Darling, what's wrong?
M. Munigant.
Pain. Oh, Clarice. I'm here, darling. I'm holding you. Oh, God, darling. Forget this bone specialist. He hasn't done you much good, has he?
No, he hasn't.
There. Is that better?
I guess it is. He ate breadsticks.
What?
He told me he ate breadsticks all day long.
How bizarre. Is that better?
Yes, much.
You just go to sleep now. Sleep.
Same again.
Here, you look kind of down, my friend. Let me buy you this one.
Thanks. Say, how do you do it?
Do what?
Keep in shape like that.
Not a bone to be seen. How do you do it? That's what I'd like to know. How do you stay so fat?
Are you having me on?
No, I mean it. I envy you. Your health. Is there a special diet? I can't seem to put on any weight, whatever I do. Not like a stomach same as yours. Just how do you do it?
You are drunk, my friend, but I like drunkards. I'll tell you. I've built this body layer by layer over 20 years.
How do you do it?
You get yourself a quarreling bird of a wife and a baker's dozen of troublesome relatives. To these, a sprinkling of business associates whose prime motivation is snatching your last dollar. And you are well on your way to getting fat.
Why?
Oh, because in no time at all, you'll find yourself building a fine layer of fat between yourself and them. Eating is the only fun on earth. Too many people in this world haven't enough to worry about, so they begin picking on themselves, and then they lose weight. That's the long and short of it, my friend. So, drink up, laugh, and grow fat.
That's more or less what my doctor said.
And believe me, he's right.
Maybe I better take that business trip to Phoenix after all.
Maybe you better. Take your mind off things. Well, I'm off. Got to go home to dinner. Good luck, my friend. Good luck to you.
Good to get away. They're all right. The doctor, Clarice, even the fat man in the bar. I need to stop thinking about myself all the time. Get some outside worries. Forget all about that damn M. Munnigan and his... So thirsty. So hot. That bush. Over there. I can just... So that's it, is it? One way or another, he'll starve me. Thirst me. Kill me. If the sun cooked my flesh so you could peek out. If the vultures lunch off me, there you lie, grinning with victory. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Freedom. Your freedom.
Hey, you! Are you okay, pal?
Oh, thank God. Thank God you found me.
Thank God you're all right. Oh, darling, I was so worried about you.
Were you?
Oh, let me kiss you. Darling?
I'm okay.
And the business deal?
I guess it went through.
Oh, but that's wonderful. Just wonderful. Oh, but you look thinner. I guess it was a night in the desert.
Yeah, I guess that was it.
Dinner's waiting.
Good. Good.
Darling, would you mind very much if I went out for a while tonight?
No. Why should I? I'm just fine.
Only it's my Red Cross night, and...
Oh, yes. I forgot.
Darling...
Hmm?
You seem so... I don't know. Are you sure you'll be okay? Just for an hour or two.
You go out. I'll be fine. Come on, let's eat, and then you can be off. I need some time to myself. It left. Come on, come on.
Yes.
M. Munnigan?
Mr. Harris, how can I help you?
I have to see you.
Can you come round? Can you come here? Right now.
Mr. Harris.
Come in. Come in, for God's sake.
My dear sir, you look just terrible. A walking skeleton.
Don't. The pain. I can't bear the pain.
Ah, we're at that stage, are we? And now you are ready for me. Isn't that so?
Yes, I'm ready. It nearly got me, I crashed the car in the desert. It nearly had me. If they hadn't found me...
Indeed. I was right. This skeleton of yours is a traitor, it seems.
Oh, the pain. The pain.
Shall we fix him once and for all?
Please. Oh, please. Can you do anything?
Of course I can.
But you seem to be growing smaller.
I? Smaller? I don't think so, my dear sir. Are you perhaps delirious? Lie back now. Lie back in this chair. Relax. There now.
Monaghan, I never noticed before your tongue. It's round. Tube-like. Hollow.
Delirious?
Yes. That's it. Delirious.
Relax and open your mouth. That's all. I'll do the rest. Now, let me see. Wider, please. Wider still.
Your voice? What's happening to your voice?
Wider and wider, please. Wider still. Relax, Mr. Harris. Now.
I can't breathe. What are you doing? Where are you, Monaghan? Monaghan, in God's name, where are you? Where have you gone? Help me!
Where do you think I am, my dear sir? I'm in here, disposing of that tiresome skeleton of yours. Breadsticks. Just like breadsticks. And very delicious they are, too. Ah, dear lady.
Who are you?
M. Monaghan's name. Bone specialist.
What is that you're eating?
What does it look like, my dear lady? A breadstick. Delicious. So crunchy. Such a goodie. Take care now. Mind where you put your feet.
Darling? Darling? You didn't tell me... Darling? Where are you? What is that on the carpet? Darling, where are you? Why, it looks like a huge jellyfish.
Is that you? Darling?
Delicious. Long and crunchy and salty. Delicious, my dear lady. Delicious. But mind where you put your feet.
That was a story called Skeleton. Dr. Burley was played by Bob Doherty. Harris was played by Stuart McQuarrie. The fat man in the bar was Paul Morrow. Clarice was played by Wendy Seeger. and Munigat was played by Liam Brennan. The other parts were played by members of the cast. Catherine Cherkowska dramatized my story, which is the last in the series of Tales of the Bizarre. The director in Edinburgh was Hamish Wilson. I'm Ray Bradbury, and I hope you enjoyed these tellings of my stories.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
It was the quiet and restful time of the day. Silence. Just the bone porcelain flowered clock on the mantel chiming 3, ticking away, busy as termites in wood. Just the old room smelling of polished mahogany and oiled leather in the Morris chair, books sitting stiff on the shelves. The dark young man smiled from the antique rocker. He listened patiently, politely, as Aunt Tildy chatted away, while 4 men dressed in black stood in the hall with the wicker basket, waiting. Ray Bradbury's There Was an Old Woman.
No, there's no leaf arguing about it. I've got my mind fixed on that subject. So run along now with your silly wicker basket. Scoot! And no never-minds about tall, dark gentlemen with fangled ideas. Well, you got in mind to talk to me? Well, you can talk. But meantime, I hope you don't mind if I pour myself some coffee. I'll fetch some from the stove. It's the only thing that keeps me going some days. If you'd been more polite, I'd offered you some. But you jump in here, high and mighty. Never rapped on the door or nothing. Oh, land's sake, you think you own the place. Oh, there. Nice and hot. Oh, don't just stand there wearing out the floor. Sit down with ya. That's an antique chair, so be gentle. Y'all settled? Now, about that wicker basket in the hall. Now, don't go a-giving me that look. You know what I'm talking on. It's past 6 feet long. And by the look of it, it ain't built for laundry. And those 4 men you walked in with. You don't need them carrying that basket. Why, it's light as thistles. Couldn't weigh more than a couple of pounds. Now, hold it. What are you giving me such a look for? Something in your face tells me you don't think it'll be so light after a while. Oh, pshaw. You don't know what you're saying. Where have I seen a wicker basket like that before? Seems to me it was only a couple of years ago. It seems to me... Now, I remember. It was when Mrs. Dower passed away next door. They brought it. So that's what you're up to. I thought you was working so to sell me something. Oh, you just sit there until my little Emily trounces home from college this afternoon. She'll come by after her classes. I wrote her a note last week, not admitting, of course, that I wasn't feeling quite ripe and pert, but sort of hinting I want to see her again. Been a good many weeks now, her living in New York and all. Now, what are you looking at so funny? You think I'm tired? Well, I'm not tired a bit. Well, you're half closing your eyes and resting yourself, trying to say to me, oh, and I like to rest too. Wouldn't it be grand to finally sit back and Rest and rest and rest. Oh, great sons of Goshen on Gilberry Dyke. Why, I got 100 comforters, 200 sweaters, and 600 potholders in these fingers yet. No matter, they're skinny. Have some coffee with me and let me tell you about Emily. My sweet Fairchild. Sugar? No, I suppose not. There. I well remember the day her mother died 20 years ago, leaving Emily to my house. And that's why I'm mad at you and your wickers and such goings-on. Who ever heard of people dying for any good cause? Young man, I don't like it. Why, I remember 25 years back, my own father's voice trembling in the late afternoon.
Hildy, what you gonna do in life?
I don't know what you mean, Papa.
The way you act. Well, men don't pay you much mind.
Oh, Papa.
You kiss and skedaddle. You run so fast they'll never catch you. Why don't you settle down and get yourself married, raise some children, and give me some grandkids to play with in my old age?
I guess I just like laughing and playing and singing too much to go and get married. I'm not the marrying kind.
Why in blazes not?
I don't rightly know. I guess I just can't seem to find a man with my philosophy, Papa.
What philosophy's that?
That death is ridiculous. It run off with Mama when we needed her most. You call that intelligent?
You can't cheat death, Tildy.
I'm starting my own philosophy here and now. Why, it's silly. People live a couple of years, then they're shoved like wet seeds in a hole in the ground, but nothing sprouts. What good do they do? Lay there a million years helping no one? They turn into old clothes and bleached white bones. Most of them fine, nice, neat people, or at least trying to be. Papa? Papa? Papa?
Papa? Papa? Papa? Papa wasn't listening to me anymore. He bleached out, faded away like an old photo left lying in the sun. I tried my darndest to talk him out of it, but he passed on anyway. I left then. I couldn't stay on once he was cold, 'cause his coldness spoilt my whole philosophy. I didn't even go to the funeral. I didn't do nothing till I set up this antique shop of mine in this old house and lived alone for years. That is, till I took in Emily. Her mama was an old friend of mine, and I'd promised I'd look after Emily when she died, but I didn't want to take her in. And I'll tell you the reason. Emily believes in dying, and I don't. Oh, don't shake your head so. It's all the gospel truth, I'm telling you. Emily was the first to live in this house with me in all these years. I never got married. Feared the idea of living with a man 20, 30 years, and then have him up and die on me. It'd shake my convictions like a house of cards. Shied off from the whole world. Screamed at people if they so much as mentioned death. Well, from that day to this, I've only played my old phonograph records. These, right here, you see? Oh, my favorite was always Roaming in the Gloamin'. Roaming in the gloamin', da-da-dee-da-da-da-da. Oh, but that wore out some time ago. There, let me put this on. Ain't that something? What's that? 3 o'clock? Well, wasn't it 3 o'clock just 5 minutes ago? I love that old clock of mine. Old bone-white clock with the gold angels round the face. Well, you just gonna sit there, young man? All right. Well, then you won't mind if I take a little cat nap. Now, don't you stir off that chair. Just gonna close my eyes for a spell. That's right, just a spell. Nice and quiet and restful time of the day. It's quiet. Just the phonograph and the clock ticking away, busy as a bee. Ah, it's nice. Now, you aren't getting up from that chair, are you, mister? Oh, you better not. I got one eye open for you. Yes, indeed, I have. Oh, so feathery, so drowsy, so deep. Oh, it's underwater almost. Oh, so nice. Who's moving around in the dark with my eyes closed? Who's that kissing my cheek? You, Emily? Oh, no. No, I guess it was my thoughts, only dreaming. Land, yes, that's it. Drifting off. Off. What'd you say? Oh, wait. I'll put on my glasses. There. What are you doing by the door, young man? Leaving so soon? Had to give up, didn't you? Couldn't convince me. No, sir, I'm mule stubborn. Never get me free of this house. So don't bother coming back to try. What's that? Have no intention of coming back. Ever? Well, fine. I always told Papa I'd win. Why, I'll knit in this window the next 1,000 years. They'll have to chew the boards down around me to get me out. Now, quit looking like the cat that ate the bird and get that old fool wicker basket out of here. That's it. Take it out the door. What you struggling with that wicker for? It ain't heavy. Unless you... Did you steal my antiques while I was resting? You got my books in there? My clocks? What have you got in that wicker? Hey, don't you boys hear me? Young man! What? Me? Curious? Oh, Sean, no. I don't want to look inside. Not me. Go on, get out. All of you. All of you. Oh, there. That's better. Gone. Darn fool men with their maggoty ideas. Now, never mind about the wicker. If they stole something, they're welcome to it, as long as they leave me alone. Here comes Emily, home from college. Oh, about time. Oh, such a lovely girl. Look how she walks up those steps. Oh, but land, she looks pale and funny today, walking so slow. Wonder why? Looks worried, she does. Poor girl. Oh, I'll fix some coffee and a tray of cookies. Emily? Emily, I've been waiting for you. Yep, there was the darndest fool man here with a wicker trying to sell me something he didn't want. Oh, I'm glad your home makes it feel right cozy. No. Emily, what's wrong?
No.
Stop staring. Here, I'll bring you a cup of coffee.
No.
Well, Emily?
No.
Emily, why are you backing away from me? Child, you'll go crazy that way. Emily, get up off that floor. You broke my favorite face acting so crazy. And stop cringing, child. I won't hurt you. Lamb ain't one thing, it's another. Emily, what's wrong, child? Oh, child, here. Sip some water. Sip it, Emily. Sip it. That's it.
Aunt Tildy.
Oh, stop that! Oh, I hated to slap you, child, but what ails you?
You're not here, Aunt Tildy. You're dead.
Oh, what a fool! No, You can't be here. Land of Goshen, Emily. Here, give me your hand. Touch me. Go on. I can't. Just touch me like this. See? Great day in the morning. It passed clean through me. You see? Why, that fibber, that sneak thief, that dark-haired fiend, he stole it. He toted it away like a thief in the night while I wasn't looking. Who? Who stole it? He did. He did. Why, oh, child, get up. I need you. But you're gone. A part of me's here. I Harry, that'll have to do for a bit. Fetch my bonnet. I'm scared. Certainly not of me. Yes. I'm no spook. You know me most of your life. Now, this is no time to snivel sop. Fetch up on your heels or I'll slap you crack across your nose. Come on now, that's it. Get hold of yourself, girl. Well, I'm trying. I just never had much to do with a dead person before. Stop that kind of talk, you hear? Who was it that raised you up from a pup? Me, that's who. So don't stand there trying to decide which way you're gonna bolt. Just help me. How? Where's your car? Out in the driveway in front of the garage. Good. Now, come on. Get your purse. Now, which way's the mortuary? It's that way. Well, we'll have to hurry. What are you going to do, Aunt Tilly? Do? Why, get my body back, of course. Get my body back. Come on now, let's go. Can't you drive a little faster? I'm trying. Oh, that's better. Now hurry, child, before they squirt juices in my body and Dyson Cubit the way them persnickety morticians have a habit of doing. They cut and sew it so it ain't no good to no one. Watch the road, child. Don't want to harm no one else. Give them morticians more business, do we? Oh, Auntie, let me stop. Don't make me drive. It won't do any good. Of course it will. You'll see. I ain't never given up, and I won't start now. Oh, there. There's a mortuary. Pull up to the curb. Emily. What? Look there, child. Those 4 men are unloading that wicker from the hearse. Oh, you wait here, Emily. Won't take long. You there. Put that basket down.
Step aside, lady. We're doing our job.
That's my body tucked in there.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Open the door, Al. Watch out, coming through.
Not so fast, Buster.
Hey, lady, you can't come in here.
I go where my body goes.
Suit yourself, lady. Okay, Al, let's set her down here.
Easy with that. Oh, my land. Look at all this paraphernalia, tubes and jars and knives. You ain't fixed on using so much as a toenail clipper on me. Are you?
Oh, good, it's arrived.
And what are you smiling at?
Madam, this is no fit place for a gentlewoman.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. That's exactly what I tried to tell that dark-clothed young man.
What dark-clothed young man?
The one that came puddling around my house, that's who.
No one of that description works for us.
But he came poking around with them 4 other fellers with a wicker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Well, no matter. As you just said so intelligently, this is no place for a lady. I don't want me here. I want me home cooking ham for Sunday visitors. I got Emily to feed, sweaters to knit, clocks to wind.
You are quite philosophical and philanthropical, no doubt, madam, but I have work to do. A body has arrived, you see.
You put so much as a fingerprint on that body and
I'm sorry, but... George, escort this lady out, please.
Come on, lady.
Show me your backside going the other way.
This way, lady. Come on.
Don't you lay a hand on me. See? You can't budge me. I melt right through your hands. Amazing, isn't it?
She slipped right through.
It's a new talent I've developed. I want my body back.
Madam, what do you mean, your body?
Just what I said. Take a look for yourself.
Very well. Open the lid, George.
Now take a gander. Well?
This lady here is a relative of yours?
A very dear relation. Be careful of her.
A sister, perhaps?
No, you fool, it's me! Do you hear me?
Impossible. It can't be. Things like this don't happen. No, I'm afraid we have work to do. George, get help from the others and remove this lady. I can't work with a crank present.
Get all the help you can. I won't budge.
But you must. You're a lady.
Too late for flattery.
Come on, down the hall.
Leave me be. How dare you? I've never been so mistreated in all my life.
Come on, just a little further.
You get your hands off me. Slipped away.
Please, ma'am, you can't stay here. This is where the body rests for the service tomorrow.
Keep away from me. I'm sitting right here until I get what I want. You hear me?
Here. More respect, please. More respect. What is this? Oh, madam, may I help you?
You may.
How may I be of service, please?
Go in that room back there.
Yes?
And tell that eager young investigator to quit fiddling with my body. I'm a maiden lady, and my moles and birthmarks and scars and other bric-a-brac, including the turn of my ankle, are my own secret. I don't want him prying and probing anything.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Listen, Mr. What's your name?
Carrington.
Mr. Carrington. He's got me in there on this table like a pigeon, ready to be drawn and stuffed.
He's got you?
Go see for yourself.
Very well. Excuse me for a few minutes while I check on this.
You go right ahead and check. I'll sit right here and wait for you. And the rest of you, you keep your distance or I'll whop you with this parasol. Well, it's me in that room, isn't it?
You're making this very difficult for us.
I am. Oh, St. Vitus in the morning. Looky here, Mr. Blood and Bones, or whatever you're called.
Carrington.
You just tell that man back there.
We're already draining the blood from the corpse.
What?
Yes, I assure you there's nothing to be done. Our mortician is also performing a brief autopsy to determine the cause of death, so you just go away now.
He can't do that. Only coroners are allowed to do that.
Well, we sometimes allow a little...
Oh, you march straight in and tell that cut-em-up to pump all that blue blood right back into that fine-skinned body, and if he's taken anything out, for him to attach it back so it will function properly, and then turn that body fresh as paint into my keeping. You hear?
There's nothing I can do.
Well, there's something I can do. I can sit right here for the next 200 years. You listening? And every time any of your customers come by, I'll spit ectoplasm right squirt up their nostrils.
You wouldn't do that.
I would.
You'd ruin our business. We'd have to close up.
Yes.
But in all fairness, you wouldn't force us out into the street to continue our services, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't mind at all. In fact, here comes a customer now.
No, please. That's Mrs. Hawkins. She's come to visit her husband in the slumber room.
Perfect. Watch this. Mrs. Hawkins. Mrs.
Hawkins. Stop. You win. You can have your body back.
Intact?
Intact.
No formaldehyde?
No formaldehyde.
Blood in it?
Blood, yes, blood. If only you'll take it and go.
Fair enough. Fix her up and it's a deal.
Well, don't just stand around, you mental incompetence. Fix her up and bring her out.
Yes, sir.
That's better. And be quick. I haven't got all day. Well, what took you so long? Easy with that wicker. Put it right here on the floor where I can step into it.
Set it down, boys.
Oh, Auntie, are you sure this is gonna work?
Don't worry yourself. I'll soon be back with you, child. All of me, that is. Open the lid.
Open it.
Natural looking, isn't it?
Of course, madam.
Now I'll just step into it. First, my feet, legs, back. backside. Arms. Yes. Feels cold, like granite.
You're almost there. Try pushing harder.
I'm here.
Oh, Andy.
Come along, body. Raise up a bit. Now fold your legs. Oh, good. Now feel. Feel. Oh, yes, it's warm. Now move. Yes. Now stand up. There. Now walk.
She's walking.
Now talk. Much obliged. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh.
I don't believe it.
Come on, Emily. Come on, let's go home. Come in. Is it the man in black?
No, Aunt Tildy, it's only me.
Oh, come in quick, child, and shut the door. Emily, I got a treat for you.
Oh, what's that?
Looky here. It's my autopsy scar. Not bad sewing for a man. I'll have some tea, dear.
There Was an Old Woman was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Ruth Hale, Nathan Hale, Kim Jensen, Tanya Neff, Bob Nelson, Dwayne Hyatt, and Morgan White. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This is Paul Frees speaking.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Father?
Yes, my son? That scent. What is it?
Only just the faintest scent, Father.
It's chocolate, isn't it? Can it be? Is it really you? After all this time.
I just wanted to say thank you, Father.
But you already said you...
That was a long time ago. Do you remember?
Oh, so many years ago.
The scent of chocolate?
I always wondered if I was any help.
Oh, you helped all right.
Did I?
You know you did. I've been away a long time. I'm only in town for today.
I see.
Do you? Do you know just what you did for me? I saw the church. I had to come in. Besides, I had something. Your gift. It's in the poor box. You see, I remembered my promise.
Wait!
No, I have to go. But thanks. Thanks again.
No! Wait! I want to... Oh, damn. Nothing. Nobody. God damn it. Oh, dear God, I wanted to see him. I really wanted to know. Was he short or tall, fat or thin? Ah, there's no telling now. Ah, well. Oh, dear. Was it really all those years ago? Where has the time gone? And what have I done with it? June. It was June then. And raining. A steaming late afternoon of June rain. And there I was. Not young, but younger. Still drowsy. Still dropping off to sleep in the confessional. Waiting for penitence. So many venial sins, so many white lies, so much taking of the Lord's name in vain, so many impure little thoughts. Where in all the world are they? Immense traffics of sin must be lurking out there. So why in God's name aren't there immense traffics of confession in here? What am I but an irrelevance? An ancient watercolor priest, tints fading fast, trapped in here, trapped in the past. Well, I'll give it another 5 minutes and then I'll stop. I could be doing with a cup of tea. The scent of chocolate. It's so strong, it's almost overpowering. Oh, God, there's a lad with a small basket of sins soon laid to rest and him gone. Well, what have you to tell me, son? Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Do you not know the words, child? Eaten in the confessional. Who ever heard of such a thing? I've touched nothing myself since breakfast. It's that my own stomach I hear protesting. Will you stop that? Will you stop that nibbling there? I can smell chocolate clean through the grill here.
That's exactly why I've come, Father.
What's exactly why you've come?
The chocolate.
What has the chocolate got to do with anything?
Oh, please, don't get angry with me, Father.
Angry? Hell, who's angry?
You are. I'm damned and burnt in hell before I start by the sound of your voice.
Ah!
You can't see me, can you, Father?
Of course I can't see you. Were you never in a confessional before now?
I'm sorry, Father, I just wondered.
Yes. The day's hot. I'm out of temper, but then I never had much to speak of.
It will cool off later in the day, Father. You'll be fine then.
Hold on now. Who's taken and who's given confession here?
Why, you are, Father.
Then get on with it. Why don't you?
You must have smelled chocolate.
Did you not hear me stomach rumbling at the scent of it? I've been fasting since breakfast.
I'm sorry.
Stop telling me you're sorry. Tell me for what?
Well, Father, to hit it on the head, I was, and still am, a chocolate junkie.
A chocolate junkie? And that's why you've come to confession this hot day?
That's it, sir. I mean, Father.
Are you sure you haven't come about sweating over your sister? Or blueprints for fornication?
No.
Or battles for the grand war of masturbation?
I have not, Father.
It's all right. You'll get round to it. For now, you're a grand relief to me. I'm full up with wandering males and lonely females and all the junk they read in books and try in waterbeds and sink from sight with suffocating cries as the damn thing spring leaks and all is lost.
No, it's nothing like that.
Get on, then. I'm interested.
Well, Father, every day of my life now, for 10 or 12 years, I have eaten 1 or 2 pounds of chocolate. I can't leave it alone, Father. It's the be-all and end-all of my life.
It sounds like a fearful affliction. Have you acne with it?
I have.
Aye. And it won't exactly give you a lean figure.
If I were to lean, Father, the confessional would surely fall over.
Oh, no. Sit still. Oh, lad. You're rare.
And sad, Father. 22 years old and put upon. I hate myself for eating, and I need to do something about it.
Have you tried chewing more and swallowing less?
Oh, I'm beyond that, Father. I'm an addict. Each night I go to bed saying, Lord, put off the crunch bars and the Hershey bars. Each morning I leap out of bed and run to the liquor store. Not for liquor, you understand, but for 8 chocolate bars. I need them. I'm in sugar shock by noon.
That's not so much a confession as a medical condition.
Oh, my doctor only yells at me.
So he should.
But I don't listen.
And what about your mother? What does she say to all this?
My mother's no help. She's hog fat and candy wild.
Now, you're not very kind about her. I hope you're not one of those souls who live at home still.
I loiter about, Father.
God, there should be laws against boys loitering in the round shade of their mas. Is your father surviving the two of you?
Somehow.
And his weight?
Irving Gross, he calls himself, which is a joke about size and weight and not his true name.
So, with the three of you, the sidewalk's full.
No bike can pass, Father.
Christ in the wilderness. Starving for 40 days.
It sounds like a terrible diet, Father.
If I knew of a proper wilderness, I'd boot you out there this minute.
Boot away, Father. I'm out of pocket from eating, and I'm out of mind from the same. I never dreamed I'd wind up with you. Beg pardon, Father, but it took a lot to drive me here. If my friends knew, if my mom, my dad, my crazy doctor knew I was here with you at this minute, oh, what the hell? What can you do for me after all?
No, wait. Let's talk about it. Gone. He can move quickly for a fat man, I'll say that for him. Left the scent of chocolate behind him, too. Oh, God damn it all. Come back! But he won't, will he? Not ever. I pressed the poor soul too hard, and now he's gone. And it's all my fault. He needed help, and I drove him away. A day, 2 days, a week passed. I snoozed in the confessional, or shuffled papers in the library, and thought about cutting the grass. Oddly enough, I had chocolate on my mind. I kept seeing boys on the street eating the stuff. Hershey bars, Powerhouse, Baby Ruth, Love Nest, and Crunch. Names that rolled sweetly off the tongue or onto it. I found myself dreaming about them and woke in the night and couldn't get back to sleep. At last, I got up and went into the dark church and asked a favor of the Almighty. It wasn't something I did very often, but the next afternoon, the young man who loved chocolate came back. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
What was that, Father?
I wasn't addressing you, my son. Chocolate.
I know.
You shouldn't be coming here, you know.
Why not, Father?
I can't help you. You need special work.
But, Father, I just need to talk to
There's
someone.
no help for you here, I tell you. Your presence disturbs me. Why don't you go somewhere else, for the love of God?
For the love of God? Go to the shrinks, you mean?
Yes. Lord, save us to those people, these psychiatrists.
Oh, God. What do they know? What do they know of life or misery?
They came to know everything.
Just like the church used to claim, Father?
There's a difference between claiming and knowing for sure.
And the church knows for sure, is that it?
If it doesn't, I do.
Don't get mad again, Father. I didn't come to dance angels on the head of a pin with you. Shall I start confession, Father?
It's about time. Well, tell me all about it, then.
Where to begin?
The beginning is as good a place as any.
Oh, Father. It begins and ends with chocolate. The fetes and galas of chocolate. The high days and holidays of chocolate. That's my problem. I've made a god of it. I've worshipped at the altar of chocolate.
My son, what a confession.
But it's true. If I could only tell you. If I could only make you see.
Try. Why don't you?
It's like, well, for instance, there's Swiss chocolate. Swiss milk. dulls on your tongue, and then there's nothing left but the taste, sweet and creamy. Oh, but then there's the bitterness at the heart of the plainest, darkest chocolate, the sinful, tantalizing bitterness that lingers. And then there are Mars bars. I dream of Mars bars. Oh, Father, if you keep them in the fridge, you can chew the chocolate clean off them. It just flakes off between your teeth. And then you can keep the caramel and the marshmallow inside and put it away for later.
He came back to confession again and again, and confess he did. He talked. How he talked. He talked about chocolate. Would you believe that somebody could talk about chocolate for hours on end?
How it is. The soul asks, and the tongue demands, and the stomach accepts, and your very blood dances to the drive of candy bars, chocolate bars, the enticement of Powerhouse, and the promise of Love Nest, and the exquisite
He talked
delivery.
and he talked, and I listened to him.
But most of all, most luscious of all, there's the sweet African murmuring of dark chocolate between the teeth, tinting the gums, flavoring the palate so that you mutter, whisper, murmur, pure Congo, Zambezi, Chad in your sleep.
I never once saw him. Never. After that first time, I never tried. Until now. Days passed, and weeks, and still he came back and talked about his addiction. All through that long, hot, sticky, melting summer.
Wicked taste of that dark, luscious chocolate, Father. The wonderful, bitter sweetness of it. The way it goes to your head as surely as any drug. The way it lingers and entices. I could die for chocolate, Father.
Only once, years before, when I was a very young priest, had anything so strange and special happen to me. A young girl, no more than 16 she must have been, came to confession. It was summer then, too, and school was out. All that summer long, she whispered, and I listened. I heard her July attraction, and her August madness, and her September disillusion. In October, she went away forever, and I wanted to cry out, "Stay! Stay and marry me." Madness. But there I was, shut in my confessional, bound by my vows. And I survived. I did not run out into the traffics of the world. I never saw her, just as I never saw my young man who spoke so eloquently of his passion. But in my mind now, there is some connection between the two encounters, something funny and sad at the same time. Summer girls in swimsuits, chocolate, unwrapped in secret and devoured in stealth.
Pure Congo, Zambezi, Chad, melting on your tongue, muttering, whispering, murmuring to you in your sleep.
But as I listened, I could hear, I knew without looking, that the flesh enclosing that voice was waning and falling away. Week by week, the tread was becoming less heavy. The confessional itself did not cry out with such huge alarms when the body entered next door. It was the loveliest summer I had ever known in the city, but the scent of chocolate was truly fading and almost gone.
Father, it has been a fine summer.
Yes, I've thought so myself.
And now, I have something really awful to confess to you.
I'm beyond shocking, I think.
You may be shocked by this. I am not from your diocese.
That's all right.
And, Father, forgive me, but
Go on.
I'm not even a Catholic.
You're not what?
I'm not even a Catholic, Father. Isn't that awful?
I don't know what to think.
I'm truly sorry. Truly I am. I'll join the church if you want, to make up.
Join the church, you idiot. It's too late for that. Do you know what you've done? Do you know the depths of depravity you've plumbed? You drove me wild, asked advice, argued religion, criticized the Pope, if I remember correctly. And I do remember. Used up 3 months, 80 or 90 days of my time. And now you tell me you're not even a Catholic, but you want to join the church and make up.
Do you mind very much, Father?
Mind? Of course I mind. And all for nothing.
It was not all for nothing. God bless you, Father. You have helped me.
I have?
You have helped me so very much. Can't you guess? I've lost weight. You wouldn't believe the weight I've lost. 80, 85, 90 pounds. All because of you, Father. I gave it up.
You did?
I gave it up. Take a deep breath. Inhale. What do you smell?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's gone. The smell of chocolate and the chocolate with it. I'm truly free.
Free?
You must know it yourself, Father. You've done Christ's work. When I was falling, you put out your hand and saved me.
I felt the tears burst from my eyes. I couldn't stop them. They came like a shower of spring rain after the 7 lean years. Then I heard sounds from the other side of the grill, and I knew that the young man was crying too.
Oh, Lord. Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all. Not at all. So, we sat there in the sweet incense gloom. 2 men on opposite sides of some fragile board slattings on a late afternoon at the end of summer, weeping.
Are you all right, Father?
I'm fine. Thanks.
Anything I can do?
Hey, you have already done it, my son.
About my joining the church?
No.
I meant it.
No matter.
But it does matter. I'll join if you want. Even though I'm Jewish.
What?
Jewish, Father. But I'm an Irish Jew, if that helps.
Oh, yes. Yes, it helps. It helps.
What's so funny, Father?
I don't know, but it's so damn funny.
I suppose it is. When you come to think about it.
A church is washed good and fine, and not only by tears of sorrow, but by the clean, fresh-cut meadow brooms of self-forgiveness that God gave to man and called laughter. What was that?
Just the church door blowing open, Father. You can smell autumn in the air today.
Indeed you can. Summer's over.
And there are leaves coming off all the trees, whirling through the air. There's a kind of excitement about it, you know?
Oh, yes, I know.
What's wrong?
I sometimes wish I could be gone with them. Somewhere, anywhere.
Do you?
No, not really. Not now. This is my place. Here. But you could be gone.
I know. And you've guessed, haven't you? I'm leaving. This is my last time with you.
I see. And where are you off to, son?
Oh, I don't know for sure. I was always afraid before. I never went anywhere. But now, with my weight gone, I'm heading out. A new job and so many places to be and see, so much to do. So many new people to meet.
How long will you be gone?
A year, 5 years, 10. Will you still be here 10 years from now?
God willing.
Well, somewhere along the way, I'll be in Rome, and I'll buy something. I'll have it blessed by the Pope, and when I come back, I'll bring it here and look you up.
Will you do that?
I will. Do you forgive me, Father?
For what?
For everything.
My dear boy. I think we've already forgiven each other.
I'm going now. Is it true that goodbye means God be with you?
That's what it means.
Well then, goodbye, Father.
And goodbye in all its true meaning to you, lad. And then he was gone. Until today, when he came back, still light on his feet, but with the very faintest scent of chocolate about him. Why would that be, I wonder? What was it he said? Your gift is in the poor box. I'd better go and see. As well, the church is empty. My parishioners will maybe think I was robbing the... Well, this must be the biggest bar of chocolate I've ever seen. And I wonder if he really did.
I'll be in Rome. I'll buy something, and I'll have it blessed by the Pope.
A chocolate bar? Did he really? In all that sea of arms and hands, did he hold up a silver-wrapped candy bar to be blessed by the Pope himself?
Buona Pasqua, nella gioia e nella pace.
I have more need of it myself, so I lock it in the little drawer, the one on my desk. And on days when despair leaks in through the windows and the very hinges of my study door, I'll take it out and nibble a bit of it. It's not blasphemy. After all, it isn't the host, the blessed body of our Lord, but it is a life. My life. And it is blessed. And thanks be to God, when I taste it, it will be very, very sweet.
As you have heard, not all my tales have a dark twist, unless you count the color of the chocolate. Have I Got a Chocolate Bar for You was dramatized by Catherine Cherkowska. John Yule played the young man, and the priest was played by T.P. McKenna. The director was Hamish Wilson. This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
He sat silently. He sat, a man 80 years old. He sat in an empty house, on an empty street, in an empty town, on the empty planet Mars. He sat as he had sat for 60 years, waiting. Outside, the Martian wind raged, shaking the telephone poles and causing the wires to sing in chorus. Inside, on the table in front of him, lay a telephone that had not rung for a long, long time. Until now. Ray Bradbury's Night Call. Collect.
The wind. That infernal wind never stops. Never leaves me a night's peace. Blowing through the wires all over town.
It can't be. It's impossible. No, I'm alone. In an empty house, on an empty planet. No!
Barton? Barton, are you there?
Barton? Why, yeah, that's me.
Barton?
What?
Barton? Barton?
No, it can't be. It can't be. There. It's done. No. Not again. It's not possible. Who's there?
Barton?
Yes. This is Barton.
Well. Do you know who this is?
Oh, what do you mean, who? The first call I've had in a lifetime, and you want to play games?
I'm sorry. How stupid of me. Of course you wouldn't recognize your own voice on the telephone. Nobody ever does. It's like the first time you heard your voice recorded on a tape recorder. You were disappointed in the nasal, affected quality you heard.
What are you talking about?
Barton. This is Barton.
What?
Well, who did you think it was? A rescue party from Earth? Did you think we'd finally missed you and came all the way back to get you?
No.
What's the date?
The date?
Yes, what year is this?
Well, it's July 20th, 2097.
2097. Good grief. 60 years. Have you really been sitting there that long waiting for a rescue ship to come from Earth?
Yes.
60 years ago. Think. Now, old man, do you know who I am?
Yes, I remember. We are one. I am Emil Barton, and you are Emil Barton.
Yes, but with one difference. You're 80.
Yes.
And I'm only 20.
Yes. 20 years old. Listen to me. Are you listening?
Of course.
If I could only warn you, if I could only show you how lonely the years are. Listen to me. End it. Kill yourself. Don't wait. Don't become 80. If you knew what it is to change from what you are to the thing that is me, today, here and now, to come to this end.
Impossible, Barton. I don't even have a way to tell if you ever get this call. It's all mechanical. It's electronics and wires and resistors. You're talking to a recording. Nothing more. This is 2037. 60 years ago.
60?
Yes. Today, the atomic war started on Earth. It's a worldwide calamity. All colonials were called home from Mars by rocket. And I got left behind.
I remember.
Alone. On Mars. Not another living soul. First days, then months, then years. Well, who cares? There's plenty of food. There's hundreds of houses to live in, cars to drive, and millions of kilowatts of self-sustaining power. And books. Whole libraries full of them. In my spare time, I've made recordings of words. 10,000 words and responses connected to phone relays. Later on, I'll make phone calls. I'll have someone to talk with.
Yes, that's right.
60 years from now, my own tapes will ring me up and talk to me. I don't really think I'll be here on Mars that long. It's just a beautifully ironic idea of mine. something to pass the time. Is that really you, Barton? Is that really me?
Yes. It's really me.
I've made thousands of tapes, thousands of Bartons, sensitive to all questions, in 1,000 Martian towns. An army of Bartons all over Mars. While I wait for the rockets to return.
You waited 60 years. You grew old waiting. Alone. And now you've become me. And still alone. In the empty cities.
Don't expect any sympathy from me. You're like a stranger off in another country. I can't be sad.
If only you knew what lay in store for you 50, 60 years down the road.
Well, I can't cry at that. Because not knowing the future, I can only be optimistic. I'm human now. You're human later.
It's insane.
Yes, it is.
Stop it. Oh.
What is it, old man? Your heart.
Oh, I never knew you were so heartless. Go away. Leave me alone.
Go where? I am. As long as the tapes glide on, I'll be young and cruel. I'll go on being young and cruel long after you're dead. Goodbye, Barton.
Wait! Morning. I must have slept here in this chair all night. Oh, the phone. The voice. Yeah. I must have been dreaming. A nightmare. Yeah, that's what it was. A silly, stupid nightmare. I'm getting so old, I'm starting to imagine all sorts of things. One of these days, I'll probably think Hello? Who's there?
Morning, Barton. This is Barton. 7 o'clock. Rise and shine.
Again?
You're to go to Mars Town at noon. Install a telephonic brain. I thought I'd call you up and remind you. Remember? Cheer up. That rescue ship might come tomorrow to save us.
Yes. Tomorrow. I'll let it ring. I don't have to answer it. There's no one there. That Bill! It's like talking to yourself, but different. Oh, how different. Hello.
Hello, old Barton. This is young Barton. You took your time answering the phone this time, didn't you? What's the matter? You're going deaf? Well, no matter. I've had a birthday. I'm 21 today. How about that? Now I'm legal. In the last year, I put voice brains in over 200 towns all over the planet. I've populated Mars with Bartons.
Yes, I remember. 60 years ago, rushing into hills and valleys with truckloads of equipment. Another day, another telephone or two or three.
Yes, something to do, isn't it? Something clever and wonderful.
And sad. That young idiot, that sadistic fool. Never thinking that someday I might reap this awful harvest.
Hey, Barton, guess what?
What?
Last night for my birthday, I went to a movie theater in an empty town. I played an old Laurel and Hardy movie. I laughed my sides off. It was called Saps at Sea, remember?
Yes.
Well, anyway, while I was sitting there alone, I got this great idea. I recorded my voice and multiplied it 1,000 times on tape. I put speakers all over town so it sounded like 1,000 people. I put motors on doors so they opened and slammed shut. I had radios playing. I even found some recordings of children singing and dogs barking and horns honking, all run by timers. If I don't look out the window, it's a wonderful illusion. I guess I'm getting lonely.
That's the first sign.
What?
The first time you admitted you were getting lonely.
And you know what else? I've experimented with smells. Yeah. As I walk down the street, I smell bacon and ham and eggs and toast, all from empty houses.
That's madness.
No, not madness. Self-protection.
I'm hanging up now. I'm tired.
Bart!
It's too much. I'm being drowned by the past. I've got to get out. Go to town for a walk. Get away from me. The town is dark now and empty. At one time, I put sounds and smells here. But it was all a lie. An electronic, mechanical lie. No! No! Another one! All right. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, can't he leave me alone? I'm an old man. I can't take this sort of harassment. I'm coming. Can't you hear me? Here in this house. What?
Hello, Barton.
Oh, what do you want?
Barton, I'm lonely. I only live when I speak, so I must speak. You can't shut me up forever.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ah!
What is it?
Oh, my heart. Oh.
Pity. This is Barton, age 24. Another couple of years gone. Waiting. A little lonelier. I've read War and Peace twice. I've drunk sherry, run restaurants with myself as waiter, cook, entertainer. Well, tonight I star in a film at the theater. Emil Barton in Love's Labor Lost. I play all the parts, some with wigs.
Oh, stop calling me, or I'll kill you.
You can't kill me. You'll have to find me first.
I'll find you.
You've forgotten where you hid me. I'm everywhere. I'm in boxes, houses, cables, towers, even underground. Go ahead. Try.
I'll kill you.
What'll you call it? Telecide? Suicide?
I'll kill you.
You're jealous, aren't you? Jealous of me here, only 24, bright-eyed, strong, young. All right, old man. It's war, if that's what you want. Between us. Between me. A whole regiment of us, all ages, form against you. The only real one. Go ahead. Declare war.
I'll kill all of you.
You'll have to find us first.
I can still drive this thing. I'll head south first, through the valley. I'll find them, and I'll destroy them all. I've got a pistol, rifles, old-fashioned dynamite. That should do it. All right. Where are you hiding in this town? In the poles? In the towers? The boxes? The telephone pole, that's where you are. There! One pole down. Is that where you were hiding? Or maybe you're in the next one, huh? Here, I'll try some dynamite. See how you like this one, young Barton? Now, all of them, all of the towers in this town will have to come down. All of them! That one! That one! That one! So I got your attention, did I? Hello!
Barton? Handy things, these phone booths. They're all over town. All over Mars. Some of them with underground cables. Just a warning, Barton. Don't try to rip down all the towers and poles in town. It won't do you any good. There's too many of us around. Besides, it would be cutting your own throat.
How's that?
Think about it a while. Suppose a rescue ship came down from Earth after all these years. Suppose it came down tonight or tomorrow, next week. What if it landed on the other side of the planet and used the phones to try and call you, Barton? If you destroy them, they'll never know you're alive. Think about it.
Here's what I think about it. A rocket won't come. I'm too old. It's too late. But what if one did come? I'd never know. I'd never know. Well, a great idea young Barton had to go to the movie. Just a thing to relax and forget. Let's see. It works. Laurel and Hardy. Saps at sea. Bring out the buttered popcorn and the juju beans. Excuse me, lady. Could you remove your hat? Hey, down in front. Look at those guys, will you? What? Again? Now? Look, can't you leave me alone, please?
Who's this? Who's there? Who is it?
Hello?
Who is this? Where are you?
Wait a minute, wait. This is Barton. Who's this?
Mr. Barton?
Yes.
Emil Barton?
Yes, Emil Barton. Who is this?
This is Captain Rockwell, Apollo 48.
Rockwell?
Yes, we just arrived from Earth.
No.
Are you there, Mr. Barton?
No, it can't be.
Mr. Barton, where are you?
You're lying.
Lying?
It's you, Barton, making fun of me. Lying to me.
Look, this is Captain Rockwell from Earth. We just landed in New Chicago. Where are you?
Green Villa. I'm in Green Villa.
Where is that?
Well, it's about 600 miles from you, southeast.
Look, Barton, can you come here?
What?
We've got repairs to make. We're exhausted from the trip. Can you come here?
Well, yes.
We're at the field outside town. Can you be here by tomorrow?
Oh, yes, but...
Well?
How's Earth? How's New York? Is the war over?
Well, there'll be plenty of time for gossip when you get here. We've got a 6-week trip back home. We'll be expecting you by sunup.
I'll be there. They're here. After all these years, they've come back for me. I've got to hurry. Got to get to the car. I'll have to stop and pump some gas in this thing somewhere, but I'll make it. That voice, Captain Rockwell. It couldn't be me 40 years ago. I've never made a recording like that. Or have I? Maybe I did make a false tape of a false landing with a synthetic crew and Captain... Oh, no, I'm just being a suspicious old fool. This is no time to doubt. I must run with the moons of Mars all night. Oh, what a party we'll have! Oh, it was worth driving all night. Before we leave, I'll make one last phone call. Hello, young Barton. This is old Barton. I'm leaving for Earth today. I've been rescued. What do you think of that? The sun's not quite up yet. I can't see any lights. Guess I'll honk and let them know I'm here. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Hello, it's Barton. I'm here. Maybe there's someone in the office. You'd think there'd be somebody up if they're expecting me. Hello? Hello? There's no one here. It's deserted.
I wondered if you'd get there alive.
You.
How's your heart, old man?
No.
Well, I had to eliminate you some way, so I could live.
I'm going out now and blow up every pole and wire I see. I don't care what happens to me, as long as you're all dead.
You haven't the strength. Why do you think I had you travel so fast and so far? This is your last trip. How's your heart now, old man? I can hear you breathing hard. You must be in pain. You'll never make it to the other towns. Face it, Barton. The war is over. I've won. You don't sound well. You better sit down. There. That's better, isn't it? What's that? Another phone? Oh, business is picking up. You better answer it, Barton. Hello, Barton? Barton!
No!
Barton!
No! Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Hello, Barton? Yes. Barton? This is Barton, age 24. Oh? Well, I'm 26. We're both young. Yes. What's happened? I don't know. Listen. Congratulate me, Barton. This is my 26th birthday. Well, congratulations. I've just had my 24th. Wonderful. I'll call you later. Right. Till then. Goodbye, Barton. Goodbye, Barton.
Night Call Collect was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Morgan White and Mike McDonough. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This program was produced with the funds provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting through National Public Radio Satellite Program Development Fund. The program was produced by Brigham Young University Media Services, which is solely responsible for its content. This is Paul Frees speaking.
Ray, as I discuss your stories with other people, I'm very often asked, where did he get the idea for that story? Let's take the Veldt, for instance. Where did you get the idea for that?
Well, I learned years ago just to stand back and let ideas run over me. In other words, not try to think stories out, but to feel them out. Once you get an idea, then rush to the typewriter and get it done. And let it develop itself. Learn to trust your intuition, whatever that happens to be. We don't know what it is. It's a mystery. But if you crammed yourself with notions and poetry and concepts and scientific ideas over the years, you're bound to have a lot of mulch in there you don't know about. Plus, everything from the moment you were born, plus months before you were born that you don't really remember, all of this has been put away in your head for a lifetime. And your job as a writer is to drag it out in the open, screaming and yelling. You can't think it out because thinking gets in the way of the process. Intellectualizing is dangerous to the creative process. So what you do is get the smallest idea that's exciting. And you can do this by word association. I've learned to do this in my last years in high school. And the older I got, the more I did it. In the case of the Veldt, I word associated one day. Went to the typewriter, just typed anything came into my head. I like to make lists of nouns. And then say to yourself, okay, the night, the attic, the basement, the blue bottle, etc. And then you see what you put in the bottle or what's in the attic. In this particular case, I typed the words, the nursery, one morning. I said, nursery where? In the past? No. Present? No. What about the future? That's more interesting. What would a nursery in the future be like? So I began to think what I would want to put in it or what children would want to put in it. And I ran to the typewriter. Then I just started typing, making up things to put into the nursery. And in order to talk about this nursery, I thought, what the heck? I'll have a man coming home from work one afternoon, and his wife is in the kitchen surrounded by machines. And they began to talk about the nursery. And she complains. Well, I don't know what she's complaining about. So I follow him down the hall. I'm typing like crazy here. I don't know what's going to happen. She says, the nursery is broken. Well, I don't know what's going to be in the nursery. We walk down the hall. I'm typing. Open the door, and you step in, and by gosh, there's Africa. And the hot sun, the Veldt land, the boma trees, the lions feeding over in the heat, and this terrible smell of dust and blood. And the sun strikes me, and I'm typing like crazy. Next thing you know, the room is the villain. Africa is there. I don't know what it's doing there. And suddenly the children are mentioned. They've been playing in the room, or they've been fixating on Africa. And boom, the next thing you know, 2 hours later, the story is finished. Now, when I sat down that morning, I had no idea that I was going to be doing that short story. But obviously, I'd been thinking about Africa since I was a child. That was all put away. I fell in love with Africa to begin with when Tut was brought out of his tomb. That's when I was 3 years old. I remember seeing the pictures in the paper. 3 isn't very old, but the pictures of those gorgeous sarcophagi and the various things found in the tomb so impressed me, I never forgot it. Well, that's Northern Africa, of course. Became a super fiend for Tarzan. So that all goes into your subconscious. And all of a sudden, when you're 30, you press a button, the nursery, the Veldt, boom, and all that African lore comes springing out at you as a surprise. Now, this is the only way to write that I can think of. It's got to be fun. If it isn't an adventure, if it's not a surprise, it's not going to be any good. You can't get in the way. And if you do, you become a bore, you become an intellectual writer. There's nothing worse. I can't think, there's very few intellectual writers in the history of the world who could be entertainers. The one exception is George Bernard Shaw. He's almost alone now. All the other bright people managed to fall over their own feet.
Ray, what sort of writers have influenced you over the years, or have any?
The list is endless. I probably love other writers more intensely than almost any other writer in history. I've written more short stories, more plays, more poems, more essays about other writers than any other writer I can think of. I've written poems about Edgar Allan Poe, Emily Dickinson being my mother, a poem like Emily Dickinson, Where Are You? Herman Melville called your name last night in his sleep. Did a whole thing on Hawthorne in poetry. I wrote poems about Thomas Wolfe when I was 19 and 20. Did a short story about him, which became a radio drama with Norman Corwin. And it's just endless. Herman Melville as an influence. Shakespeare as an influence. George Bernard Shaw has been a constant friend now in my life since I was 30 or so. And I knew Charles Laughton 25 years ago, and he brought a lot of these people back into my life. I used to go over to his house. He'd stand on his hearth and give performances of Lear and Othello and Hamlet just for me, one person. He was that kind of man. He was a teacher of language. He was a person who put me back on my own resources. This is what Charles Laughton did for me. And he reintroduced Shakespeare into my life. I already was in love with him, but more intensely so after Laughton gave me permission to love my language again. I knew that something was wrong with me through the years. I knew I was writing a different kind of science fiction, and a lot of other science fiction writers were making fun of me because I obviously was so in love with the great poets, Shakespeare, Robert Shaw, Emily Dickinson, Yeats. The list is endless, huh? And so all these things have gone in to my background, along with the primitive things, with the African background and with King Tut and with my love of astronomy. So I've been lucky that I've fallen in love in dozens of ways, not just one way. And it's given me a richer life than some other writers have had. I am always amazed that people don't fall in love with more things. How can you not? Down in the basement, I would sit down and by hand transcribe the whole show. So I learned how to write 15-minute radio shows when I was 12 years old from Chandu. And when Buck Rogers came along the next year, he did the same thing. And Tarzan in 1934, I believe it was. I listened to those, Little Orphan Annie, right on up through time. And then when I was in high school, in typing class, I would type scripts for George Burns and Gracie Allen. I got to know them, hung around the studios down in Hollywood and downtown Los Angeles. At one time in 1934, there were no radio audiences for big broadcasts. And I got to know George and Gracie. And George Birds took me and a friend in to this theater in downtown L.A. And the curtain went up, and my friend and I were in the front row, empty theater, two of us. And the Burns and Allen show was broadcast for the two of us that night. Huh? We were the only audience.
Let's talk for a minute about some of the themes that seem to reoccur in your stories. I look back on And the Moon Be Still As Bright, and there seems to be a theme of not changing things, leaving things as they are. This seems to also reoccur in A Sound of Thunder. Is this a conscious effort on your part?
I think it's just, you do it without knowing it. I've never noticed until later that these themes are there, and then people point them out and say, I'll be darned, that's interesting. I think it has to do with a reverence for time and place, and I think it's inbuilt. I think it's genetic. I think I was born with a certain kind of melancholy sense for place and time, and that I respected anything like that. If I go into an old city or I go into a burial ground, there's a sense there of the ghosts of the past that I think has to be respected for whatever reasons. you don't want to get too mystical about it, but you do get an overwhelming thing. I had a really shocking, stunning experience at Normandy 5 years ago. I visited the American burial ground at Normandy, France, with my wife one afternoon, and we were destroyed by the experience, utterly destroyed. The weight of all those dead people was simply fantastic. Now, it's very hard to know if you bring all that with you as baggage from your knowledge of the war and our involvement in Europe over a period of 30 years or so, or whether there's something else there that says, hey, remember, here we are, remember, don't ever forget. But it crushed us. We had to get out of there. We were in tears.
Well, that brings to mind your story, There Was an Old Woman, and your theme of encountering death and facing death, and that seems to also reoccur in Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, I think we're all working. A lot of people don't like to talk about it, but I think you have to be very honest that we're competing all the time with time. Time is running out. And I sensed this when I was very young, that I was in a competition with death. I had to get my work done. And every time I put a new short story in the mail, especially a novel, but what a triumph that is, because you really went up, huh? You say, okay, death, I've won this time. And you're not going to win forever. And as you get even older, it's even more clear that your time is running out. So I've been finishing a new novel after 10 years' work during the last few months. And I always feel I'm fighting against that thing. Just so much time is allotted to me. And I'm very privileged to have been able to live this long and write so much. But I've got a huge cargo to leave behind me, huh? And I'm so proud of that. I'm so happy that I did it. And I cannot comprehend people who don't want to leave something behind.
There's a quote on the back of some of your books by the New York Times, which calls you the world's greatest living science fiction writer. Is that how you'd like to be remembered by future generations?
Oh, gee, I don't know. I never did see that quote, and I often wondered where it came from. No, I would like in his backyard. Can't be done, but since he's doing it, Bradbury makes me believe it. Well, I'll go with him. He's a nice guy. And you go with a metaphor finally, say, oh, yes. I wouldn't mind being a Martian myself and waking up some morning and looking in the mirror, and there are the golden eyes, and I know the change has begun. Huh?
Ray, of all the books and stories and poems you've ever written, do you have a favorite?
Oh, so many, but one that the older I get and the more junk comes on TV, like The Day After a couple of months ago, about the atom war and the destruction of the world and all that junk, which I refused to watch, because I could see it coming. I knew it'd be big now. And we had 48 hours of talk before, then it, and 48 hours more of banal talk after. And I remembered back to my story, There Will Come Soft Rains, which told the same story, but told it in 3 pages, and it was dramatized on radio 34 years ago, and I think it took about 12 minutes, maybe 14. And it said more in 14 minutes than this big, overblown 2-hour show, because what it did was simply take all the people away and show you a house that went on talking to itself and performing and reading poetry and entertaining and lighting cigars and making dinner and cleaning the dishes and putting out the cards and watering the lawn and putting the people to sleep even though they weren't there. And finally the house burns up and the house tries to save itself, and the next morning there's nothing left of the house except one big computer panel with some tapes in it playing the poetry and reciting on and on through all the dawns to come. So the house has its own life, and the house is the metaphor for the family. And it tells you more about nuclear war in a short compact than all the big pieces of nonsense, I think.
Ray, one of the things you've been able to do very successfully is take everyday, ordinary people and place them in fantastic and sometimes futuristic settings. How did you become a science fiction writer?
I blundered into science fiction through doing it all wrong for a while. I think we all blunder into certain kinds of writing and do it wrong because we're busy imitating other people. We have heroes like H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, or a lot of my science fiction friends, Robert Heinlein and Lee Brackett, and others that I knew back when I was 18, 19, 20 years old.
So you're so busy imitating them, you're doing everything wrong. At the same time, I blundered into the weird tale and began to dredge up out of my subconscious some very personal remembrance of times in my childhood, and stumbled onto a short story like The Lake, which was a real incident out of the time when I was around 8 or 9. And all of a sudden, in the middle of that story, I began to cry, and I knew I was doing something good. I stumbled on something. And as time passes, you say, hey, why don't I take that personal approach that I'm using in the weird tale, things out of my past, ghosts of the past that I'm using, and apply that over in the science fiction field? Because I'm trying to do all these things like imitating John Carter or Lee Brackett, her Stark stories about Mars. And it just wasn't working, you can't imitate. So I wrote a short story about 2 boys who wanted to be rocket pilots. And I think it was called The King of the Gray Spaces. And that was rejected by every magazine in the field because it just wasn't science fiction. Just a story of 2 boys who wanted to be rocket pilots. And finally appeared, I believe, in Famous Fantastic Mysteries when I was around 24. And that was the changeover. I realized then I had to write about people, not symbols of people, but real people, and put them in these fantastic situations. And then everything would be believable, because these are just ordinary folks, huh?
You already mentioned some of the stories that you wrote were created from lists of words, word association stories. Did you write these just for fun, or is there really some message there you're trying to give us?
Everything's fun for me. If it isn't fun, I don't want to do it. And it may very well be that inadvertently or indirectly, I am doing a teaching lesson. I find out later. But if the fun isn't there, then the lesson isn't worth it. Anyone that sets out to write a socially important novel is going to be a bore. I can't think of, and if you can think of one, I'd be willing to agree with you. I can't think of any socially significant novels out of the 30s written to change our minds about the world that are worth a damn today. The only novel I can think of that has a slight tinge of that is Grapes of Wrath, but that to me is a novel about a family and a man and a place and a movement, and it's only indirectly a semi-political or social tract. If Steinbeck had applied some of his earlier techniques to that novel, he would have ruined it. He was much more socially conscious a few books before that, and they don't read as well as a result. You cannot go out to cure the world.
And yet you wrote Fahrenheit 451, which was a very important social
But it was an adventure, first of all, and I fell in love with the idea of a fireman who burned books, and that to me was so terrific, it was irresistible. And then once you start talking to Montag and discover he has discovered books and he wants to read them, then I say, well, heck, go read them and I'll follow. So in 9 days I wrote the novel, and it was a lark.
Are we any closer to George Orwell's concept of 1984 or your concept in Fahrenheit 451?
Well, most of us write novels to prevent futures, not predict them. So I think we're all moral writers of fables. I think Jules Verne was that way. H.G. Wells most certainly was. I think we all want to change the world, and the way to change it is to occasionally scare it and say, if you don't behave, Santa Claus isn't coming, and something's going to happen to you, something terrible. So you scare people with your stories of futures you don't really believe in. You just are a little afraid of. So we're no closer to 1984 now in the United States than we ever were. We're a very healthy, self-aerating, revolutionary, truly revolutionary country.
Are you a moody person? Are there times when you just can't write?
No, I don't allow that to happen. We mustn't. That is that's self-pity of the worst sort. You mustn't allow that to happen. If these moods happen, it means if I were a teacher and I were moody all the time, I'd suddenly realize, number one, either I hate my students, or I hate what I'm teaching. I've taught it too many years. I've got to shift. I've got to find another subject. I've got to get a new kind of student. I got to take a sabbatical, whatever it is. Sit down and find out why you're so damn moody. And then do something about it. In the instant, not tomorrow, not next week, something if it goes on too long. So I've learned over the years not to put up with this nonsense. And so I rarely have moods that sustain themselves. I simply will not permit, and I go do something totally different. A new piece of work will drag the old piece of work after it. And sometimes you're just tired. You've done a thing too often. I've been on this novel 10 years now. If I'm not careful, it drags me down. I don't allow that. I go do a new short story. The energy I borrow from that, I go back to the novel, and boom, everything comes to focus again. Huh? So you borrow energy. Find ways of borrowing energy. And so many new things to do. So many films you haven't seen yet. Or old films you've been promising yourself to see again. Or old radio shows you haven't heard since you were a kid. And you play those. Oh, yes, that's where I started. Huh? That's where I started. That's who I was. So all these ways of revivifying yourself.
If I could change the subject just a bit. It occurs to me you're the only person who's ever written a novel about Halloween.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? There have been a few other technical books. I got curious about this about 15 years or so ago. I got to know Chuck Jones, the animator cartoonist, and loved him so much, became a very good friend of his. And we said, let's do an animated cartoon together. What shall we do? And Chuck says, well, let's do a film on Halloween. You know, you got any ideas for Halloween? Because we both had, even though we liked Peanuts and we loved Charles Schulz, we didn't like The Great Pumpkin, huh? Because the whole thing turns out to be a fraud. The Great Pumpkin never shows, you know. Because I'm sorry, you cannot do that to us. You cannot treat us children that way. Because if you tell us the Great Pumpkin is going to come, he's got to show one way or the other. So I said, I'm going to do the whole thing over and make the Great Pumpkin show up. So I said to Chuck, I've got a painting I want to show you that I'd done years before called The Halloween Tree. And I have it in my office, a huge thing. It's a big tree filled with pumpkins, and there's a body lying out under the tree made of leaves, an autumn person underneath the tree. And Chuck looked at that and said, well, he says, that's the plot for the animated film. Let's put you to work on it. And you research Halloween. Let's do an adventure, a journey into Halloween. So then I created Mr. Mounshroud and took all these kids back on a journey through death. And when I was done with it, and Chuck said, great, we'll get to work on this and do a 90-minute animated cartoon. MGM shut down its animation unit, threw us out of the studio, and we were on the streets with nowhere to go. Well,
you write about the elements. You write about fire. You write about wind. What made you write your short story called The Wind?
Again, you're always looking for things that terrify you. And you make lists of things out of your childhood. For instance, late at night, two things used to scare me. The sound of the wind, if it got too strong, whining through the screens or coming down the chimney. Or late at night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a locomotive would run along out in the country. And I would go, ooh, and that would be the ghost of my dead cousin. I had a cousin who died and was buried out on a farm somewhere when I was 7 or 8 years old. And when that locomotive would go by at night, and it would sound like the ghosts haunting the earth, demanding to be back, wanting to be alive again. And I'd crouch in my bed and I'd snuggle up to my brother because I was afraid the locomotive would come get me. Huh? So that's a memory you remember, and you put it in a book like Something Wicked This Way Comes Later. And the wind, you remember that later. And then you read about those parts of the world where weather seems to be born. And you see various films having to do with weather as you grow up. And finally a day comes when you put the words "the wind" on a piece of paper and say, okay, what do I know about the wind? How can I scare myself with that?
What are the goals for the rest of your life? Is there any one thing in particular you'd care to accomplish?
Number one, finish the murder mystery I'm working on now, because I've always loved Dashiell Hammett and Raymond Chandler, and if I can even stand in their shadow, I'll be very happy. If they'll give me a little space, there's no way of predicting. I can't judge. I'm loving the book. I'm having fun with it. That doesn't mean anything. That's just my love. So we'll just wait and see when it comes out. Finishing my opera, Leviathan 99, Moby Dick in Outer Space. Want to do that. I want to do more films. I've got 100 new poems. I want more stage plays. I've got I've got 20 plays that have never been produced. want to produce more of them. We got a whole wonderful evening on the Anthem Sprinters on my life in Ireland 30 years ago. I've got a whole book on Ireland I've almost finished called Green. It's 30 of my Irish stories and essays. And, well, there's just no telling. I want to do more cartoons. I'd like to have my own comic strip someday, a Sunday comic strip like Prince Valiant. And more radio shows. You know, this year to me is one of the great years because for 40 years or so I've wanted to have my own radio series, and I begged and pleaded the network people to give me the time, and they never did. And now, all of a sudden, Brigham Young has come along, and all you nice people have come along and done this, and I'm immensely grateful. I'm very touched and very grateful. So you're giving me part of my future. And you just go on from there. You don't know what you're going to be doing. I think you have to be like Michelangelo when he was 80 and he went out and bought a big slab of marble, about a half ton. And all of his friends said, Mickey, why are you buying that ton of marble? You're 80 years old. You'll never finish this. Get out of the way. Give me the hammer, you know. And that really is it. You know, I'm buying all kinds of tons of marble. And with luck, I'm going to live into the next century and be 100 years old and continue. I want to be like George Bernard Shaw. He's my goal. He died he was around 95. And he was a scythe that had been worn down by the years. I want just a little sliver of metal to be left, yeah, when I hit 99. Just enough to reap one more field.
Ray, I appreciate talking with you, and I appreciate working with you. And I hope we can work on another project again sometime.
Before that, on Radio 4, here's Ray Bradbury to introduce a new series of his Tales of the Bizarre.
My story, The Man Upstairs, comes directly out of my childhood. I loved to watch my grandmother eviscerate the turkeys and chickens on the kitchen table. I was curious about all the innards that came out there. And so I stood around in the kitchen, and I watched our star boarder eat his soup and the other victuals on the table when I was 10, 11, 12. And I began to imagine what kind of man this boarder was. He was the town barber, but he seemed terribly strange, and there was nothing about his background that I truly knew. So between my grandmother and the eviscerated turkeys and this strange boarder with a funny straw hat, many years later, I sat down and wrote The Man Upstairs.
17, 18, 19, 20 knives, Grammy.
Yeah. You be careful now, Douglas. Some of those are very sharp. Cut you if you touch them.
I'm always careful.
You need a good sharp knife if you're going to cut a chicken like this.
Who taught you to do it, Grammy?
Why, my own grandma. And her grandma before her, I suppose. Why do you like to watch me so much?
I don't know. I just like to see the way you do it. It's so neat and nice. See, there's the heart. And the slippery, slidey liver. What are you going to stuff the chicken with today, Granny?
Oh, nothing fancy, child. Just a little seasoned bread. Now, you fetch me the salt cellar and the pepper pot now, and I'll get her.
How do you know I've got insights like that, Granny?
Oh, go away now. All these questions. You answer that for me, Douglas.
Okay, Grammy. I'm going.
Good morning, child. Is the landlady at home?
Landlady? Oh, yeah. She's my grandma, and she's busy right now.
I wish to rent her upstairs room, as advertised in the shop down the street there.
We've got 10 boarders, and it's rented already. You'd better go away now.
Douglas, what are you saying? That's all nonsense. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Never you mind this child. I don't know what's got into him. Of course there's a room. Come in now, do.
Thank you.
I think we can suit you just fine. If you follow me, I'll show you the room. It's quite private and quiet.
Then I think it will suit me very well. Very well indeed.
Sheets, pillowcases, towels. Now, Douglas, up you go and take these to Mr. Kobelman's room. You tell him I'll make up his bed later.
Do I have to, Grammy?
Of course you have to. What's got into you, Douglas? You're usually so helpful.
Nothing's got into me. I just don't like him.
And who are you to like or dislike our lodgers? Off you go now, Douglas, and don't let me hear that talk again.
Did you want something, boy?
Here are your sheets and towels. I'm to tell you we eat at noon sharp, and if you're late coming down, the soup will get cold. Grandma fixes it so it will, every time.
Well, I'll be on time then. Here. 10 copper pennies. Brand new.
Gee, thanks.
We shall be friends, you and I.
I'll drop these in my dime bank when I get them changed into a dime. I got $6.50 in dimes, all ready for my camp trip in August.
I must wash now. You better go.
Yeah, I think Grandma wants me. I'd better go.
Mrs. Spaulding.
Yes, Mr. Kobelman?
I have my own cutlery. Here. Please use it in future.
Why, you don't need
Yes,
to.
I'm afraid I do. A wooden spoon, knife, and fork. I cannot use silver. I have an allergy.
That's a pity.
No matter. And I will have lunch today, but from tomorrow onwards, only breakfast and supper, please.
But lunch is the best meal of the day.
Nevertheless, I cannot eat lunch. I must sleep in the day. I work at nights.
Oh, well, just as you please. Douglas, must you rattle your silverware like that?
I'm only playing, Grandma. I know a trick. Watch me, Mr. Copeland. You just pick at the fork tine like this, and point it, and hey presto.
Now, here's dessert. Now, help yourself, Mr. Coberman. Douglas, what are you up to, child?
Making magic. You press it on the table, see? And point it, and it makes a noise like musical dessert.
What on earth is wrong, Mr. Coberman? Don't you like my pumpkin pie?
I cannot eat it.
Why? Well, what's wrong with it?
There is nothing wrong with it, but I am full and can eat no more. Thank you. I must go now.
Well, I'll be... What did you do to him just then, Douglas?
Nothing. I was just playing with the silverware, Grandma.
Well, stop it. It's plain he doesn't like it.
Don't know why.
The way he was glaring at you.
I know. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me.
That's nonsense.
Grandma, why does he eat with wooden spoons?
Yours not to question why, Douglas. You heard the man. He has an allergy.
Huh.
When do you go back to school anyway, child?
7 more weeks.
Oh, my land. Well, just you keep out of his way, and everything will be fine.
Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman!
Douglas, just what do you think you're doing?
Grandma, I didn't hear you.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Mr. Coberman works nights and sleeps all day. And if he isn't awake by now, he
isn't.
He must be.
It doesn't matter what I do, Grandma. It doesn't matter what noise I make or how many times I flush the toilet.
Douglas, what have you been up to?
But it doesn't. He never wakes up. Never complains. You listen now. There's no sound from his room. No sound at all.
Well, that's a mercy. No, he's still sleeping. He must be deaf, that's all I can say.
I don't like him, Grandma. I don't like what he does to the room.
Child, he's done nothing to the room.
I liked it best when Miss Sadlow lived there.
But she's gone. And he's a darn sight neater than Miss Sadlow ever was. A place for everything, and everything in its place.
And another thing.
What's that? You come help me unpack my shopping now.
You know the colored glass window on the landing?
Yes, I know it well, Douglas.
I like to look through it.
I know you do.
It turns the whole world different colors. You can see blue people, blue streetcars, and blue trotting dogs.
What an imagination you have. Here, put this in the cupboard before you drop it.
All right. Anyway, Grammy, I was looking out that window this morning, and I saw Mr. Coberman coming back from his night's work. And I saw him through the red glass, and...
And what?
Well, I guess it sounds crazy, but he looked kind of strange.
How strange?
Oh, just strange. I don't know. Just strange. There he is. And it does things to him. His clothes seem to melt away. His skin, too. You might almost think that you could see inside Mr. Koberman. Oh, Lord. He's seen me. He's seen me watching him. And he's coming in. He's coming in.
Young man, what are you doing?
Just looking out the window.
That's all, is it?
Yes, sir. I look through all the different colored glasses. And I can see all kinds of worlds. Blue ones, red ones, yellow ones. All different.
All kinds of worlds, is it? Yes. All kinds of worlds. You go right ahead then, Douglas. I must sleep now. I must go sleep.
And then he went right into his room and slammed the door.
He's tired. He works nights. He sleeps soundly, that's all.
Do you think so?
Sure, I think so. Now, you run on out and play in the sandbox until supper time.
What was that?
Douglas, you come here right now.
What's wrong, Grandma?
Douglas, I told you time and time again never to fling your basketball against the house.
But I didn't.
Oh, I could just cry. Oh, we'll never replace that window. Never.
But I didn't. I've been sitting right here all the time, playing in the sand.
You come see what you done, you nasty boy. You just come and see. Look at that. Smashed all to pieces.
But, Grandma, I didn't do it.
Don't you lie to me. Whose basketball is that, then? Whose is it? Don't tell me it's Mr. Koberman's.
It's mine, but...
Don't you ever do anything like that again.
I didn't. Do it.
And don't you tell great big lies either. Now, you go to your room. And there'll be no supper for you tonight. I'll fetch my broom and sweep up the glass.
It was him. He did it. I hate him. And he hates me. I'll get back at him. Just wait. I've saved the colored glass. He doesn't like it. So I'll keep it. I'll hang on to it. And then we'll see. Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa.
Well, hello there, you.
Grandma cut chickens again today. It's fun watching.
Aye, that's twice this week. She's the chickenest little woman. You'll like to watch her cut 'em, don't you? Cold-blooded little pepper.
I'm just curious.
Oh, you are. Remember when that young lady was killed at the rail station? You just walked over and looked at her, blood and all.
I wasn't frightened. There's worse things than a little blood.
You're a queer duck. I guess you got it from your father, him being a military man and all, and you were so close to him before you came here to live.
Gramps?
Yeah?
What if a man didn't have a heart or lungs or a stomach, but still walk around alive?
Oh, that would be a miracle.
I don't mean a miracle. I mean, what if he was all different inside? Not like me or you.
Well, he wouldn't be quite human then, would he, boy?
Guess not, Gramps. Gramps, you got a heart and lungs.
Well, tell the truth, I don't know. Ain't never seen him. Never had an x-ray. Never been to a doctor in my life, come to that. Might well be potato salad for all I know.
Have I got a stomach?
You certainly have got a stomach, because I have to feed it. And you've lungs. You scream loud enough to wake the Crumblies. And you've got dirty hands. Go wash them. Dinner's ready, Grandpa. Come on. Douglas, get them.
Yeah. That young Miss Larson lived over the ravine now. Says here they found her dead 3 days ago for no reason. Just funny kind of tattoos all over her. And a facial expression that would make Dante cringe.
Hush now, you frighten the boy.
Not him. And that other young lady, what was her name? Whiteley? Well, she disappeared and never did come back.
Then things happen all the time. Can't tell what happens to most of them. Anyone want more dressing?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of sudden deaths hereabouts the last few weeks. Remember a week ago, Mary Bersumian died of heart failure.
Well, maybe that doesn't connect up at all. I'd forget it if I were you. Otherwise, Douglas will get ideas.
I'm not scared, Grandma.
Well, let's not talk about it at the dinner table,
Never can tell. Maybe we got a value things. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. People who do things.
Mr. Coberman, they've all gone out. Just you and me, Mr. Coberman. So wake up, why don't you? No answer. Just silence. You'll never wake up. Hello, Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman, wake up now! Wake up! Fire! Nothing. Where's the fork? Now we'll see. If I just prod his cheek with it. It hurts him all right. But he still doesn't wake up. Maybe he can't wake up. Let me look. Maybe he can't wake up. Let me look at him through the glass. Blue furniture. Blue bed. And the blue bureau. And Mr. Copeman's blue face and arms and... Oh, his eyes! His eyes are open! And now they're shut. Take the glass away and they're shut. Blue glass, open. Take it away, shut. Open, shut. So what about the rest of him? Wow! I can look right inside him. Right through the wall of his stomach and inside him. Like an X-ray. Except it's just blue glass. What's it like in there? Let me get closer. Golly. Mr. Copeman is solid. Well, nearly solid. But there are strange shapes inside him. And now when I look through the red, I see one thing. When I look through the blue, I see another. And the yellow world, why, that's different again. And the blue world, the red world, and the yellow world, all living side by side. Together. In Mr. Coberman. So that was why the colored window got broken. He did it. He would have to do it. In case we found him out. Mr. Coberman, wake up! Mr. Coberman, where do you work at nights? In a red world? Or a green world? Or a yellow one, Mr. Coberman? And what do you do there, No answer. He can't move. Wait there, Mr. Coberman. There's something else I gotta fetch. Something out of Grandma's kitchen. Something nice and sharp. The biggest, sharpest... Just you wait there, Mr. Coberman. Don't you move now. Oh, Grandma, what's this?
I don't know. What is it?
Looks like a box, doesn't it? A bright orange square with elastic. Wonder what these funny blue tubes are for.
Douglas, will you take that out of here while I'm baking it? Smells darn funny wherever you got it.
Ever seen anything like it before, Grandma?
No, I can't rightly say I have.
That's what I thought.
Will you take it off the table?
I'll leave it here, in this bucket. Maybe I better put it in some water. That way it won't smell so bad.
All right. Now scoot. What now?
How about this, then? Bright pink chain with a purple triangle at one end.
What is that terrible smell, child? Will you go away and don't bother me? Just an old chain. You been fishing in the stream again?
No. Back in a minute.
Where are you getting all this stuff, child?
A ring, a square, a triangle, a pyramid, a rectangle, and a lot of other shapes.
Looks as if they're made of some kind of gelatin to me. Now, where did I put the pastry brush?
You know, you were wrong, Grandma.
Wrong about what?
About all people being the same inside. They're not, you know.
Will you stop talking nonsense? What's got into you today?
That reminds me. Where's my dime bag?
On the mantle where you left it.
Thanks. There's something else I've just got to do. Reckon I'd better do it before dark. Grandpa, I've got something to show you. Come on, come with me.
Hold your horses, Douglas, and let me get in the door.
No, you have to hurry. Come on, upstairs.
Well, sure, son, but why?
You'll see. I've got something to show you. It's not nice, but it sure is interesting.
Oh, is it?
Grandma mustn't know about this. She wouldn't like it.
But this is Coverman's room, isn't it?
It was Coverman's room.
What do you mean was, Douglas? What have you been up to?
I told you Grandma wouldn't like it. There. See for yourself.
Mr. Coverman? Oh, my God! Mr. Coverman!
Will somebody please tell me what's going on up there? What's happened to Mr. Coverman? And why is the coroner here? Why is he in my kitchen? Will somebody tell me what's happening?
We'll have to take Douglas away on a long vacation after this, so he can forget the whole ghastly affair.
But I'm all right, Grandpa.
What affair? What has happened up there? And why are they in my kitchen now? Why are they looking at all the rubbish that Douglas brought in? Said he had been fishing.
Well, I suppose he had, in a way. I suppose he had.
I never said I was fishing, Grandma. I never said that. It was you who said that.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's ghastly. Just ghastly.
But why should it be bad? I don't see anything bad. I don't feel bad.
No, and neither you should, Douglas. I figure you've done us all a good turn. Shh, coroner. Is he dead, sir?
Oh, Coverman's dead, all right. Did you see those things in the pans of water, Mr. Spaulding? Did you see them?
No, he didn't, but I did. They smell just terrible.
Listen, this had better be kept a secret. It wasn't murder. Do you hear me now?
Murder? What do you mean, murder? Did somebody kill Mr.
Hush,
Coleman?
Mrs. Spaulding. No question of murder. In fact, it was a mercy the boy acted as he did. God knows what might have happened if he hadn't.
So, was Coberman a vampire? A monster?
Just what are you talking about?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Something not human. Douglas, answer me one thing. When you took all that stuff out of Coberman, was he still alive?
Oh, yeah. He was moving about and mumbling. But he couldn't get up. He couldn't walk. Once he was asleep like that, he couldn't walk about until after dark. I knew that.
All those pyramids and chains and triangles, and he kept on living.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Oh, my God. Douglas, you mean to say that you...
Just like a chicken, Grandma. But I knew he was still alive, after a fashion.
So what did kill him, Douglas? What finished him off? What did you do?
Yeah, what did you do, Douglas? He sure as hell is dead as a dodo now.
Why, Grandpa? I did what Grandma does to the chickens. I stuffed them and sewed them up. Nice and neat, just like she showed me.
But what did you stuff them with?
My savings.
Your savings?
Yeah. He hated silver, see? So that's what's in him. $6.60 worth of silver dimes right inside Mr. Coleman's chest. That finished him off all right.
Well, I'll be. Good job he watched his old grandma. You know, I never liked that man. I never did.
He wasn't a good man, Grandma. In fact, I began to wonder if he was a real man at all.
Well, I reckon the county will just have to reimburse you, young Douglas.
Gee, that's all right. I don't mind.
No. It's only fair. The county will pay you back with interest. After all, you've done us a favor. I think you made a wise investment, Douglas. A very wise investment indeed.
In The Man Upstairs, the first of my new series of Tales of the Bizarre, Douglas was played by a talented young man named Jeffrey Lee. Mary Riggins played Grandma, and Coberman was played by Finley Welsh. Charles Kearney played Grandpa. Other parts were played by members of the cast. My story was dramatized by Catherine Sarkowska, and the play was directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. My name is Ray Bradbury. Next week's bizarre tale involves another strange young boy and the even stranger world in which he lives. Jack in the Box is the name of the story. I hope you'll join me then. Good night. Jack in the Box comes, again, directly out of my childhood in Waukegan, Illinois. I used to walk to school every day past a kind of forest, and deep back in the middle of this forest was this old house, and I never quite knew who lived in there. I wondered for a lifetime going by. I never saw anyone, and when I got to be in my 20s, I began to imagine what kind of people lived in that house, including myself. I put myself in the house and imagined what it would be like to be looking out at the world and isolated like a jack-in-the-box.
This is the house that Jack built. This is the boy who lives in the house that Jack built. This is the mother who raises the boy who lives in the house that Jack built.
Edwin?
This is the teacher who helps the mother who raises the boy who lives in the house that Jack built. This is my house.
What's wrong with it?
And this is my boy who lives in the house
that Jack built. Why doesn't it work? Why won't it open?
Standing at the cold morning windows with the jack-in-the-box in your hands.
It ought to pop up.
If it wasn't for the rusted lid, it would.
Jump up. It's supposed to. I know he's in there.
Crushed under the lid.
Trapped.
Crammed tight. Coil on coil.
If I put my ear to the box, I can feel something.
Fear. Panic.
Hear something.
Like holding someone's heart in your hand.
In there.
And what about out there?
Out where?
Outside. Outside the windows. Outside the walls that surround the trees, that surround the house, that surround...
Edwin! Edwin, stop staring. Come, eat. No. What? Which is more important, breakfast or that window? The window.
Yes, that's right.
the window.
And what is there to see out there that is so interesting that you are prepared to go without your breakfast?
Those paths.
The paths. The garden paths.
The paths and trails you have tried for how many years is it now?
13.
13.
13 what?
13,000 miles.
That's how far she says the trees go on for. Those trees out there, she says, flow on and on.
13,000 miles to nothingness.
You're talking nonsense. Come and eat.
These two people, she, pale and alone and quiet, living in my house like one last wild white blossom in a deserted greenhouse, lifting its head to the moonlight.
What's wrong with your food?
He, hair like silk, eyes of a constant blue and feverish temperature, growing tall in my garden like a gangly thistle that one breath of wind might unpod in a season of thistles.
Nothing. Edwin, why must you disobey me every morning? And what do you want? Do you want to see them? Do you want to see the beasts that run down paths and crush people like strawberries?
Well, tell her, boy. Say what you were thinking. Say it. Yes, Mother, yes. I would like to see the beasts, horrible as they are.
Do you want to go out there, like your father did before you were born, and be killed as he was killed, struck down by one of those terrors on the road? Would you like that?
No.
Isn't it enough that they murdered your father? Why should you even think of those beasts? Well, if you really want to die that much, go ahead.
No!
Oh, Edwin. Your father built every part of this world. It was beautiful for him. It should be for you. There's nothing beyond those trees but death. I won't have you near it. This is the world. There's no other worth bothering with. Now, you're late for school. Yes. Say hello to teacher.
Away like a bullet from a gun. Up endless staircases, along passages, through halls, past windows like white waterfalls. Up through the layer cake whirls, thick frostings of oriental rug between, bright candles on top. Up to the highest stair. Look down. What do you see?
The universe.
Tell me about your universe, boy. Tell me.
4 levels. The lowlands, kitchen, dining room, parlor, 2 middle countries, music, games, pictures, and...
Yes?
And the locked, forbidden rooms.
And here?
The Highlands.
And what do you do in the Highlands?
Picnics.
Picnics with Mother. Cool snow linen spread on red-tufted Persian lawns. Picnics under the watchful gaze of flaking portraits of sallow strangers. Wondering what lies behind 1,000 doors.
All locked.
All forbidden. Mocking?
Monster, maybe?
Hiding at the top, you mean? You could call out.
Hello? Hello?
You could go see.
Please don't hurt me. The top.
The tower.
So much sun.
So much sky.
Yes, it's there, and there, and there.
Blue and endless.
A huge blue room.
And look down.
I'm above the trees.
Higher than the windy chestnuts and elms.
For the first time ever.
And what do you see?
Green grass. Green trees.
And?
White ribbons with little beetles running along them very fast.
But no Dali Picasso terrors.
I can't stay. Must go back. Must go down.
shouldn't.
Why not?
I'll go blind. I've gone blind.
Open your eyes.
I can't.
Open your eyes.
I can see. I can still see. Thank you, God.
Who?
God. Mother says it was God, Father God, who made this world.
Oh, you mean this world? These mountains of wallpapered plaster? These highland kingdoms of brick and wood and glass where stars blaze at the flick of a switch?
Mother says this is Father God's universe, that he created the universe and that the sun was Mother.
Yes, she was the sun about which all the world swung. And Edwin, what are you in Father God's universe?
Me? I don't know.
I'd say you were a meteor. A small, dark meteor hurtling through the dark carpets and shimmering tapestries of space.
At least I can still see.
Edwin, where are you?
Did I, God?
Edwin!
Teacher.
Wait. Good morning, teacher.
You're late.
No need to tell, teacher. Standing there in her tall, gray, thick-cloth monk's robe, gray-gloved hands, the gray cowl covering her face, only the silver spectacles catching the firelight glimmering in the shadows. No need to tell.
Why are you late, Edwin?
I don't know.
I'll ask you again. Edwin, why are you late?
That is...
Well?
No need to tell.
Yes?
No need.
I'm waiting, Edwin.
One of the forbidden doors was open.
Which door? Where?
The door by the Dali Picasso people. I climbed the stair. I had to. I'm sorry. Please don't tell Mother.
And what did you see up there?
A big blue room.
Did you?
And a green one. And ribbons with bugs running on them, but... I didn't stay long. I swear.
Green room, ribbons, yes, ribbons, and little bugs running along them, yes.
I came right down. I locked the door. I won't go look again, ever.
Oh, Edwin, there was no need.
But now you've seen, and you'll want to see more, and you'll always be curious now. Did you like what you saw?
I was scared. It was big.
Big, yes. Too big. Large, so large, Edwin. Not like our world. Big, large, uncertain. Oh, why did you do this? You knew it was wrong. Is it your mother?
Careful, Edwin.
I don't know.
Is she nervous? Is she mean? Does she snap at you? Does she hold you too tight? Do you want time alone?
Careful, boy.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Is that why you ran off? Does she demand all your time? All your...
Look up, Edwin. Look at teacher. Now, as the firelight catches the face under the cowl. See?
The fire.
What about it?
I saw your face. You look like Mother.
All women look alike, you know that. Now...
It's within the universe.
Ask about the books muzzled with bronze straps like mad dogs.
Who created the continents within the worlds? And the lands within the continents.
Ask about the books with leather jaws glued tight.
Who shaped from his mind and hand his loving wife and a child who in time would be God himself.
Good.
Mom?
Edwin, darling. Give me a kiss. Now, listen here. I have a surprise. Do you know what's coming tomorrow?
No.
You can't guess. You'll never guess. Your birthday.
But it can't be. It's only been 10 months.
Tomorrow it is. Do us wonders, I say. And anything I say is so is really so, my dear.
That means...
Yes. We'll open another secret room. The 14th room.
I can't remember all the rooms.
Oh, it doesn't matter, my darling. What does it matter?
I remember my 6th birthday present. That was the schoolroom in the Highlands.
Yes, my dear, it was.
The 7th was the playroom in the Lowlands. 8th, the music room.
Where Father God once played the piano. Schubert, Schumann, Chopin.
And the 9th?
9th was the kitchen.
The miraculous hell-fired kitchen.
And the 10th?
10th. What was the 10th?
Well, you must remember.
You must remember. The room where ghosts are forever singing on a gentle wind.
Yes, I remember. The room with the photographs. And I remember the 11th, too.
Good.
And tomorrow...
Tell her the 10th.
The 10th was the vast green diamond room of the garden where the carpet has to be cut instead of swept. The 10th was out there.
Out there.
And the 14th tomorrow. Yes. 15th room next year, 16th, 17th, and so on till your 21st birthday, Edwin. Then we'll open the triple locked doors to the most important room, and you'll be the man of the house, Father, God, ruler of the universe. Hey, no lessons tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday. Yes, my dear. But first, a good night's sleep. Why won't you open?
You know why, Edwin. His lid is rusted shut.
He's a jack-in-the-box.
He's a stay-in-the-box. Maybe it's for the best after all. At least he's safe inside.
I want him to come out.
Be free, you mean?
Yes. Who are you? This voice in my head, who are you?
A ghost.
The ghost of God.
The Holy Ghost, you mean? Well, let's just say a ghost. A whisper, a thought, a movement in the coiled springs of the jack-in-the-box. No more.
If I could only get my nails under the edge of the lid. Last year...
What happened?
Things began to, I don't quite know, tremble? Quiver? I don't know, just like now. Anyway, Mother advanced my birthday several months, too. I wonder...
What?
I wonder if Teacher will be invited to the party this year.
You think that is likely?
No. Mother and Teacher have never met.
Why not?
Mom just says because.
And Teacher?
I've asked. Don't you want to meet Mom, Teacher? I asked. Someday, she said. Someday. Where does she go?
Who?
Teacher. At night. Where does Teacher go? Does she go somewhere higher up amongst all those secret mountain countries high up near the moon?
Where the chandeliers are skinned blind with dust. There? Maybe.
Or does she wander outside somewhere?
Beyond the trees that lie beyond the trees that lie beyond the trees? No, hardly that.
Then I can't think. Can't work it out.
No?
Better think of something else. This jack-in-a-box.
Yes?
I can hear him. In there. Hello? Hello? Hello?
No answer. Unless you count a certain sprung-tight, coiled-in tension.
I'll get you out. Just wait. It may hurt, but there is a way.
What are you doing?
Setting him free.
Throwing him out?
Down. Under those stones. That terrace in the garden below. Now.
Well, did it break? Did it open? Has Jack risen, smiling from his hideous jail? Is he bobbing on the wind, now this way, that, with his silver bells jingling softly? Well...
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Edwin. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, darling. More cookies. Lemon ice? Some more of these delicious sweet strawberries? No, I'll burst.
You are right, Edwin. She laughs too loud, too much. Her eyes are funny.
But your cake, you must have birthday cake, see? Your name on the frosting, Edwin 14 today. Let me cut you a slice, a great big birthday slice. Later. Very well, then. This must be the moment. Here's the key. All right, the key.
The key to the 14th forbidden door.
Here's the lock. Put it in. Turn it now. Oh, it's just a closet. A dusty, dull brown closet. Wait. Don't be disappointed, please. Wait till you see how magical it is. Shut the door. Now, if I press this button...
No! It's moving! The wall of the door, they're slipping away through the floor. There's another door going past. What's happening?
Oh, hush now, darling. Wait. Look. The Highlands? This is the Highlands? How did we get here? Where's the parlor, Mom? Where's the parlor? We jumped straight up and we flew. Once a week, you'll fly to school instead of running the long way round. Oh, Mother. Mother. Happy birthday, Edwin.
Happy birthday, son.
Now we'll fly back down and cut the cake. Come on. Here we are. One more very special birthday treat. Champagne. Oh, there. Mother. Yes? Yesterday, teacher gave me a note to give to you. I forgot. Here. Thank you. Now, drink your champagne. Aren't you going to read it? Oh, tomorrow. Mm.
Mother, where are you? Mother.
Mother? What's the matter? What are you doing lying on the floor? You shouldn't sleep on the floor. Oh, you dropped your wine glass. If you turn over in your sleep, you might cut yourself. Wake up, Mother. Where's the food? Shall I go to school? Why won't you wake up? Father? God, what shall I do?
What do you think you should do?
Let her sleep. She won't wake up, so she must be very tired. Perhaps I should go to school? Come back later when Mother's woken up?
Perhaps.
I'll run.
Teacher! Teacher! It's so cold in here!
No fire today.
There's always a fire in here.
But not today.
What's this? On her desk.
Spectacles. A gray robe.
Empty.
One gray glove.
Teacher!
Shall I go down again? See if Mother has woken up?
Today, Edwin, you can do whatever you wish.
Then, shall I go in the flying room? The birthday room? Like yesterday?
Why not?
Mother? Is she still asleep?
In a manner of speaking.
I'll shake her. Wake her. Mother! Mother! What's this underneath her?
What does it look like?
One gray glove.
Teacher's glove.
Must find teacher. Where can she be? Can she have gone outside? Wandered off into the outlands by mistake? I must find her or she'll get lost. I must go out, call after her. Bring her back to wake Mother or she'll lie here forever. Teacher? Teacher? Are you out here? Where are you? Oh,
What is it, Edwin?
there, by the wall.
A shattered box. A broken lid.
Jack!
Freckles of sunlight winking on the smiling face, touching, trembling, the arms upstretched in an eternal gesture of freedom.
Released.
At last.
Set free.
At last.
Teacher? Teacher? Teacher! Which way do I go?
Perhaps the jack-in-the-box is pointing the way.
That way? Down the forbidden path. It can't be right.
Why?
Oh, if I run beyond the trees, I'll die. That's what Mother said. You'll die. You'll die.
Look back. Look back at your world. Your mother's world. See how small it is already? Look ahead. Follow the path through the trees.
And if I die?
What's dying? Another room? A blue room, a green room, far larger than all the rooms that ever were.
But where's the key?
For this room, there is no key. See? There. Far ahead.
An iron door.
A wrought iron gate.
Half open.
Now run. 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 Beyond the door, another room, all green, with trees and grass. Don't look back anymore. Run, Edwin. Run. Run.
You okay, lady?
Oh, yes.
Hey! Why don't you look where you're going?
What was he yelling?
Sounded like I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm glad I'm dead. Some new fool kid game, I guess.
I'm dead. I'm dead. It's good to be dead.
Perception and the points from which it works make for curious combinations. In Jack in the Box, the boy was played by Richard Pierce, father by Ed Bishop, and mother by Carolyn Jones. The Whisperers were Sarah Rice and Carolyn Strong, and the old lady was played by Jenny Lee. The policeman was played by Christopher Wright. Other parts were played by members of the cast. My story was dramatized by Brian Sibley and directed in London by Adrian Bean. This is Ray Bradbury. Please join me next week for the story of a couple who find themselves left a farm in the will of a man they've never met. This tale of the bizarre is called The Scythe.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
They wiped the blood from their helmets. The monster lay, a hill of solid flesh. Within it, you could hear the sighs and murmurs as the furthest chambers died. The organs malfunctioning. Liquids running a final instant from pocket to sac to spleen. Everything shutting off. Closing up. Forever. Ray Bradbury's A Sound of Thunder.
Say, how much longer is this going to take?
Be patient, Mr. Eccles. These things take time.
Yeah, well, how long does it take to make a phone call?
I'm sure Mr. Spallner is doing all he can.
Well, I wish he'd do it a little quicker. I've still got to pack and tidy things up at the office. I've got a pretty full schedule, too, you know.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Eccles. And we're doing everything we can to speed things up. But there's quite a bit of paperwork involved
Yeah,
here.
things are rough all over. That's why I need a break. I need to get away from everything for a while. And this trip ought to be just the ticket.
Oh, here's Mr. Spallner now.
It's about time.
Well, good news, Mr. Eccles. I just got off the phone. Everything checks out fine.
Well, I told you it would. Could have saved you the trouble.
Well, you can't blame us for being careful, can you?
I suppose not.
Now all we need from you is $25,000, and we're all set.
Will you take a personal check?
Of course. Well, naturally, we've checked your credit, and everything is fine.
Naturally.
Like I said, we can't be too careful. Just make it out to Time Safari Incorporated.
Time Safari Inc. There you go, $25,000.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles. I promise you the time of your life.
For that much dough, it better be. You know, I can't believe I'm really going on the safari.
A time safari?
Yeah. Say, does this safari guarantee I come back alive?
Mr. Eccles, the only thing we guarantee is what's stated in our brochure. You name any year in the past and any animal, we'll take you there and you shoot it. It's also on the sign above your head. That's all we guarantee.
Fair enough.
And as far as coming back alive, well, I believe that's all part of the lure of the hunt, huh? The element of surprise, man against beast and all that, huh? But I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Look, don't you worry about me. I've been on safaris before.
Yes, I'm sure you have. And now if you'll follow me, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Step right in, Mr. Eccles.
And what's this?
Now, this is our departure area.
Impressive, isn't it?
Oh, Travis! Now, come over here a minute. Mr. Eccles, I'd like you to meet Bill Travis, your safari guide in the past.
How do you do?
Hello. Travis will tell you what to shoot and where to shoot. If he says no shooting, then no shooting. If you disobey instructions, there's a penalty of another $10,000 plus possible government action on your return. Do you understand?
I understand. Is that the machine?
That's it.
A real-time machine. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime.
Well, take a good look at it. It's a real thing. There are only two other like it in the world. One in Paris and one in Tokyo.
It's smaller than I thought.
A whole 6 people, plus supplies, food, and our rifles, of course.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If the election had gone badly yesterday, I might be here now trying to run away from the results. I mean, if Keith hadn't won, if Deutscher had become president of the United States...
Oh, we're lucky, all right. If Deutscher had gotten in, we'd have the worst kind of dictatorship. That man's anti-everything. Anti-intellectual, anti-human, anti-religion.
You know, some people called up half joking. Said that if Deutscher became president, they wanted to go live in 1492. Some of them weren't joking. Of course, it's not our business to conduct escapes. We form safaris.
Anyway, Keith's in now, so all you have to worry about is shooting your dinosaur.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex. You promised me that.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex, the thunder lizard. The biggest, most dangerous monster in history. A meat-eater and not afraid of another living thing.
Maybe, but that was 50 million years ago.
And that's exactly where you're headed. Tomorrow morning. But first you'll have to sign this. We'll have it notarized for you.
What is it?
It's a release. If anything happens to you, we're not responsible.
What?
Those dinosaurs are hungry. They can crush you like a moth or swallow you in one bite.
Are you trying to scare me?
Mr. Eccles, you must understand our position. If you were to act out of fear and something unforeseen...
What Spawner is trying to tell you is that we don't want you on the safari if you're going to panic and get yourself killed, or maybe one of us.
I can take care of myself.
Let me tell you something, Eccles. We had 4 safari leaders and 6 hunters killed last year, all because of panic. We're here to give you the biggest thrill a real hunter could ever ask for. We'll take you back 50 million years to bag the biggest, most ferocious game of all time. But you'll do it our way or you won't do it. Your check's on the table. You could tear it up.
And where do I sign?
Here. Mr. Travis, he's all yours.
Gentlemen, please step in and have a seat. My assistant will take your weapons and store them for you.
Be careful with that rifle, boy. That's a handmade stock on there.
Yes, sir. Wade's a good man, Eccles. He may be young, but he's been on a dozen safaris with me. You listen to him, and you may get back alive.
All set, sir.
Good. Secure the hatch.
Securing the hatch.
Control, this is TS-1.
Go ahead, Travis.
We're locked down and preparing for automatic departure sequence.
Affirmative. Good hunting.
Thanks, Control. Gentlemen, welcome aboard Time Safari 1. Mr. Eccles, have you met your fellow hunters, Mr. Billings and Mr. Kramer?
How do you do?
Nice to meet you. Ain't this something?
Gentlemen, there'll be some physical sensation, so please fasten your seatbelts. The entire trip should take about 18 minutes. Switch on.
Switching on.
Hey, Travis. Can these guns really stop a dinosaur cold?
If you hit him right. Some dinosaurs have two brains, one in the head, another near the tail. Go for the eyes. If you can blind him, then go for the brain. We're on our way.
Every hunter that ever lived would envy us today.
I'll say. This will make Africa look like Illinois.
Hey, look out the window. The building's gone.
Hey, it's night. No, it's day. It's night again.
Everything's a blur. It's spinning.
Hang on, everyone. Gentlemen, Adam has not been born. Moses has not gone to the mountain to talk with God. The pyramids are still in the earth, waiting to be cut out and put up. Remember that. Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, none of them exist. That out there is the jungle of 50,002,055 years before President Keith.
Hey, there's a path out there.
That's a metal anti-gravity path laid by Time Safari for your use. It floats 6 inches off the ground, doesn't touch so much as one grass blade, one flower, one tree. Stay on it. Don't go off the path, not for any reason. If you fall off, there's a $10,000 fine and legal action on your return. And don't shoot anything we don't okay.
Why?
We don't want to change the future. You've got to understand something. We don't belong here in the past. We're intruders. Besides, the government doesn't like us here.
Well, I should think it would encourage scientific research.
The government's not interested in digging around in the past. Not knowing it, we might kill an important animal, a small bird, a roach, even a flower. We could destroy an important link in the growing chain.
Are you kidding? There's millions of birds and insects. So what if I squash a bug?
All right, say we accidentally kill one mouse here.
Yeah?
Well, that means all the future families of this one mouse are destroyed, right?
So they're dead. Who needs mice anyway?
What about the foxes that'll need those mice to survive? For one of 10 mice, a fox dies. For one of 10 foxes, a lion starves. For one of a lion, all manner of insects, vultures, infinite billions of life forms are thrown into chaos. Eventually, 49 million years later, a caveman goes hunting a wild boar or saber-toothed tiger for food. But you, my friend, have stepped on all the tigers in that region. By stepping on one single mouse, a caveman starves, a man who is an entire future nation. From his loins could spring an entire civilization, an entire race. You stomped on one single mouse and changed history.
Hey, you're joking, of course.
No, I think he's got a point.
Look, step on a mouse and you crush the pyramids. You leave a footprint like the Grand Canyon across history. Queen Elizabeth might never be born. Washington might never cross the Delaware. There might never even be a United States at all. So be careful, all of you. Stay on the path. Don't ever step off.
So what you're saying is for us not even to touch the grass?
That's right. A little error here could multiply everything out of proportion in 50 million years.
I see.
Of course, maybe our theory is wrong.
Well, then you're guessing.
Well, of course we're guessing. Anyone who claims to know is a fool. But until we do know if messing around with time can change history, we're being careful. Very careful. Wade, explain the hunting procedure.
All right. As you know, this machine, the path, your clothing and bodies were sterilized before we left home base. We'll also wear these oxygen helmets to avoid contamination of the ancient atmosphere. We wouldn't want you to breathe any bacteria or germs into the air.
I brushed my teeth this morning.
Yes, but how would you like to breathe in an ancient spore for which you have no immunity? You could start an epidemic back home.
Hey, say, how do we know which animal to shoot?
Good question. They're marked with red paint.
Paint?
Yes. This morning before our journey, I sent Wade here back in the machine. He came to this era and followed certain dinosaurs.
Well, you studied them?
Right. I tracked them through their entire existence with the help of the time machine and find out how long they live, how often they mate, and so on. When I find one that's going to die when a tree falls on him or one that drowns in a tar pit, I note the exact hour, minute, and second. Then I shoot a paint bomb. It leaves a red patch on his hide. We can't miss it. Then I compute our arrival in the past, so we meet the monster not more than 4 to 6 minutes before he would have died anyway. That way, we kill only animals with no future. Those that'll never mate again.
You see how careful we are, Eccles?
But if Wade came back this morning in time, he must have bumped into us. Our safari. Hey, how did it turn out? Was it a success? Huh?
Well, that would be a paradox. Time just doesn't permit that sort of mess, man meeting himself. When that sort of thing is about to occur, time just steps aside.
I don't understand.
Well, it's like a plane hitting a bump of air. You felt the machine jump just before we stopped?
Yeah.
Well, that was us passing ourselves on the way back to the future. It just sort of skipped over that part. So there's no way of telling what happened, if we got our dinosaur or if we even got out alive. All right, it's time. Everyone on his feet. Put on your helmets. One last thing.
Yeah?
If anything goes wrong, anything at all, walk quickly back to the machine and wait inside. No one's ever died on one of my safaris, and I won't let any weekend hunters spoil that record. Understand?
Yeah.
Check your rifles. Wade, open the forward hatch.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
Look at the trees and plants. There's nothing like this back home.
This is home, Eccles. Just a bit before your time.
Hey, look at that! Giant bats!
Not bats, pterodactyls.
I could pick those off without even aiming, just like duck hunting back home.
Stop that. Don't point your gun, not even for fun. If that thing should go off...
The safety's on. I know what I'm doing. You'd love to see me shoot a lizard and wind up in jail, wouldn't you? Or step off the path and pay another $10,000. Wouldn't you, Travis?
You're wasting oxygen, Eccles.
Hey, say, where's our Tyrannosaurus?
Up ahead. We'll intersect his path in 90 seconds. Right on the money.
Look for the red paint. And don't shoot till we give the word. And stay on the path.
Strange. Up ahead, 50 million years from now, election day finally over. Keith made president. Everybody's celebrating now.
I'll say,
Millions of people crowding into bars, letting their hair down, getting drunk. Everybody looking ahead to the next 4 years before the next election.
And here we are, 1,000,000 years lost, and they don't even exist. The things we worried about for months, years, haven't even been thought about. And no one's cooked the first meal yet. Stood on a hill and watched the sunset.
Makes you feel kind of lonely.
Safety catchers off, everyone.
I've hunted tiger, wild boar, even elephants. But this is it, the ultimate big game. I mean, look at me. I'm shaking like a kid.
10 seconds.
Eccles, you shoot first. Second, Billings. Third, Kramer. Got it?
Got it.
Eccles?
Yeah, I got it.
Hold it. Ahead. Through the mist. There he is. There's his royal majesty.
It can't be. Hey, that thing could touch the moon.
Shh. It hasn't seen us yet.
It can't be killed. Oh, I was wrong. We were fools to come.
Shut up.
It's a nightmare.
Echo. Walk quietly and calmly back to the machine. We remit half your fee, no questions asked. Just do it.
I miscalculated. I didn't realize it would be this big. It's too big. Get me out of here, Travis. No.
It sees us! There's a red key on its chest.
Get me out of here. It was never like this before. I've met my match. I admit it. I'm getting out of here.
Eccles, don't run. Not that way, Eccles. Eccles, stay on the path. The monster! Shoot him! Shoot him in the head! I got him! He's not going down!
He will.
Get out of the way! He's falling!
Watch out!
It's really dead. No, it's dead, all right. That was a little too close. Here's a rag. Wipe the blood off. Wade, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Here, better wipe yourself off, too. Wade Eccles is in the machine. Get him back here.
Travis, watch out! The tree!
Right on time. That's the tree that was scheduled to fall and kill this animal. We just saved it the trouble.
Look at that beast. I've never seen anything so massive in my life. 10 tons of cold flesh, at least.
You want the trophy picture, Billings?
Huh?
Well, we can't take this thing back to the future with us. The body has to stay right here where it originally fell, so the insects and birds can get to it as they were intended to. Everything in balance. But we can take a picture of you and Kramer standing next to it.
I don't think so, Travis.
Hey, here comes Eccles.
Travis. Travis. I'm sorry, but believe me.
Eccles, you almost killed us all.
Travis,
Save it. You're not coming back. We're leaving
Hey, you can't do that.
Stay out of this, Kramer. Eccles panicked, like I knew he would. And look at his shoes. Look at them. He ran off the path. He's ruined us. We'll lose our license to travel, and who knows what this imbecile's done to time, to history.
Take it easy. All he did was kick up some dirt.
How do we know that? We don't know anything. It's all a mystery.
I'll pay anything. 10,000, 100,000. No one has to know.
Walk over there, Eccles, next to the monster. Stick your arms up to your elbows in his mouth. Then you can come back with us.
Now, wait a minute.
The monster's dead, you yellow coward. We need the bullets back. They can't be left behind. They don't belong in the past. Here's my knife. Go over there and dig them out. All of them.
Give me that. You didn't have to make him do that.
Didn't I? He'll live. Next time he'll know better. He can stick to hunting jackrabbits. Come on, we'll wait for him in the machine. Everyone strap in. Wade, secure the hatch.
Yes, sir.
Travis. 9 shots. 9 bullets. Take them.
Strap in, Eccles.
Everything's secure.
Is it? Switch on. Let's go home.
1999, 2000, 2055. We're home.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything. So I stepped on some dirt. So what? Huh? I got a little mud on my shoes. Big deal. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Shut up, Eccles. Open the hatch.
Travis, I'll pay anything. I mean it.
You know something, Eccles? I might just kill you yet. Get out! Everything all right here?
Fine. Welcome home.
You're sure?
Well, of course I'm sure. You know something we don't?
Okay, Eccles. You're one lucky guy. Now get out of here. Don't ever come back, ever. Eccles, did you hear me? What are you staring at?
Travis. The sign.
What sign?
On the wall. Read it. Time Safari Inc. Safaris to any year in the past? You name the animal, take you there? You shoot it?
Spelling. It's all wrong. The letters.
Different alphabet.
No, it can't be. Not a little thing like that.
Spallner, who won the presidential election yesterday?
What? Are you kidding?
Who won?
Well, you know who won. Deutscher, of course. Who else? Not that weakling Keith.
Deutscher?
Yeah, we got an Iron Man now, a man with guts. What's wrong with you anyway?
Eccles, look at the bottom of your shoe. There. In the mud.
What is it?
A butterfly. A dead butterfly.
What's wrong with you people?
It can't be. Not a little thing like a butterfly. Not a little thing like that.
A butterfly.
Well, can we go back? I mean, can we make it live again? Can we start over? Come on. Can...
It was just a small thing. A small thing that could upset balances and knock down a line of small dominoes, and then big dominoes, and then gigantic dominoes, all down the years, across time. The Sound of Thunder was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Max Robinson, Bryce Chamberlain, Jay Bernard, Jeff Rader, Dwayne Hyatt, and Jennifer Olausson. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This is Paul Frees speaking.
My story, The Man Upstairs, comes directly out of my childhood. I loved to watch my grandmother eviscerate the turkeys and chickens on the kitchen table. I was curious about all the innards that came out there. And so I stood around in the kitchen and I watched our star boarder eat his soup and the other victuals on the table when I was 10, 11, 12. And I began to imagine what kind of man this boarder was. He was the town barber, but he seemed terribly strange, and there was nothing about his background that I truly knew. So between my grandmother and the eviscerated turkeys and this strange boarder with a funny straw hat, many years later, I sat down and wrote The Man Upstairs.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20 knives, Grammy.
Yeah, you be careful now, Douglas. Some of those are very sharp. Cut you if you touch them.
I'm always careful.
You need a good sharp knife if you're gonna cut a chicken like this.
Who taught you to do it, Grammy?
Why, my own grandma. And her grandma before her, I suppose. Why do you like to watch me so much?
I don't know. I just like to see the way you do it. It's so neat and nice. See, there's the heart. And the slippery, slidey liver. What are you going to stuff the chicken with today, Granny?
Oh, nothing fancy, child. Just a little seasoned bread. Now, you fetch me the salt cellar and the pepper pot now, and I'll get the needle and thread.
Can I sew it up today?
You can if you're careful. You can thread the needle for me, too. I can't see it so well these days. Always having trouble threading needles. My arms ain't long enough. Guess that's the problem.
Oh, Grandma, let me do it.
Well, here you are then. Now, I'll just season the stuffing. Now, you want to sew the chicken up, so you better do it right. Start here, and keep it nice and neat.
Grammy?
Mm-hmm?
Am I like that inside? Like the chicken, I mean?
I guess you are. A little more orderly and presentable, but just about the same.
Only more of it.
Yeah, a good deal more of it.
Grandpa has lots more than me. His sticks out in front so he can rest his elbows on it.
Oh, not child. You watch what you're doing with that needle.
Almost done.
Nice, neat work, that. Yeah.
All finished.
Well, now go wash your hands. Wash them good and proper.
How do you know I've got insides like that, Grammy?
Oh, go away now, all these questions. You answer that for me, Douglas.
Okay, Grammy, I'm going.
Good morning, child. Is the landlady at home?
Landlady? Oh, yeah. She's my grandma. And she's busy right now.
I wish to rent her upstairs room, as advertised in the shop down the street there.
We've got 10 boarders, and it's rented already. You'd better go away now.
Douglas, what are you saying? That's all nonsense. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Never you mind this child. I don't know what's got into him. Of course there's a room. Come in now, do.
Thank you.
I think we can suit you just fine. If you follow me, I'll show you the room. It's quite private and quiet.
Then I think it will suit me very well. Very well indeed.
Sheets, pillowcases, towels. Now, Douglas, up you go and take these to Mr. Kobelman's room.
You tell him I'll make up his bed later.
Do I have to, Grammy?
Of course you have to. What's got into you, Douglas? You're usually so helpful.
Nothing's got into me. I just don't like him.
And who are you to like or dislike our lodgers? Off you go now, Douglas, and don't let me hear that talk again.
Did you want something, boy?
Here are your sheets and towels. I'm to tell you we eat at noon sharp, and if you're late coming down, the soup will get cold. Grandma fixes it so it will, every time.
Well, I'll be on time then. Here, 10 copper pennies, brand new.
Gee, thanks.
We shall be friends, you and I.
I'll drop these in my dime bank when I get them changed into a dime. I got $6.50 in dimes, all ready for my camp trip in August.
I must wash now. You better go.
Yeah, I think Grandma wants me. I'd better go.
Mrs. Spaulding.
Yes, Mr. Coberman?
I have my own cutlery. Here, please use it in future.
Why, you don't need to.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. A wooden spoon, knife, and fork. I cannot use silver. I have an allergy.
That's a pity.
No matter. And I will have lunch today, but from tomorrow onwards, only breakfast and supper, please.
But lunch is the best meal of the day.
Nevertheless, I cannot eat lunch. I must sleep in the day. I work at nights.
Oh, well, just as you please. Douglas, must you rattle your silverware like that?
I'm only playing, Grandma. I know a trick. Watch me, Mr. Copeland. You just pick at the fork tine like this, and point it, and hey presto.
Now, here's dessert. Now, help yourself, Mr. Coberman. Douglas, what are you up to, child?
Making magic. You press it on the table, see? And point it, and it makes a noise like musical dessert.
What on earth is wrong, Mr. Coberman? Don't you like my pumpkin pie?
I cannot eat it.
Why? Well, what's wrong with it?
There is nothing wrong with it, but I am full and can eat no more. Thank you. I must go now.
Well, I'll be... What did you do to him just then, Douglas?
Nothing. I was just playing with the silverware, Grandma.
Well, stop it. It's plain he doesn't like it.
Don't know why.
The way he was glaring at you.
I know. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me.
That's nonsense.
Grandma, why does he eat with wooden spoons?
Yours not to question why, Douglas. You heard the man. He has an allergy.
Huh.
When do you go back to school anyway, child?
7 more weeks.
Oh, my land. Well, just you keep out of his way and everything will be fine.
Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman!
Douglas! Douglas? Just what do you think you're doing?
Grandma, I didn't hear you.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Mr. Coberman works nights and sleeps all day. And if he isn't awake by now,
But he isn't.
He must be.
It doesn't matter what I do, Grandma. It doesn't matter what noise I make or how many times I flush the toilet.
Douglas, what have you been up to?
But it doesn't. He never wakes up. Never complains. You listen now. There's no sound from his room. No sound at all.
Well, that's a mercy. No, he's still sleeping. He must be deaf, that's all I can say.
I don't like him, Grandma. I don't like what he does to the room.
Child, he's done nothing to the room.
I liked it best when Miss Sadlow lived there.
But she's gone. And he's a darn sight neater than Miss Sadlow ever was. A place for everything and everything in its place.
And another thing.
What's that? You come help me unpack my shopping now.
You know the colored glass window on the landing?
Yes, I know it well, Douglas.
I like to look through it.
I know you do.
It turns the whole world different colors. You can see blue people, blue streetcars, and blue trotting dogs.
What an imagination you have. Here, put this in the cupboard before you drop it.
All right. Anyway, Grammy, I was looking out that window this morning, and I saw Mr. Coberman coming back from his night's work. And I saw him through the red glass, and...
And what?
Well, I guess it sounds crazy, but he looked kind of strange.
How strange?
Oh, just strange. I don't know. Just strange. There he is. And it does things to him. His clothes seem to melt away. His skin, too. You might almost think that you could see inside Mr. Coberman. Oh, Lord. He's seen me. He's seen me watching him. And he's coming in. He's coming in.
Young man, what are you doing?
Just looking out the window.
That's all, is it?
Yes, sir. I look through all the different colored glasses, and I can see all kinds of worlds. Blue ones, red ones, yellow ones, all different.
All kinds of worlds, is it? Yes. All kinds of worlds. You go right ahead then, Douglas. I must sleep now. I must go sleep.
And then he went right into his room and slammed the door.
He's tired. He works nights. He sleeps soundly, that's all.
Do you think so?
Sure, I think so. Now you run on out and play in the sandbox until supper time.
What was that?
Douglas, you come here right now.
What's wrong, Grandma?
Douglas, I told you time and time again never to fling your basketball against the house.
But I didn't.
Oh, I could just cry. Oh, we'll never replace that window. Never.
But I didn't. I've been sitting right here all the time, playing in the sand.
You come see what you done, you nasty boy. You just come and see. Look at that. Smashed all to pieces.
But Grandma, I didn't do it.
Don't you lie to me. Whose basketball is that then? Whose is it? Don't tell me it's Mr. Coberman's.
It's mine, but...
Don't you ever do anything like that again.
I didn't. Do it.
And don't you tell great big lies either. Now you go to your room. And there'll be no supper for you tonight. I'll fetch my broom and sweep up the glass.
It was him. He did it. I hate him. And he hates me. I'll get back at him. Just wait. I've saved the colored glass. He doesn't like it, so I'll keep it. I'll hang on to it. And then we'll see. Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa.
Well, hello there, you.
Grandma cut chickens again today. It's fun watching.
Aye, that's twice this week. She's the chickenest little woman. You'll like to watch her cut 'em, don't you? Cold-blooded little pepper.
I'm just curious.
Oh, you are. Remember when that young lady was killed at the rail station? You just walked over and looked at her, blood and all.
I wasn't frightened. There's worse things than a little blood.
You're a queer duck. I guess you got it from your father, him being a military man and all, and you were so close to him before you came here to live.
Gramps?
Yeah?
What if a man didn't have a heart or lungs or a stomach, but still walked around alive?
Oh, that would be a miracle.
I don't mean a miracle. I mean, what if he was all different inside? Not like me or you.
Well, he wouldn't be quite human then, would he, boy?
Guess not, Gramps. Gramps, you got a heart and lungs.
Well, tell the truth, I don't know. Ain't never seen him. Never had an x-ray. Never been to a doctor in my life, come to that. Might well be potato salad for all I know.
Have I got a stomach?
You certainly have got a stomach, because I have to feed it. And you've lungs. You scream loud enough to wake the Crumblies. And you've got dirty hands. Go wash them. Dinner's ready, Grandpa. Come on. Douglas, get...
Yeah, that young Miss Larson lived over the ravine now. Says here they found her dead 3 days ago for no reason. Just funny kind of tattoos all over her, and a facial expression that would make a Dante cringe.
Hush now, you frighten the boy.
Not him. And that other young lady, what was her name? Whiteley, she disappeared and never did come back.
Then things happen all the time. Can't tell what happens to most of them. Anyone want more dressing?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of sudden deaths hereabouts the last few weeks. Remember a week ago, Marion Bersumian died of heart failure.
Well, maybe that doesn't connect up at all. I'd forget it if I were you. Otherwise, Douglas will get ideas.
I'm not scared, Grandma.
Well, let's not talk about it at the dinner table,
Never can tell. Maybe we got a vampire in town.
A vampire? Oh, go on with you. More sauce, Mr. Coberman?
No, thank you. I have quite enough here.
How would you get rid of a vampire, Granddad? If there was one.
Oh, reckon we'd have to kill him with the silver bullets. Anything silver, for that matter. Vampires sure hate silver.
How do you know?
Read in the book once. I'll take some more of that very fine chicken, please.
Do you really think there are such things, Grandpa?
Well, now, we don't rightly know what a hobgoblin or a vampire or a troll is. Could be lots of things.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean you can't just heave them into categories with labels and say they'll act one way or another. That'd be silly. They're people. People who do things. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. People who do things.
Mr. Coberman! Mr. Coberman! Wake up, Mr. Coberman. They've all gone out. Just you and me, Mr. Coberman. So wake up, why don't you? No answer. Just silence. You'll never wake up. Never. Which means that I could. Am I brave enough? Sure I am. Just like Grandpa said. Now, what do I need? Silver. A silver fork. And the colored glass, just to be sure. And the passkey. Grandma's passkey. Now we'll see. There he is. Hardly moving at all. Hardly breathing. Hello, Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman? Hello? Mr. Coberman, wake up now! Wake up! Fire! Nothing. Where's the fork? Now we'll see. If I just prod his cheek with it. It hurts him all right. But he still doesn't wake up. Maybe he can't wake up. Let me look at him through the glass. Blue furniture. Blue bed. And the blue bureau. And Mr. Coberman's blue face and arms and... Oh, his eyes! His eyes are open! And now they're shut. Take the glass away and they're shut. Blue glass, open. Take it away, shut. Open, shut. So what about the rest of him? Wow! I can look right inside him. Right through the wall of his stomach and inside him. Like an X-ray. Except it's just blue glass. What's it like in there? Let me get closer. Golly. Mr. Coberman is solid. Well, nearly solid. But there are strange shapes inside him. And now when I look through the red, I see one thing. When I look through the blue, I see another. And the yellow world, why, that's different again. And the blue world, the red world, and the yellow world all living side by side. Together. In Mr. Coberman. So that was why the colored window got broken. He did it. He would have to do it. In case we found him out. Mr. Coberman, wake up! Mr. Coberman, where do you work at nights? In a red world? Or a green world?
or a yellow one, Mr. Coberman? And what do you do there, No answer. He can't move. Wait there, Mr. Coberman. There's something else I gotta fetch. Something out of Grandma's kitchen. Something nice and sharp. The biggest, sharpest... Just you wait there, Mr. Coberman. Don't you move now. Oh, Grandma, what's this?
I don't know. What is it?
Looks like a box, doesn't it? A bright orange square with elastic. Wonder what these funny blue tubes are for.
Douglas, will you take that out of here while I'm baking it? Smells darn funny wherever you got it.
Ever seen anything like it before, Grandma?
No, I can't rightly say I have.
That's what I thought.
Will you take it off the table?
I'll leave it here, in this bucket. Maybe I better put it in some water. That way it won't smell so bad.
All right. Now scoot.
Grandma?
What now?
How about this then? Bright pink chain with a purple triangle at one end.
What is that terrible smell, child? Will you go away and don't bother me? Just an old chain. You been fishing in the stream again?
No. Back in a minute.
Where are you getting all this stuff, child?
A ring, a square, a triangle, a pyramid, a rectangle, and a lot of other shapes.
Looks as if they're made of some kind of gelatin to me. Now, where did I put the pastry brush?
You know, you were wrong, Grandma.
Wrong about what?
About all people being the same inside. They're not, you know.
Will you stop talking nonsense? What's got into you today?
That reminds me. Where's my dime bag?
On the mantle where you left it.
Thanks. There's something else I've just got to do. Reckon I'd better do it before dark. Grandpa, I've got something to show you. Come on, come with me.
Hold your horses, Douglas, and let me get in the door.
No, you have to hurry. Come on, upstairs.
Well, sure, son, but why?
You'll see. I've got something to show you. It's not nice, but it sure is interesting.
Oh, is it?
Grandma must know about this. She wouldn't like it.
Here, but this is Coberman's room, isn't it?
It was Coberman's room.
What do you mean was, Douglas? What have you been up to?
I told you Grandma wouldn't like it. There. See for yourself.
Mr. Coberman? Oh, my God! Mr. Coberman!
Will somebody please tell me what's going on up there? What's happened to Mr. Coberman? And why is the coroner here? Why is he in my kitchen? Will somebody tell me what's happening?
We'll have to take Douglas away on a long vacation after this, so he can forget the whole ghastly affair.
But I'm all right, Grandpa.
What affair? What has happened up there? And why are they in my kitchen now? Why are they looking at all the rubbish that Douglas brought in? Said he had been fishing.
I suppose he had, in a way. I suppose he had.
I never said I was fishing, Grandma. I never said that. It was you who said that.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's ghastly. Just ghastly.
But why should it be bad? I don't see anything bad. I don't feel bad.
No, and neither you should, Douglas. I figure you've done us all a good turn. Shh, the coroner. Is he dead, sir?
Oh, Coberman's dead, all right. Did you see those things in the pans of water, Mr. Spaulding? Did you see them?
No, he didn't, but I did. They smell just terrible.
Listen, this had better be kept a secret. It wasn't murder. Do you hear me now?
Murder? What do you mean, murder? Did somebody kill Mr.
Hush,
Coberman?
Mrs. Spaulding. No question of murder. In fact, it was a mercy the boy acted as he did. God knows what might have happened if he hadn't.
So, was Coberman a vampire? A monster?
Just what are you talking about?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Something not human. Douglas, answer me one thing. When you took all that stuff out of Cobra Man, was he still alive?
Oh, yeah. He was moving about and mumbling. But he couldn't get up. He couldn't walk. Once he was asleep like that, he couldn't walk about till after dark. I knew that.
All those pyramids and chains and triangles, and he kept on living.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Oh, my God. Douglas, you mean to say that you...
Just like a chicken, Grandma. But I knew he was still alive, after a fashion.
So what did kill him, Douglas? What finished him off? What did you do?
Yeah, what did you do, Douglas? He sure as hell is dead as a dodo now.
Why, Grandpa? I did what Grandma does to the chickens. I stuffed him and sewed him up, nice and neat, just like she showed me.
But what did you stuff him with?
My savings.
Your savings?
Yeah. He hated silver, see? So that's what's in him. $6.60 worth of silver dimes right inside Mr. Copeman's chest. That finished him off all right.
Well, I'll be. Good job he watched his old grandma. You know, I never liked that man. I never did.
He wasn't a good man, Grandma. In fact, I began to wonder if he was a real man at all.
Well, I reckon the county will just have to reimburse you, young Douglas.
Gee, that's all right. I don't mind.
No, it's only fair. The county will pay you back with interest. After all, you've done us a favor. I think you made a wise investment, Douglas. A very wise investment indeed.
In The Man Upstairs, the first of my new series of Tales of the Bizarre, Douglas was played by a talented young man named Jeffrey Lee. Mary Riggins played Grandma, and Coberman was played by Finley Welsh. Charles Kearney played Grandpa. Other parts were played by members of the cast. My story was dramatized by Catherine Sarkowska, and the play was directed in Edinburgh by Hamish Wilson. My name is Ray Bradbury. Next week's bizarre tale involves another strange young boy and the even stranger world in which he lives. Jack in the Box is the name of the story. I hope you'll join me then. Good night.
Suppose and then suppose and then suppose. No, no, no. It can't be. How can it, after 50 years? No. Who? Ow! Jake! No, no. No one to ring, no one here, no one alive. Only me. Alive, alone. Empty town, empty planet. Answer it. No, no, wrong. Go on. No, now, no. Stop it, stop it, stop. Stop the ringing. Who?
Barton.
Barton? That's me.
Barton.
I haven't heard anyone say my name for years, for 50 years. Shut up. Do you hear? Shut up. Shut up! No. No.
Barton.
Barton here.
Well? Do you know who this is?
The first call I've had in half a lifetime, and we play games?
Well?
Who?
Sorry, stupid of me. Of course you wouldn't recognize your own voice on the telephone. No one ever does. We are accustomed, all of us, to hearing our voice conducted through the bones of our head. Barton, this is Barton.
What?
Who did you think it was? A rocket captain? Did you think someone had come to rescue you?
No.
You have heard this voice before, many times, though not for many years now, I admit. You've probably forgotten. What's the date?
July 20th, 2097. But...
Good Lord, 50 years. Have you been sitting there that long, waiting for a rocket to come from Earth? Well, have you?
No.
Now, old man, do you know who I am?
Yes.
Well, go on.
Yes. We are one. I am Emil Barton. You are Emil Barton.
With one difference. Yes?
Yes.
You're 80. I'm only 20. All of life before me.
You there. Listen. Oh, God, if I could warn you.